There, it's been hit. So
Why are we like
there.
this? Why
I
are
don't
you
know.
our serpent?
Because we getting ready to talk about Eve. Why wouldn't I be?
Let me change my name then.
Yeah, I get to be
Who's
beguiling.
that girl? La 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 la
I'll be
la la
Breve.
la.
Yeah, be brave.
Eve's that
Yeah.
girl. La, 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 la.
Yes. Yes. This should be good.
I'm I'm a be
Yeah.
yellow. See, that's the cool thing about it, right? Like y'all
Mm-hmm.
always change y'all names, and I like it. Like I like it because it's
Yeah.
like different universes, different
Yeah. Variants. Yeah.
personalities, different characters. I would
Yeah.
like to think I'm just the same. I would like to think my variant isn't a
Yeah. You're
variant.
the
It's
anchor.
just
You're the anchor person. Like that person
I
that
am the
cuts across all
anchor
universes.
being. I am
He
the
who
anchor
Anchor being.
remains.
being.
Are you saying you God?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I'm
There is
just
just yellow.
consistent. I am the
Yeah.
constant, but I am
Well,
not
that's the
Yeah.
God
him.
type. That's the God type.
Yeah.
But I think that's why I like the idea of he who remains, because he's just this
Yeah.
person who's just consistent. He's just but a variant that stayed
Yeah.
consistent enough, who was even
Yeah.
tempered
Right.
enough to manage it.
I
Yeah.
exist, so there will be a yellow variant in every universe. That's why
Mm-hmm.
I exist.
There you go.
I mean, you're definitely the counterweight.
Mm-hmm.
We need the counterweight there. If I'm on, it's like the yellow level of
Yeah.
pissophity.
Okay.
I will. I
So
wish y'all got to
we
see
all
the nice
shared.
one.
I think we all have. We see a nice you. You're a nice.
Yeah, you're
You have a
pleasant.
very tender heart. You have a very
Yeah.
tender heart. Um. So yeah, that's very apparent. You're a softy. But
Hey,
I think we all have like a bond. Like me and Bree are like like we like to demonstrate our creativity like all the time.
Mhm.
Even when nobody else is paying attention, we just like to do it.
Yeah, you're gonna
You
get this
and Bree.
creativity.
Yeah, you gonna get this. And the openness too. You just gonna get it. Creativity and openness, you just gonna get it. You and Bree share some of the BS detector. Y'all
Mhm.
share some of the carrying on.
Yeah,
Y'all definitely some
we
carrying oners.
be some carrier holders.
Yeah, and
Definitely.
y'all got some very sensitive triggers. Y'all both got some like when it hits, it hits. It's you're there. Like, but
I
again, we're
don't
not
even be
raged out.
triggered.
No, but you don't know. But it's a different. You
No,
have
I be
again.
triggered.
You're the weaker sex creature. Your trigger's different.
Not you seeing me raging out in chat yesterday.
But I'm just saying. But when something gets you, it doesn't take you to rage, but you have like a righteous indignation. Like okay, like the Simon Reed when
Yeah.
something like Cleavon, when something bothers you,
yeah,
you do
yeah.
three straight days of 9 a.m. streams because
Mhm.
hmm
Cleavon has hit that trigger. That's what I'm
He
talking
made
about.
hmm
me
It's
very
there.
productive. That's why we
hmm
need
Yes.
men, because they irritate me to the point of being productive.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
thank you, men,
So
for being irritating.
yeah. So yellow,
And
what do you
what
think
you and
we have
Yellow
in common?
share?
What's our That's what I'm gonna say. What's our commonalities? I mean, obviously misogyny.
Uh,
Obviously, we
that
both love our
that
misogyny.
I had another one too.
that.
What's another one?
Yeah, I mean, y'all both got a little
Go
bit of fuck
ahead.
around and find out energy.
Yeah.
Y'all end up in scraps that y'all somehow did not anticipate.
Yeah.
I always
Mm-hmm.
see them coming, but
Yeah.
somehow
Yeah.
y'all always be like,
Yeah.
y'all welcome the foolery in.
Yeah. We're tolerant. We're both super tolerant. Like, cause you're like
Yeah,
anybody can get blocked and banned. I don't care how long I know you. Anybody
yeah.
can get blocked and banned. Me and Yellow like, no, let's give it a little minute. No, let's see what they're going. Let's see where this is going. Yeah,
Yeah, I'd be
that's
like,
it. Let's see where
I'd be
this is
like,
going.
I'm not jumping up there today. Let me sit this one out. I be seeing it. I'd be like, let me just stay on over here, because I
Yeah.
already see how this gonna go. So yeah, I would
Mm-hmm.
say that's what
Mm-hmm.
y'all have in common for sure.
Yeah. I'm about to say he's competitive. I'm more collaborative, so that ain't it. He likes to be around people. I don't, so that I know that ain't it.
No, it's what is it? What do they call it? Affinity for foolishness. That's what it is.
Yeah. We both do like some
Clownery.
foolery.
Yeah.
Yeah, clownery and
Yeah,
foolery.
yeah. When it's time to fuck around, it's time to find out. So
Yep.
no,
Y'all
but
into
it's there's also a certain respect level that I think all three of us
Yeah.
got. Like for the most part, we operate in that neutral that I was talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Even though we all got our ways that we lean, I think that's why we all get along, because we stay in the neutral though. Like we always reset back to neutral.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
We can
saying?
reset back to neutral pretty easy. Like that de-escalated space. Whatever.
IG in the building. What's
I'm
up, bro?
too chill. I'm just too old to really be out here yelling at people. I'm just too old for that.
Look at y'all.
I'm the weaker vessel also. So like I be in my weak energy. I'm totally
that's a good
Yeah,
feature.
you gonna get this elevated.
What?
You
He keep calling me a creature, so I'm just really
I am a
Aren't
god,
you a new
you
creature in
dog
Christ?
creature.
Aren't you a new creature in Christ? Are you or are you not a new creature in Christ?
Nothing under the Pookie God. Okay. That's not
Are you a new creature in Christ?
I'm a new creation.
A new creature. Creature. CREAT.
Your mom can be
a crete.
I'm
You're
a
crete. Creature. You're
a crete.
Creature.
You've been created.
Yeah, you've been created. You've been created anew.
The process of creating.
I'll creep because it sounds like queef. I can't not hear that. I'll be that.
Shoot.
I just don't like it's like, oh, we're all creatures. You definitely had some energy when you said creatures. They're these creatures. No, that was some energy right there.
Yeah, buddy.
But hey, I'm married, so
yeah.
And I mean, I can respect it. I mean, that's what I was like. Little misogyny I get.
Yeah, I know you feel that. I see this
cool.
This nigga cooking.
Yeah.
I mean, no,
cooking.
Because he said it in between all the other dumb shit, so it was kind of like a.
Hey, Ruthless, if you're here today,
I couldn't give him. I couldn't give him cooking though. I couldn't give him cooking. If it was cooking, it was more like.
People be cooking.
Right. But see, you know what I don't call that cook. You just fucking up the food. That's what you was doing.
Technically,
I enjoyed it. It was funny. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I don't care what y'all say.
I know Rashawn was over there with his evil.
Yeah, because my favorite part was the fact that people went to like the Discord, like everyone reacted. I was like, see, y'all.
Oh yeah, we was having our own. Well, they don't be having the GIFs on YouTube. I just feel like GIFs capture sometimes.
The GIFs make it better. The emotion. The GIFs make it
emotion. The emotes and the GIFs, like we be needing it. We definitely be needing it.
That's where YouTube falls down. That's true.
Yeah. So let them get.
That would have been so great on Twitch. That would have been great on Twitch. Oh.
If anybody ever in chat gets to see the back chat GIFs and.
Oh my god. Whew. But yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, but it was a good conversation. Shout out to Greg. I know he thinks I hate white people. I don't know who told him that, but
he just made that a thing.
He's just decided I don't like white people, which is crazy.
Yes. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. But shout out to Greg yesterday. He was cooking. I said, okay, Greg, I see you.
Do you know?
Okay.
Yellow was like, man, when you got me agreeing with Greg.
I said, this nigga spitting. I was in the car. Talk to these niggas.
Man. Yeah. That was fun.
That's how I feel. So, yeah, he was cooking. No, it was a great stream. I'm glad I could not join because I don't think I would have been helpful. So, I'm glad that the men handled it.
Funny.
I stay in my creature cage.
It would have been fun.
In the chat.
Yeah, creature cage. Hey, yeah, the Gilded Creature Cage. I like it.
Yeah, the chat is for creatures. So
yeah, that's what's up. Yeah. I like that. Women should stay silent in the church.
Absolutely, because bitch, you ain't gotta worry about me even being there.
Right. You can count my silence as mandatory. Yeah,
right. I'm gonna be extra silent, invisible. All of it.
Right.
You won't even see me.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I agree with that rule. Because I don't be trying to do nothing anyway.
So what's the rule about men not being there? Because I'm following that one too. I want to follow that one.
I don't think
men gotta be there.
Shit.
Yeah, you gotta be there.
Yeah, you the leader.
So what type of identity do I need to assume to where they won't let me come in?
There's really not anything that a man could do to
yeah.
be outed by the black church besides be gay, maybe.
Yeah. No, because you can you can be in the choir, you can be in the music ministry.
That's true.
Yeah, I finna say.
Grow some locks,
Yeah.
wear some glasses, wear it in a ponytail.
Nah. Only thing you can do is smash the pastor's wife. They'll run you out. You smash the pastor's wife.
But if you smash the pastor too, he probably will let it slide.
Yeah, smash the pastor too, they'll let it slide. Just the wife. Yeah.
Yeah, just there. Yeah.
I feel like that's like
there aren't too many violations.
Being a super pookie, like out in the open, because it's really about respectability politics. So like being extra pookie probably would get you kicked out.
Probably not, because see, they'll
but just like loudly pookie.
Yeah.
Over time,
but they'll think they can redeem you. You'll see. Yeah. They'll see it. If you're completely irredeemable, but the fact that you're showing up, they'll think that your heart must be God's calling you.
Yeah.
You must feel convicted.
He's still
here
every
you're in the streets.
Sunday.
You know, we can still smell the streets on you, but God got you in here every Sunday. So God got a pull on your heart.
I think if you were addressed though to church, that would probably get you kicked out.
That Now, what I've seen, gender confusion seems to be worse than gay, because these gay people, like, they know they're gay, but like they don't know if
you gotta be out loud.
I don't know what you're trying to be. I don't know what you are. The confusion just like stirs up something in them.
It'll short circuit them. They'll kick you out of church for sure.
I mean,
we're moving one time or something.
I mean, no, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. And if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna be fly as hell. I'm sorry.
Nah, man.
What you mean? I am on Sheen. I'm on Fashion Nova.
I don't wear windows when they're closed dress. Nah, you gotta get it.
Nah, wear
little Bo Peep shoes.
Not the little Bo Peep shoes.
Nah.
Not you out here like Lil Uzi. You gotta go to church.
Because you know what? I done seen way too many women my size, and I see that they got some clothes that they can shop through. Okay. And I'm gonna take it.
Because he's definitely putting that
body.
No,
man.
Looking like
I'm gonna take advantage of it. Because you know how people like, if I was, people always be like, if I switch genders, it would automatically be the sex part, right? I'm go do this, and I'm gonna actually go shop for some clothes. Because you want to know why? You want to know who got it worse than women? Big men. Okay, big men got a tough time finding some clothes. Okay,
yeah, that's why they got the one store, the big and tall store. The only thing.
That's it.
Man,
there's like one in my city. There's two. No, there's two. That's it.
I ain't never shopped at a specific big and tall store. You want to know why? Because they be hiking up the prices. So what you had to use. It don't matter. It don't matter. No, it's a little bit more is cool. But you ain't finna you not finna charge me $100 extra.
Right.
Okay.
Put two shirts together. Just put two shirts together. It's a big person shirt. Don't charge me 5 times what only cost you twice the material.
I ain't nobody tell you.
Right.
This is Queen Sun Kiss. Hey. Long time no see. Good to see you. Good to see.
Hello. But that's probably the only thing you can do to get kicked out of the black churches. Wear a dress to church for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I could do that.
I'm just not gonna go. I can't. I do want to apologize to Yella for yesterday.
Okay.
So
what happened?
Just because I don't believe obviously what that guy believes. I think he's a Hebrew Israelite or Christian Israelite or something like that.
Yeah, so that's Israel Christian or Hebrew Christian. He said,
that's like a different denomination than me. So but I understand to Yella that we're all together. We're all in this together. So I apologize on behalf of whoever group, the Bible people. I'm just gonna say Bible people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it Bible people. That feels the most accurate.
Yeah,
because we was making some progress.
Yeah. I know all my progress over the past 2 days. I just watched it,
and then it's like somebody just deleted the save file.
God damn it!
it was fun. I don't care, man. I don't care. That was fun for me. That was fun.
Just deleted the file.
Yep. And I just watched it like, you know what? I might never play this game again. I don't think I want to start this file over.
I like the fundamental. It's like a fundamentalist. Like it feels like a very fundamentalist like type of Orthodoxy.
Fundamentalist makes my ass itch. Just anytime you start throwing that around, it just makes my booty itch.
I like it though. No, there's a lot that I'm trying to tell you. It's more palatable for me. Like other than where we departed on the like if God's in control of everything, then we could also be judged. Like that's a loop that I can't close.
Right.
Like if God is the causation for the thing, how can He hold me responsible for it? Like I can't do the predetermination part and be judged for the predetermined part. Like that part is
predetermined that I ain't shit.
Right.
I can't. But the rest of it, like the fundamentalist part of it, I'd rather take. I like that more than the kind of there's a Frankensteining that happens with like the standard Christian, where they kind of pick from these different sections of faith practices, and that becomes their Christianity. Now that I hate that. I'd rather you have one cohesive worldview that kind of makes sense, even if it's
goofy.
Like, even if it's goofy, I'd rather that than some of the stuff I've heard.
I can agree. I can respect that, if you want to stand 10 toes down and shit, I respect that. So yeah, absolutely.
Nah, I like it up to the point that I'm getting judged for something I can't control. Like that's my thing. That's it right there. That's my big departure. Yeah. Being judged for something I can't control, I can't abide that at all.
But yeah, I mean, I think if I was a man, I think I could rock with it a little bit better.
Okay.
Yeah, if I was a man, I think I could rock with it a little bit more. Hey, nigga.
Like I'll say you could.
I'm talking about the yellow blowing his nose.
Okay. Like, what? But yeah, I can see that. I think there's something, I don't know, the way we're groomed. I can
imagine being a woman just being like, yeah, I want to be that. And like, why?
I mean, why not? You can do anything and nothing really matters because God calls it. Why wouldn't y'all want that?
I also have to fuck people who see me as like creatures.
I mean, but you are.
And just would like knock me up and then like, it doesn't matter. Because they just got to be fruitful.
We're talking about yesterday's stream. We had like a theological debate. We were supposed to be talking about like sex and salvation. Didn't really get that done. But we had somebody up that was of the like Christian Israelite faith. And because of me, I'm one of those people that likes comparative religion.
You ate all my viewers?
Hearing that perspective was like, I hadn't heard that in such a long time. So I was entertaining it a lot, but I was entertained by it. So I was really like excited to hear some of these things I hadn't heard in a long time. I was like, yes, I love it. But everybody else was like, oh no. But I enjoyed it. It was wild, and everybody kept challenging his perspective, but he could, he could stand on it. So that's what I super respect that. Like having a strong stance is antithetical to what most people believe. And you're like, okay, I know that, but it is what it is.
I can respect carrying honors.
I can too.
Yeah, I respect
to a point. Yeah. Like
it's just another brand of carrying on. It's not my brand, but I can see the carrying on, and I respect
it.
Yeah, there's standing on business, and then there's that. Just saying.
Like I said, I'm cool. I like it. What's up, Greg? On your way to work? Man, I'm gonna try, Greg. But it's really hard to get women to listen to men because they've broken out of their submissive roles. They're so far gone now. It's really hard to get them to sit. So
leave us alone, please. Stop trying to come get us. We don't want to be gotten. Please leave us alone.
We need y'all back in the garden.
Well,
we need help.
Y'all starve. I don't know.
Oh, we don't.
Help. Y'all need. It sound like
let them heifers. Let them heifers go that way. Let them heifers go that way. Let them go. Let them heifers go that way.
Yeah, I'm joking. Yeah.
Submit to these.
No, he ain't.
Oh,
man, listen. Shoot. No, listen. For me, the way I see humanity right now, ain't nobody need to be submitting to nobody because there's probably what's that when was that Sodom and Gomorrah story where they was like, man, if I could find 50 good people, and then he kept bargaining like, if I could find 20 good people, if I could find one,
lower.
Man, listen.
Not God being like, he'd be like, how many? It's got to be 50 good people. God like lower.
Yeah.
Lower.
Yeah.
See, okay.
I
could put a number on it though.
If I could find one good person per church, like I would feel like I accomplished something. I don't even know that I could do that. I don't even know that I could find one genuinely good person per church. Like if we looked at their lives, not just how they presented themselves. Like if we went and followed them around and looked at the way they live,
right?
I
did say the kingdom of heaven is in my puss.
You did. And what is it? Only the 144,000 elect are going to enter.
That's cool.
That's still a high body count.
That's all right. It'll be the end of the world. Why not?
That's not even close. What are you saying? That pissed me off so much. Then it wouldn't even make a difference, dog. Like real shit. There is 7 billion
only 144,000 men who are virgins are going to go to heaven.
So say I had 7.
I feel like they said they haven't been with women. I might be connecting two different people, but I could have.
They get virgins. I think they get virgins when they go.
No, that's Muslim people.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I wouldn't want a bunch of virgins. That just didn't. Yeah. That never sounded appealing either. Why would I want a bunch of virgins? Why can't I have like a bunch of freaky bitches? Like those are the ones I want. Like
you can have that now. Watts.
Yeah, but see, I don't want to spend eternity trying to teach like how many 100 virgins. Like, can you imagine trying to teach 100 different women? How the heck? No, give me 6 freaks for the rest of my. Let's go. I don't even need 100. Yeah, give me 6 freaky bitches for eternity. They gonna come to my eternal hut. It's gonna be swings.
But you don't have a physical body though, so it's like
exactly.
Which is why that's why the virgin thing really doesn't make sense. Like why don't I care? Anyway, I
don't care, man. Look, whatever I got to bump against, whatever they got to bump against, whatever we got to bump against each other. I'm pumping whatever.
Mingle your light with my light. Mingle your energy.
Let's cross streams. Let's go. Let's cross streams, baby. Look, y'all get in this stream cross good.
Hey. Flow through these vapors real quick.
Right.
Y'all crazy. Something wrong with y'all. Y'all heathens. I'm turning my life over to the Lord. Forget all of y'all. But I guess I'll go ahead and get into today's topic. We've been carrying on long enough. I'm gonna be watching the poll through the stream. Sunday, we'll probably do Sunday because tomorrow's Yellow's wrestling thing. Enter the Limelight. So C3 Ultimate Wrestling. They'll be having their event. We'll be airing it here. So that will be me and Yellow's afternoon tomorrow. So I won't be able to stream tomorrow. But I do want to either do any of the 4 things that are in the poll. 3 of them are ready. Like 3 of them are ready to go. Streams are already ready. The only one I could put together a Diddy versus R. Kelly bracket kind of easily. But
we're gonna advertise that. We're gonna advertise that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's gonna be advertised.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, nah. I mean, we can make it Sunday, but yeah, that's gonna be advertised at least.
That was me who would drop that verse. I was saying that they're virgin. The 144,000 men are virgins.
They're virgins?
Yes.
Oh, well.
I posted. That's why I posted the scripture.
So he talking all that shit and he ain't even gonna be one?
No, I couldn't even believe that. Like if I had to believe that,
I wouldn't be capping for nothing that I ain't really even finna be a part of. Like something that I disqualify myself for.
Are incels. So you gotta
That's why incels are biblical. Like this is what.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
But with the way the world is going, it might be easier to find 144,000 virgins.
Yeah, you probably.
By the time Jesus came back, you probably could just go in a Reddit forum and just be like, "Hey, who want to go to heaven?"
Just grab the left half of West Virginia. Boom.
There we go. Yeah. I think it would be easier. Maybe a couple years ago, that would have been crazy, but nowadays, No, pretty easy.
Yeah. So Greg, yes, because we Yellow had determined that if we were ever going to do a Diddy or an R. Kelly beat bracket, it had to be the last beat bracket ever. So because beat bracket's going away, due to very limited participation, we're going to move on and send it off properly with the Diddy versus R. Kelly perv playoffs.
Did you see that?
Did he do it?
Hold
right?
on.
Wow.
Hold on. Speaking of which, I'm sitting up watching, what is it, CSI? Okay, I'm watching CSI, and they are like investigating some type of murder, and they find a sex tape. And on the sex tape, the people is all oiled up, and the detective just found a box full of olive oil.
Yeah, that's what they do. There's like a few things. Like
While we're
actually, it's like
talking about this,
that the reason they talked about it is because there's like damning evidence that he's doing that, because they make it hard for the people to escape, and it makes it so that they can't resist, basically. So they put it all over them so they can't resist and they can't get up and run away. So it's like,
how can you not resist? Because that seems like it will make you harder to grab
it
somebody.
Would make
like
me more
squeeze
slippery.
pig,
but like for them. But I'm just saying, like, as far as you also can't get up and run.
I mean,
and
you
then
can't get
people
up and
can
run,
basically
but the
like
get you.
use
flail
your body
for hours.
However,
I will flail for hours.
however they want to. But also, you could be tied up and like put into things so that you also.
I don't want to know too much.
Like, yeah, I'm trying not to.
I got you. Yeah, I got you.
I mean, hey, look, hold on. As long as what you're describing is consensual.
No, that's the whole thing.
No,
not. They like in these
so
particular.
None of that is okay.
In these particular situations in which they're talking about, that is part of the way that they make them not able to fight back or escape or run or a lot of different reasons. Yeah.
So to be fair, the scene I was watching was consensual. They was just both greasy.
Yeah. But
they was just both oiled up.
Yeah. Some people do like that.
Right.
Go on.
Yeah.
All right. Shout out to Anae. Shout out to Von Eric. Hello.
You.
Hey.
Y'all funny. Shout out to Greg. Shout out to 100 Watts. Man, shout out to everybody that came in. Miss Queen Sunkiss, I know I waved. I don't know if I spoke. I can't remember. I know I spoke to you about the comments, but I don't know if I said, hey, Miss Sunkiss. Yeah, I said long time no see. You're right. Thank you. Doesn't hurt to say it again. Hey, Miss Queen Sunkiss. Yeah, so today we're gonna go into the Curse of Eve. There was the track stars. I saw what happened for this week. Let me tell you what happened this week. I got into somebody else's algorithm somehow. I don't even know how, but I ended up watching I ended up getting some Track Stars podcast, and it's like a Christian based podcast, maybe totally Christian, like Hardly Initiated. So I watched several videos, and that's kind of what this week was topics that were spurned by that series of that rabbit hole I went down. Pause. So today's one is a video they talked about Eve, the curse of Eve, and when women dominating men and men being more weak. So we're going to talk about that, but I have another video to enter into that with. I'm just talking about butt stuff in general. Use coconut oil. Dose. What's up? Yeah, sound C3. So C3 Ultimate Wrestling, Dose will be the DJ, the sounds, the music, the tunes. He'll be that person tomorrow. All right, Bree.
Hey,
while Bree's disappearing, go ahead.
I'm finna say, since a lot of y'all is of the Christian, of having the faith type people, this promotion C3 Ultimate Wrestling is a family-based, Christian-based promotion.
Let's go.
Shows are presented in a certain way. We don't cuss, but we're gonna give you some wrestling. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of the sponsors and stuff are faith-based sponsors, like Limelight Comics, who the show is dedicated to. You know, it's a faith-based comic. So, you know, some of y'all got kids around y'all, gonna support them. And man, y'all show up tomorrow too. Like y'all been showing up all week for this. Show up tomorrow too. All right. Noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. DJ Dose gonna be there. I'm gonna be there. Rashawn gonna be lurking around in the stream. He gonna be doing the pre-show.
Yeah, maybe.
Y'all come on, maybe. We'll see.
I'll be doing the transitions and stuff. I'll be around. I'll definitely be around. Yeah, so that'll be cool. I enjoy it. Their product is pretty good. Even if you don't like wrestling, just check in because again, it's a good time. It's supporting a good cause. Again, if you're into like faith-based products, family value type products, it's solid. They're solid folks. I've enjoyed everything they put on. It keeps getting better and better. They keep improving. Eventually, on our side, we got to get some cameras. But, you know what I'm saying? We work with what we got. Because, man, Yellow done improved the product so much as far as multiple camera angles and doing in-ring instead of just, sitting at the announcing table. So it's been dope. It's been enjoyable. So anybody that does like wrestling, like you said, even if you don't, just pop through, support, drop a comment, say, hey, least you can do. I know you're like, nah, the least I can do is stay my butt out the chat. But no, do a little bit more than your least. How about that? A little bit more than least. That'll work. But today, to start off, before we get to the clip, the Track Stars clip that I want to actually react to, I want to get into an example that I don't know if Bree's heard, because me and Bree both watch this show from time to time. And I know Yella ain't heard it. So this is going to get us warmed up. No baby oil. I might have too many tabs open. Give me a second. I might have did myself.
Okay, don't be like Roland Martin now.
Nah, nothing like that.
You got the right tab.
Devin, what's up?
Devin, that's me. Hey, Dr. John, it's an honor to speak with you, my friend. I appreciate all that you guys do.
Thank you, John. That's me.
Right. He might have been the one that had
that's me. So what's up, brother? How can I help?
I think it was John.
So the compound question's got two parts. If you'll indulge me like 15 seconds to get that out, I am well prepared.
Go for it.
Let's go.
I am not well prepared. This ought to be good.
Love it. So when you're the people pleaser in a relationship and always fixing the problems to protect or make your spouse's life easier or help keep the peace.
Now, again, Bree, I know just because what we were talking about before the stream, I know you'll really appreciate this one.
What do you do when you encounter a problem that you cannot fix? And the second part of that question, we'll see if you can link this together. What do you do when your wife gives you an ultimatum? You give me a third baby or else?
You got bigger fish to fry. Walk me back on the people pleaser part. Tell me what you mean by that. Unpack that.
Well, I mean, it's kind of how I've always been. Just always kind of walk on eggshells, make sure everything else is taken care of, keep everyone else happy. In terms of my relationship with my wife, it's very much no conflict, just the happy wife, happy life, which is a terrible way to live your life.
Absolutely. It's terrible. Yeah.
And in a number of ways, early on, I would try and come up to like a conversation that was difficult, and I would just kind of get shot down very aggressively, very quickly. Quick rebuke and then punishment, like days or weeks of silence. At a certain point, I just sort of retreated and was like, all right, I'm not even going to go near the third rail anymore. But what has happened is those small things have gone by and I've kind of laid down. Now we're getting to the bigger, complicated life issues. Lay down. And then the communication is just broken. I can't stand up for it. But
stand up.
In terms of like the direct problem here, I'm kind of the one who's always walking in front to kind of cushion life, to make sure everything's okay for her, make sure there's no stress in her life, and do everything I possibly can, going above and beyond to make sure there's no issues in her life. I've kind of created like a fake ecosystem that she lives in. So she doesn't even necessarily see why a third child would be so difficult, because I've made life so much easier, but I'm just out of bandwidth, my man. I got like nothing left in the tank.
Yeah.
I'm just very stressed out by it all. So people pleasing is the one problem. The second part is like, now we've had that train of issues not resolved, and we're at this big one that I just can't fix to make her happy, which is devastating to me too.
Yeah, man, I hate this for you.
Thank you.
I hate hearing when men are doing the best they can with the tools they got, and their wives or partners run all over them, and it doesn't. It goes unnoticed and it goes uncared for, and here's the bigger deal: it goes undiscussed. Because I know millions of men are working their just working their butts off. And it might not be the right thing, but man, the effort is there, and a simple conversation, or like you mentioned early on, changes the entire trajectory of a relationship. But here you find yourself this many years later, and you're at an impasse. This is a weird question. You get something from this excessive amount of people pleasing. What do you get on the day to day, and not just like a friction free life? Obviously, I get that you just do whatever she says, you eat wherever you want to eat, you get whatever couch she says you want to get, and you just go figure it out because it's not worth the fight. But you get something from this as well. What is that?
Sure. I think that's a great question. I think I like to be liked, or I need to be liked.
Yeah.
But the other problem is, like, I do like to be liked, but because I crave that, I like lose the respect of the people that I want to like me because they just walk on.
That's it.
If that makes sense.
1,000,000%. And nobody, I think people want two things simultaneously. They want things to be easy. They want to quote unquote be happy, right? So they want to get whatever they want whenever they want it. And then deep down, nobody really wants that because they know it's not safe, right?
Sure.
Man.
I wish
Do you have an example of a relationship in your life when you finally stood up for yourself and said, "I'm
that part ain't." There's a part where there's something she said I want to yell at her here for sure.
Okay.
I don't feel like dealing with that. So let me just tell you. She basically said if she doesn't get the third baby, it's going to ruin a relationship. Then she went on. It kept escalating over the course of months. First it was like, I'm going to be upset. It's going to bother me. It's going to ruin a relationship. Then she's like, if you don't give me the baby, I'm going to find somebody else who will. So I was like, dang. But I ain't trying to, wait until we get to that.
Man, why you want to tell me that?
What, man?
Now, why you go tell me that?
Hey, man, I had to tell you because I wasn't about to wait through the rest of that 20-minute video to figure out because it's a little quick little sentence, but I didn't know where it was, and it was going to go into the childhood. But that's an example of the dude that's getting run over, which we're getting ready to talk about in this next clip.
Man.
But the people pleasing, I thought the people pleasing would be interesting to Bree because of what she was talking about before the stream. Because the people pleasing.
So he said that his wife said, "Give me baby number 3."
Yes.
Or I'll find somebody who will.
Yeah, not I will divorce you. I'm just going to go get the baby batter from somebody else. Not I'm divorcing you. Not I'm leaving. I'm going to get the third baby from somebody else, and you're going to take care of it.
See, okay, so there's a response that I have for that, right? But for censorship reasons, and for the sake of not getting people to not follow and stop listening, I'm not going to even say my response to that statement.
It's crazy. But that's more common than you would think. People doing wild, crazy stuff. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely crazy. But like to the point of the clip that we're going to play, women are being more, I would say, aggressive towards what they want, and men are being more passive in relationships. So in life, period. But it's been a common thing. Everybody's talking about it. Men are less masculine. Women are more. Different versions of the language, but the same concept emerges. Beta. But in this clip, this is where we're starting for today's conversation. But I wanted to get that demonstration of kind of what it looks like in a relationship. This aspect right here.
I'm back.
Man, but how does that? I don't even understand how that. Okay, no, because I understand.
Let's go.
I understand the downside of being a people pleaser. Like, I get that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't equal the response, though, right? And I understand
what you mean by the response.
The response by who?
What are you referring to, and what is the response?
Him being a people pleaser How does him being a people pleaser translate to her getting to that point in life?
Oh, spoiled.
They spoil and they lose respect for you.
Yeah, it's to give him an inch, they take him out. Yeah,
because spoil basically spoiled brat.
He has a low character wife.
Yeah,
he has a low character wife, but he's also problematic. And that, like when Bree was talking to us before the stream, people pleasing is a sort of dishonesty, and he admitted it.
Yeah,
it might have slipped by because what he said was, "I've created in my efforts to people please and make her life comfortable, I've created a fake ecosystem around her." So that she does not know the circumstances that the family exists in. She doesn't even know that I'm at the end of my bandwidth or that we cannot really sustain a third child. She has no knowledge of that because I've made a facade around her, a fake bubble of comfort. So she's feeling a comfortableness like, oh, we've got room. We got plenty. Oh, this is wonderful.
He's creating the level of unawareness that's also making her feel like he's being unreasonable, but not giving her what she wants.
Yes. So although it's unreasonable to demand a baby from somebody, his body, his choice, but he's lied to her about the status of the family. She has no idea what situation they're in. So that's problematic. It's dishonest.
Yeah. And then also she has no respect for him because he never tells her no.
Yeah. And see,
like he was saying like my people pleasing makes people lose respect for me. And like Dr. John said, like, people who if you always say yes to me, you're always positive, you're always smiling for me, because I'm not seeking to get anything from people generally, because I'm self-sufficient and capable and I'm not a codependent girly. That's dangerous to me. Like I see that as unsafe. Like you're not a safe person. So like that is usually a flag to me. But for people who maybe came from codependent family dynamics or are at a deficit themselves, they are more open to that type of like dynamic. So typically these are two people who are just like magnets and kind of end up together because one's a people pleaser and the other one's
a giver and a taker.
Yeah. So
it makes perfect sense. So I'm open if there's any people pleasers that just want to pour into somebody and give incessantly until it hurts.
You wouldn't even like that. You don't even like people giving you compliments all the time because you like
no. I don't want you giving me compliments. Words of affirmation bother me because words are easy to give. But if you want to give of your time, give of your energy,
your wallet,
give of your substance, those are sacrifices that I can appreciate. Your words, I can say anything. Bree, you are the smartest human to have ever existed on this planet.
Wow, that's
as well as you, Yella. It's like a tie. It's a two-way tie for the smartest human that has ever existed.
Wow.
The two of you are, respectively, as a man and woman, the most attractive people that have ever lived. See how easy those lies can just pour off somebody's lips?
Hold on.
Lies are
that ain't no lie.
It's just like everything that I've ever wanted to hear my whole life. Like,
exactly.
But that wasn't no lie, though.
Matter of fact, and you're both going to be rich.
The second one wasn't a lie.
Spin around 3 times, light a candle.
Oh no, that's a lie. I'm gonna be broke.
And then play Money by the OJs.
Yeah. So you had me. You had me for a second.
I honestly, like out of all the archetypes, I hate people. I mean, like they're really nice people. I could never. I know myself. I could not be in a relationship with a people pleaser. Man, they irk me.
Give me a people pleaser, please.
They irritate my spirit. Like I just can't. Like I can be cool with them, but in an intimate partner, like it's no. It's a no for me,
baby.
Yeah.
Give it to me.
So he's created a monster.
He's helped create a monster. Later on in the video, that's John Deloney. Yeah, her parents also. She's like an only child that also never got told no. Yeah, so
of course.
She was primed for that, which is why she sought him out, because that continued the pattern. So it's perfect. I've been hearing local radio, the real life conversations outside the internet space, saying men being cucked or women know the kid is the man's. Ooh, we've been watching Paternity Court. Jesus Christ.
That's been happening.
Oh boy, some men planning ahead of potential divorce cheating. It's bad, man. It's getting rough. And I would say that the culture, when everybody talks about the patriarchy, like it was a real thing at one time where men were kind of allowed to kind of run roughshod over women, and women were expected to be like demure, mindful, genteel,
very cutesy.
They were expected to be that. They carried that culture forward. They taught the girl children to be that kind of woman when they grew up. So they sustained that sense of morality and virtue. Like it was taught as a thing that they needed to at least present that. That's not the case anymore. So now women are just as bad as men. So everybody's trash. It's like now it's a free for all. It's like, woo. That's my supposition. Yeah, take it or leave it. I think everybody's trash. It's really bad. Morally bankrupt. I think women held the line, and maybe it was because they had to. I don't know, but I really feel like women carry morality more so than men for a really long time. But now it's just like
no.
I think the culture, like for the most part, when women were home, like women historically were responsible for passing out like culture and etiquette and like societal stuff to the children. So whatever the plan was, it was like the women were home, so they taught them, all their manners and blah blah blah. So I think historically under patriarchy, women were more responsible for passing down culture because the dads were like working from like sun up to sundown anyway. So. Yeah, I think that's more so true how it was. So like if they were Christian, the mom was like very instrumental in passing down those values outside of like going to church or maybe dad does a Bible study. But yeah, I think that's accurate. Just because of utility and function. Like
it was a good do as I say, not as I do. Because
and this is before our parents. I'm talking about the moms who raised the boomers, like back when the dads were working in the factories from like sun.
So you mean like
our granddad?
So you mean like our parents, Bree? Them women was trash too.
That's what I'm saying. The women I'm talking about in that structure were before our parents, not the millennial parents. Like our parents, they was like no,
right?
Their moms.
So you're saying like our? So you're saying
my
like
grandma
our?
Was like
Right.
So I'm talking about her mama. Them was probably the last generation of women. Like my grandma, my great grandmother, or my great grandmother, probably was the last generation of women who mostly were like traditional.
Okay.
My grandma bucked the system. She was out here in these streets.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know what generation you was. I thought you was talking about that generation.
Okay. Silent generation. I'll say silent generation. Silent generation is like. Because the women I knew from the silent generation, all of them had some philanderous dudes. Like the dudes was out here. The women
20s
held down
and
the home
like
and the family.
The 1900s and the 20s and shit like that. Yeah, during the depression and shit like that. Yeah.
So the dudes were a lot tended to be a lot more abusive. Again, I'm not making excuses, but they had been abused as kids. So I mean, it's like they were a lot more abusive. They went around, had multiple families, and the women. Every single one. I know one, man. The dude wouldn't even let her stay in the same bedroom, and she stayed with him.
Yeah, they used to be heavy on that. They was heavy on it.
It was crazy, but he would go sleep in somebody else's bedroom different nights of the week. It's like
that's like Fences. That play. They made a movie of it, but
Denzel and Viola was in.
They was getting down like that back in the day.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Different rooms. He go sleep down the street. You know it, man. They was wilding.
But I'm not saying that all women were good, all men were bad. I'm not saying that. I'm just thinking that the way society was set up allowed men more permissiveness than it did for women. That's kind of my general statement. I used to think trying to please everyone, keeping everyone happy was a good trait. But the thing is, you can't keep everyone happy. That's facts. And they will take advantage of that. That's true too. And Doe says, I do whatever for my wife. But I'm an asshole. I love it.
You know what? I think that's really nice when people decide to do that. But once again, I know myself. I can't handle that kind of doting. I cannot handle that level of doting because I will definitely live up to your expectations of walking all over you.
Man.
Disrespectfully. So, I know my limits.
Yeah. And see, that's my thing. I ain't about to get disrespected for too long. You got like 2 times. First time you got
because he, like that man said, you lose respect. You lose.
But where's the limit to that? But where's the limit?
Is knowing yourself, and you mean to like to the person who knows they can't handle it, or to the people pleaser?
Okay. Because my thing is, I understand the concept, but it also sounds very vague at the same time.
Okay,
because a lot of times people don't really know how to overcorrect. I mean, people don't know how to properly correct. They overcorrect, right?
Yeah, people pleasers are like the epitome of overcorrection because typically it's a crippling insecurity due to abandonment issues. So like that's generally the what's behind people pleasing.
Right, but I hate you, brain. Okay, there was something you said that kind of resonates on a lot of different levels, and this just seems to be another level added on for women, that they could just be able to be like, oh, you've done this, now I can walk over you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
they give themselves permission to be assholes.
Yeah, and that's wild. Like,
and that's what I'm
crazy.
saying. Like, I want you to understand when I say that a lot of this stuff is subconscious or unconscious thoughts, even in the people pleaser. Hold on. Even in the people pleaser. Like, so they don't in the moment say, I'm going to people please to this person, even no matter what they do. They're not saying that. And typically the other person who's on the receiving end is also not thinking, I'm going to take them for all they've got. It's not like no one's intent, like it's not a bad intentioned dynamic always. That's what I want you to get. So like the people pleaser doesn't have bad intentions, and the person who they're spoiling typically does not have bad intentions, at least in the front end, right? Like maybe after resentment settles in and bitterness and the loss of respect, like that stuff settles in, and then you will get negative behaviors and disrespect after. But on the front end, neither party is coming in intending to. So like I just know that about myself, right? Like
Bree's a terrible person.
Yeah, like I'm not infallible. Like I'm just this. That's what I want people. I really would like for people to understand. Like no person, how every person experiences people different. Me in certain dynamics is so different than me in a different dynamic, and that's not to say that it makes it okay. But that's what makes a toxic relationship. Just like Yella said, like I'm generally nice. I'm a softie. I'm not out here trying to hurt people. I'm aware of how big I am and how scary I am. But if you get with a toxic person, they will bring out literally the worst parts of you. Like the worst parts of you. And that's my worst part. Like that is just me. That's just something that I know about myself. I cannot handle someone giving me everything on a platter, including their self-respect. And not take it like I wouldn't necessarily try to take advantage of them, but I just know that it will bring out the not best version of myself, and like people can feel how they want to about it, but I've done it enough times to know it's not something I can be conscious of in the moment to not lean into that side of me. So it's better for me just to not do it, and I think that's okay. Like people,
and it's kind of normal. Dr. Deloney said it too. Like Dr. Deloney explained it to the dude, like doing that. Everybody says, well, I'd love it if I got everything I wanted. But truth is, they wouldn't enjoy that.
It makes you
most people think they want to get everything, but it kind of ruins the moment. Like there's an example from video games. My nephew, playing GTA, grind. You got to grind to get all that money, make sales, and it take hours. It's so, just buy a shark card. But people will waste 8 hours a day trying to grind to buy some car, which is stupid. But he finally bought an account that had like billions of dollars in it. But then he got bored because he could afford everything. Like there's a psychology. There's a psychology that ruins like part of the thrill of like is expectation and pursuit. Like there's anticipation,
earning it.
Yeah, anticipation. Yeah, there's certain psychological principles that you need that delayed gratification, because if everything comes easy, you get bored, and bored people start making problems.
And also that's not safe, because I know as a human, there's no way, there's none of you in here. Like you don't want anything. You don't have a boundary. You don't have a line. You don't have a sense of, because the people pleaser is not only going to be people pleasing you. Like this is a core trait of them. So that means they're probably going to have issues with setting boundaries with family members. They're going to have issues setting boundaries with your kids later on. They're going to have an issue setting boundaries at work if they work. This is not a positive trait. So you can say, well, they're
extra shifts.
I dated a people pleaser. It was the worst relationship I ever had in my life. At first it was great because whatever I want, it wasn't even like it. You like flowers? I'll get you flowers. You want this? I'll get you this. Do you want to go here? I'll take you here. At first, it's great, and he wasn't a narc. I'm not gonna say that, but it's just like he's just people pleaser. Like I want to give you whatever you want. Tell me, I'll give it to you. Yeah. Great on the front end, amazing.
Then it becomes a personal assistant that's up your butt.
or when you start to see when it's permeating, when you see it across everything and it's affecting the relationship, and you're like asking them to assert boundaries, not necessarily between us, but maybe like with work or other people, and then they can't, you lose respect for them, because then you understand that this is not a choice, this is a compulsion,
it's a limitation.
Okay, that goes further. Okay, that goes further than that, and I can kind of see where he was saying. Now that makes sense.
Yeah.
But it really is, a lot of times it just seems like it'd be one dimensional. It kind of just seems like because he's a certain type of way with me, I feel compelled to be this certain type of way with him.
No, then the bitterness and the resentment settles in, and that's where the toxic maybe starts to come out.
Yeah. But your version is true too, Yella. There are some people that they just pedestalize that woman. They're not even people pleasers, but they've been taught that they should pedestalize women. They get the same type of resentment and treatment. So it ain't got to be like multi-dimensional. It could just be with that one person, and the same thing happens.
Yeah.
Right. And it's almost like to the point to where you can't even really like your woman.
That's true too.
I mean,
for certain levels of development, it's a maturity thing, because the push pull does work with a lot of people because they're underdeveloped mentally. Like
and some people like to be pedestalized. Some people have that. Like, some people enjoy that dynamic. I just never have. I just don't.
Yeah, but it also seems like there's no level. That's why I was saying, like, where's the line? Because there is no level of how much can I like my girl before it gets to pedestalize. Before it gets to pedestalizing her and her thinking it's okay to possibly get yeeted.
No, I think, well, that, but that's what I'm saying. You got to understand that in this marriage, like over time, resentment, if this person's a true people pleaser where they have no boundaries, they have issues setting boundaries, there's going to be resentment and bitterness that settles in, and then the toxicity, it becomes a toxic dynamic. So like when you're listening to, this is a toxic dynamic, like the bitterness is in their resentment, and that just makes people like terrible. But I would say if you're just talking about just like pedestalizing the person you're with, like you hold them up to a high regard, some women like that. Like some women do like that. I'm not one of those women, so I wouldn't take what I'm saying as like all women are that way. I just know I don't like that.
And it's also like some people. This is also, we're talking about two people that are failures at communication, because if you're not in a relationship communicating that, listen, these behaviors or these things that you're doing for me, these don't work for me. Actually, they bother me in some way, or they don't make me feel appreciated. Even though I know you're doing these things to appreciate me, I need you to pull back on this. Like if the person that's dealing with the people pleaser can't communicate that, that's a failure on them. So like it's a two-way street. The people pleaser isn't communicating what they really need, that they're trying to buy with all this attention or whatever, like the closeness. They can't communicate that. But the person receiving the pleasing, they're not being pleased, and they're not saying no to it. So there's a failure there too. That's what I'm saying. It's a development issue where you can't communicate what you're actually feeling and thinking. Everybody's just walking in blind and just acting off of it.
And just
he's
reacting.
Pleasing because he's thinking, nobody's saying no to the things I'm giving, so I'm thinking it's good. And the person taking it is like, well, they're not going to stop, but I'm not going to tell them to stop either. So both of them, because
they're doing this for them. And then sometimes there's even like both people, if they like stick, it's almost like both people are kind of people pleasers in some way, just in different ways. Like they like to give, and the other person will just take whatever because they're like, oh, they seem so happy when they were doing it. So like I don't want to like disappoint them. So it's kind of almost like two people pleasers kind of get together, I feel like, and then just like a bad mix. I don't know.
I started setting boundaries about 10 years ago. The people that will be there will be few. Those who respect it and those who don't just moved on. Wish them, but same.
Right.
Going through that myself. Thinking in lines when it's overwhelming, overbearing, or a bit cringy for being a bit of a king or queen servant type of thing. Yeah, and it's like, and people can communicate, because maybe I just can't. Like Dude said, he set up a fake ecosystem, and he said she doesn't even know that we can't handle a third child. Like, why does your wife not know what state the family's in? Why does your wife not know?
Because his thing he loves is just for her to be comforted. He don't want her to feel nothing. And I think there are a lot of men like that. Like, my highest thing, I want you to be comfortable. I don't want you to worry about nothing. Like, there's a lot of men who feel like that's the highest expression of love, right? Like, so I get that, but
her knowing that one more kid would break the bank. Like
and that's how the person becomes a burden. That's how the person becomes a burden. Yeah.
It's no longer comfortable when all of a sudden y'all can't afford.
I mean, you uncomfortable. She comfortable though, because I'm been guarantee you, if they have that third baby, he gonna find a way to make her comfortable in it.
No, but see, he said he's out of his bandwidth. That's why he's reaching out, because he's like, I'm desperate. Like
I'm either crumble or he gonna find something else. Yeah.
Yeah, but when it crumbles, then she's gonna be shocked and feeling betrayed because there was a facade. So I mean, the comfort, the lie now or the truth later. Like either they can get comfortable in the truth, or you can keep the comfortable lie up until you can't, and then it gets uncomfortable. So it's where do you want the discomfort? Like the sacrifice is going to happen, either on front end or back end.
Sometimes that's why I say people pleasers are really selfish at the end of the day, because a lot of times the pleasing that they're doing is for themselves, is for that. He on the call.
It's all good. I'm play a little. I'm gonna start the video. This is where I was supposed to be starting. So hour into it. Now we're getting to the video I was trying to start with. So that's me. That's my bad.
There's an agenda right now where they're trying to make men not masculine. Yeah. Because then the woman will want to dominate them. And this all goes back to the Bible. Eve, what did she do in the garden? I love the principle. She tried to dominate her husband in the sense of, I know best, right? Because he wasn't standing up to his role. He's supposed to tell her, this is not what we're doing. Yeah. I got clear instructions from God. That's leadership. And he wasn't doing so. So she made the decisions for both of them, and it led them to sin. And it said that that women will always be cursed with wanting to have dominion over a man. And I think today's generation, since we were talking a little bit about religion, I think that we are struggling with the curse of Eve. It's so funny. You know how people say, if I was Eve, I would have never ate that apple. We're eating it every day. Like we're trying to have dominion, so much power over men. I think the agenda is to make men soft and weak so that women have to step up and now be masculine.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Bree, Yella, how's that hit y'all? What y'all think about that?
Give me a second.
Oh, he's on the call. Do your thing. All right, Yellow.
I don't even know, man.
What's going on with you, man? Come on, let's step outside of what's going on. You sound defeated. You sound defeated.
I don't even know.
What happened? What happened in the last 15 minutes, bro?
I don't know how she meant that. I don't know how she meant that. So I don't even know how to even respond. I kind of am. My brain can't take it no more.
The fact that even if you do everything a person wants, it's still not good enough.
My frontal cortex can't process this shit no more. I'm short circuiting. Because she said. It's an agenda to make men less masculine because of the curse of Eve. Now, how long has this idea of the curse of Eve been around?
Let me see. The Bible, I'm gonna say Genesis. This story is probably around 4,000 years old. If we were going on a timeline, I'm trying to remember.
Stop.
They would say this was when they hold up, because real quick, they said it was around 6,000 years ago when it happened, but this story probably would have generated around 4,000 years ago.
Right.
Probably got written around since the beginning. 2,000 years ago.
Right. That's what I would say. Right. I wasn't saying just stop to you. I was saying to this idea of, well, we're just like this because we're just, at this point you can just stop. You can just stop. You can't just stop at this point. That's that I'm so aware of the thing that I'm gonna keep doing. I don't know. That's what it's like. I don't know how she even tried to present this. I hate life so much.
But see, this goes to Ruthless Truth and what he said about the unstable instability of the whole up. Because he said this was all predetermined. And listen, this is in the New Living Translation. Let me read this to you. This is what God said to the woman after they violated. Okay, after they violated God. I will sharpen the pain of your pregnancy. Again, New Living Translation. This is not the KJV. I will sharpen the pain of your pregnancy, and in pain you will give birth. and you will desire to control your husband, but he will rule over you. Patriarchy. I had a patriarchy. That was me. But you know what I'm saying. You will desire to control your husband, but he will rule over you. So that part of the verse is like, it feels like the predetermination, because it's been said from
basically since the beginning,
thousands of years ago.
Yeah. But my whole thing,
okay,
once again, when you start talking about the stupid God thing, which I love, it's like, so you made everything perfect, but somehow when you made her, you made her with like a glitch, like
so defiant, right?
Trying to defy her husband. So either we were made to be defiant, either we were made to be defiant. Because if she came out the riblet defiant, then either she was never made to be submissive in the first place, and the submissiveness is just punishment.
Yeah. Thank you.
Or it's not a curse. Then we just kind of was made this way.
That's right.
Thank you.
Genesis 3:16 said, "Stone cold will open up a can of whooping."
I mean, it just sounds like we were made to be what I like when Jordan Peterson and them were doing the deep study of Genesis, and they were like friction. They were saying something about the Hebrew term for the or the wife.
It's like
create. I can't remember which word it was, but it was like it's friction. It's a type of friction, like it's a constant. Sex is friction, but also like that's the purpose of the other person is to not have everything comfortable and without ease. It's like a fucking disease, basically. I mean, in essence, Eve's a cancer. How about that?
But she's more than that though, because there was the other term that got used when everybody says "help me." The term was Ezer Kenegdo. I'm sure it's not the proper pronunciation. But it kind of everywhere else in the Bible where they got used, it was talking about a savior. So, it's one part of the word talks about like a conflictual part, like a like
push
pull
kind of,
push pull, which I think is I think that's why they talked about the friction, is because of that push pull dynamic, the counterbalance,
right?
But it also talked about it. It always talked about the Lord. When it talked about Kenegdo being like the savior, I think there was about 3 passages when I remember studying that. Stop it. But I think that there's a layer deeper meaning that we don't have access to because of the cultural and time differences of what they actually meant when they said those words. We made something to help me, but those words had more meaning. Those phrases had more meaning to them because when we look into them, we see different layers of meaning, and we don't know what they were trying to say. We've assumed. But we don't know, because
it would make sense that if she came from him, then like almost like women are a expression of like God. Some people think God's a man. It's crazy. But if women are within, let's just say Adam and all of his fullness was a image of God, like a kind of personified image of God, right, in flesh. Then the fact that the female could come out of him would mean that she's still some aspect of God. So it only makes sense that if they're equal opposites, that she would be a counterbalance to his very nature. And then they are a split expression of God together, right? So, I mean, it kind of makes sense that she would be this counterbalance for him. And it kind of also makes sense that it wouldn't necessarily be a inherently submissive counterbalance if they are both equal expressions of God, just to the opposite. Right. So like that's why I was like, maybe it's just we were made defiant. Defiant in the sense of the actual the power struggle was the curse. The power struggle was the curse.
Yeah. That was the beginning of the gender war. The gender war started immediately.
Immediately.
Yeah. Immediately.
Adam had the first dream.
And this is like on brand for God. Like y'all trying to team up against me, fine, make y'all fight each other all the time.
Adam did the first "these women ain't shit" stream, but it was like he was just talking to the animals and shit. Like it was just a bunch of the animals was sitting around like, oh, you know what I'm saying, or whatever like animal he was talking to.
Adam said he want one of them too. He wanted some friction. He won't be rubbing up on somebody.
Yeah.
He said, I'll give you friction. Okay.
Man, I ain't gonna get into that.
And see, I would think about it like if she came from his rib, then she would be more like him than the opposing side, because then that still loopholes the necessity of women being intentionally difficult.
No, I wouldn't say opposing as in like opposition, like an enemy. I'm just saying like
but that's where we're
Adam,
at, though.
but I'm just saying if Adam was 100% a direct image of God in the flesh, then once he split into two beings, they're still together a full expression of God. Now, even separately, they're not, but like together, they would be a full expression. So she's equal. He's her equal. She is his opposite in the sense of it's a spectrum now. Like it's binary now. What was once whole is now binary, and they're opposite expressions of the same being.
Yeah.
So this
which
is new.
Creates a natural friction, not a toxic friction. It should have just created a natural kind of.
So there are two people now instead of her being a part of him.
I mean, it was just he was split. The part of him that was split into a further expression. I mean, it's just like a splitting. She came from him. Like,
I mean, it's a rib, though.
I mean, let's just say scientifically, you need bone matter, you need marrow, like you need DNA to create a person. Like bone marrow, stem cells. Like if someone has cancer and they need to be treated, you can reset someone's whole immune system with the bone marrow from another person, right? So there could be, let's just pretend it all was true. Like there is some utility into making another expression of a person from bone matter. Like it has all the things genetically. It has all the things you would need to make a whole nother human.
Right. No, I get that. The process with said bone matter in this situation is only the bone matter was used to generate an entire human being. So that means they took part of the person and made another person. Now, I don't know I don't know.
Yeah, we don't have enough information about this.
I'm about to go get some Oreos. I'll be back. I can't do that. I'm about to go get some Oreos. I'll be back.
Did he just grow over the course of 2 weeks? Like, did he put her under a UV lamp and then she just, that's why I was like, it's more like a cloning, I would say.
Yeah.
Because it ain't like he put her in the ground and she just, over 3 months.
Sprouted.
She sprouted.
Man, yeah, that's too funny.
So she didn't grow from Adam. I think people take the rib as like a direct correlation to how much of him she was taken, but I don't see it that way. But I could be wrong.
Yella having his mind blown about this topic is hilarious.
I think it's the people pleasing that took him out.
I think it took him out, but I just want to say thank y'all. I don't know why I felt compelled to have a week of like kind of black churchish themes. I have no idea. I can't remember why. I remember I fell in. I don't even remember how I fell into that rabbit hole, but I did, and we're here. And I made it to the end of the week, so I'm thankful. I'm thankful for y'all for making it. Got chaotic at times, but we're here. So this will be the last of it. It was entertaining. I had to cancel the one for Saturday because I forgot about wrestling. So this will be the last one. We may try something next week. I'm gonna watch the poll towards the end.
You be in your bag.
I'll be trying. The topic in there is what happens when Eve is on top. That's the topic.
Hey.
Yeah.
Man.
If God is a woman and made man first, does that make women responsible for the patriarchy? It's always women's fault. Because as we found out yesterday, they are unstable creatures.
I'm a creature.
Yeah, you're a new creature in Christ, Brie. Don't. Apple not falling from the tree.
I'll be a creature. But yeah, I mean, that's what it's just interesting me. Like, I don't think the curse was defiance. I think Eve was made as an oppositional force almost. Not like an enemy, but just like an equal but opposite. Like, it's supposed to be a yin yang kind of.
I think she's supposed to be like a vice president. She's supposed to be the complements. Like, I bring the things that you lack. Like, I will bring. I shore up your where you fall short. I feel.
Well, wouldn't that be the nature of splitting a whole being into two beings? Like, wouldn't you think if they're opposite expressions of each other? No, I'm just saying, like this, like the yin yang. Like, if he was a whole encapsulated being, as he was, according to the story, he was made as one whole being. He did not have a partner. So yeah, she is an equal opposite expression of God. Like they're both together the image of God.
All right.
I mean, it just makes sense.
This is where I lose somebody, and I'm sorry. This is where I lose somebody, and it's a sidetrack. So why, if God saw that He made man in His own image and it was good, why wouldn't He make another one?
Yeah, why may not make a whole nother?
So why is God homophobic? Because if Adam was perfect, why wouldn't you make two perfect people to be each other's companions?
He should have just made him a gay man, and then we wouldn't be in this issue. We wouldn't have made this problem. He would have made a whole nother man.
I don't think he would have been. That's the only thing that would have made sense. If Adam was perfect and in your image, why would you then take a piece of it and then make something that's going to defile the original?
He was people pleasing. He the original people pleasing. The first person wanted to be pleased, and God acquiesced. He said, all these animals. I'm just saying, but it was like I gave you all these animals. I gave you plenty to do everything good, and you like the one thing I don't have. That's what I want. I want that. Yeah. And God was like, "Oh, you want that?
Okay. Let me give it to you.
You know, I'm not gonna make you a whole nother full being. You're gonna be wrestling with yourself for all of eternity."
You know, why would I want to be okay with somebody like that?
Have at it.
It just seems like a petty ass fulfillment of a reasonable request. Especially from you talking about somebody who actually did the thing he was supposed to do. And he said, "Hey, look, I've been the good servant. I've been the good person you wanted me. I did every job you did." Yes, he did.
He didn't make him with he didn't make him with a mate. I'm saying he didn't make him with a mate to.
No, but I'm saying
that's why
when he asked for that. Hold on, wait. The way you put it is he asked for a mate, and he was like, "Oh, I'm not gonna make you nobody perfect. I'm gonna give you somebody who's gonna be on bullshit. Here you go."
I just feel like it was it was splitting the one into two.
But that's my point.
Wouldn't that make sense with the rest of the story, though? Wouldn't that make sense?
To me, I'm just saying. We don't know why he made Adam. People say but when Ruthless was talking about it yesterday, I'm just saying he sounded like he made Adam simply to work his garden. I don't feel like he had no high. I don't think he had any high.
He was just a worker.
He was a worker. He just made him to work the garden. Like I honestly feel like that's why he was originally made. People feel how they want to feel about it. It wasn't no grand scheme of like he wanted to show his glory through himself. I mean, that's goofy. I don't understand it. I think he simply just wanted a worker for the garden, which is why he didn't make him with a mate, because he had no intention on him procreating to make it more.
But God doesn't need it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep my belief suspended enough to have the conversation, but all of it is just so stupid.
It just sounded like he was bored. Wanted a garden.
Out of my system. But if you're bored and you want a garden, you need to tend it. Why make something to tend it? You're God. You're all powerful. Like, oh my God, it's just so stupid. But okay,
it's the working
Real
for
Serious
it.
B. Hello. The story is borrowed from several stories in the region. Yes, so there's points where it won't make sense. Of course, yeah, we know a lot of this stuff.
We don't know. All over. I mean, my theory would just be like if I was a timeless being and I wanted to do something, then I'd probably just watch the passing of time affect some things. It might be entertaining enough. Watch some plants grow. Yeah. Watch some people change. Watch some animals have babies die. I mean, timeless being. Entertainment.
It wouldn't matter.
Probably a little different from us. Probably a little different from our version of entertaining.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's like an ant farm. It's a giant ant farm.
It's just like an ant farm. Like, I mean, I don't experience time, but it'll be cool to watch some beings experience time.
Yeah,
probably simple enough. I mean, that's why I was like, I don't think it's all this crazy aspiration. Just like, let's play with time a little bit.
That's why I'm less on the judgment part and the having some grand meaning for people like that. That feels less like everything else. That feels less like reality to me. Like, oh, the guy's looking up for me. His eyes on a sparrow, and I know he's watching me. Like that feels.
Or when people say like he made humans to show his glory through how he. I was like, that just
but to who? Like who's he showing off for?
Himself.
Like, if you're the most powerful being,
that's super narcissistic.
Whose attention would be worthy of a god? To try to impress, like that's what
I'm just gonna prove to myself that I'm sovereign.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird energy, but again, I try to accept it for the sake of the conversation. I try to just bake all that in, but it's starting to bubble. At the end of a week, it's starting to bubble over.
I don't have the answers either. I understand how it sounds. That's why I'd be like, but once again, for me, once again, I be rolling with the punches. I'm like, yeah, it sounds a little crazy to me. I know I don't have all the information, but I mean, it also don't feel completely off brand.
Yeah. No, it doesn't feel completely off brand. And like Real Serious B is saying here, he shows signs of need. And again, there's a lot of things that we can infer from that. Because it's not good for men to be alone. Could have been any kind of weirdness, because we see what happens when men are alone. Now
he probably was out there, like we said, smashing the animals. I mean, that we talked about that before.
Again, we talked about that before, because the animals were tried first. The animals were none of the animals were suitable, which means that
that's why Lois left us alone.
Tested the animals.
That's the stream Lois said. I'm not fucking with y'all no more.
Oh, that was the one.
Because we was like, brought the animals, and he said,
and that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. I need something softer.
So you mean out of this whole planet, none of these?
Nah.
None of these. Okay.
Nah.
Then, so you want yourself then. That's what you want.
Yep.
Okay. Let me give you yourself.
Okay. Just a little bit though.
A little petty.
Just a little bit.
But not completely.
I thought that was yeah. Poor Yellow. All right, let me hit it.
He is sad.
What do you guys think about that? Now, we did a lot of research on this in our Wednesday night call, and we found out some stuff. But I just want to hear your initial reactions first. What do y'all think?
Wait a minute.
He's so stupid.
He opens the Oreos to see which side God puts the cream on, then only eating the cookie without the cream.
Because that's exactly how the fucking situation sound like it's supposed to go. That's exactly the situation y'all explaining to me right now. That's the reward of all of this. I open the cookie, see the side the cream is on, discard the side with the cream, and just eat the cookie without it, out of reference and self-indulgent and punishment.
And also, that's why I also don't believe in predeterminists. I don't think God knows everything before it happens. I don't think he really, like, I feel like he just like, I think he's fuck around and find out, like, to the highest degree. Like, I really think he's just willing to play along and just be like, let's see what happens. Like, I just really feel like a lot of stuff he was winging it. Like, well, if I split this perfect whole being into two, maybe he didn't realize he's a perfect whole being himself, let's just say. And how would he know that if you split him into two, now you created two imperfect beings and now you leave room for foolery? Like, that's why, to me, it always just made sense that he was just kind of going with it. It was an experiment. Like, oh, let's just see what happens. I have time. I got time today. Let's just see what happens. Like, that's really what the energy feels like. And he's just constantly like meddling here or there to keep us from like extincting ourselves before he's ready to be done. And sometimes that feel like that's good enough.
But he's extincted us a couple times.
Just the once. And he thought about doing that shit again a few times. Let's say in the Bible, he was like, you know what? I'm about to wipe him out again and start over. And they was like, no, please don't. He was like, all right. Well, I'm capping y'all lifespan at least, because y'all living too long. Y'all be playing. So I'm going to chop it down because I need to speed this up. He put it on 2 times.
120.
It was living to like 1,000. And he was like, yeah, we need to speed this up. Let me cut it down 1/10. Like, it constantly feels like he's just playing with the sliders. Like, let's see. See what happens.
Yeah. So you think he still got you think he still got the controller? I think he AFK. I think he's been AFK for a long time.
I think it's like that point in Age of Empires. Like, if you've ever played it, like, you really got to be real hands-on in the Stone Age because they don't have nothing. And it's real easy for them to be wiped out. Then you get eventually, after a few ages, you kind of just let them run and just kind of put out little fires here and there. And you really just watch the show.
I feel like he played the first level. Like, remember when I played Wulong? And it took 8 hours? Right. And it took so long, and it was just this, this development and this learning over time and all that. And then after I beat the first stage, I ain't played that game since. And we are the game that hasn't been turned back on. That's why I say our save file is still exists in the game. It's like Wreck-It Ralph, right? Because just because the game ain't being played don't mean that
it feels more like
NPCs.
It feels more like an autopilot thing, just because even with kids, it's kind of the same way. Like, I feel like babies, certain at times require much more of direct input, and just it's even like that with kids. Like the baby takes everything, and then like as they get, and then like what I'm saying, like I'm just saying, like that's in nature. You see the same thing. Like typically, the younger it is, it takes more direct involvement in energy and guiding, and then eventually it gets to a point where you're watching it and you're less directly involved. Maybe just there as a little point you in this direction here or there, but that's how that is in nature. So I mean, it just makes sense. And that's like I was saying with Age of Empires, you have to be really involved in every single thing in those early Stone Age where they're just really fragile, and then you get a couple ages in and they can kind of fend for themselves, and you kind of just watch and fix little stuff that come up. I mean, you really don't do much. Then it gets boring, and then you start over.
We the example. we the example. We're this. You giving us too much credit. We're the example of the game that just never got played.
I mean, I know that's your theory. I just feel like we have a lot of patterns in nature and in our life that are the same way, and that's why I say raising kids is a lot like that. Like after a while, I mean, I'm just saying, if biblically, let's just say for theory's sake, that if we're made in the image and we're running it over and over again, or we're running some fractal of the same program to a smaller degree, then it repeats. The pattern repeats throughout, just in a lesser degree to a lesser degree. So I don't know. I feel more like there's evidence of that same pattern in a lot of things.
I don't want a bored guy. I don't want a bored guy the same way I don't want a dumb guy. The same way Rashawn don't want a dumb guy. I don't want a bored guy.
Yeah.
I mean, but how could they not? How could they not be?
Because I swear,
it seemed like it would be boring to be a timeless being with nothing to do.
Yeah.
I swear, in like a million years, he gonna realize he left the system on. He's like, oh shit, I left the game on. Yeah, he gonna go back.
Be taking a nap. They said he rested. He might still be asleep for all we know. Shit, he probably taking a nap. They say he gonna get his rest every so often. He gonna take a nice long ass nap.
And he went to go get some cigarettes. That's what he went to go get some.
But that's the thing for me. Like, I don't need God to be. I mean, I I'm missing so much information I can't possibly know. So the stuff I can have fun considering that he's maybe even petty or just got bored or left the stove on. Like, none of that really. I'm here.
But then that's dumb God though. But then that's dumb God though.
It doesn't bother me if God's a little dumb. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm here. Like, I already exist here. It's kind of the same way I feel about America. It's the same way I feel about America. Like, some people say, I don't feel America because of all the shit America's done. I'm like, well, bitch, I'm here. I was born here. I ain't have a choice. America's my daddy, and maybe he trash, but I'm not finna go to Africa, bitch. So what y'all want me to do? Be mad at America? I mean, I'm here.
Why not?
I ain't trying to go nowhere. So I don't know. I feel the same way about God.
All right, so let's see what they say about the Eve thing. Yellow ain't feeling it. He's the people pleasing, the Eve thing, the curse. Yellow ain't feeling none of it. Let's see if they say something to spark his interest.
Let's see.
Why you?
Ryan's ducking. Like,
no, I agree with her, but
you agree? Why?
It hurt her to agree.
It didn't.
I'm gonna let somebody else go. I need to ruminate on
she
my
about
thoughts.
to cry.
Now listen. Here's the thing.
Like that, man. Like that. Jesus Christ. Like what
Hold
the
on.
hell,
She
bro?
she want to gather her thoughts together before she.
Ain't nothing even happened.
No,
nothing even
because
happened.
she
just wants to gather her thoughts.
Nothing happened, man.
She want to find a way to properly put some bullshit. I quit.
She might be triggered. She might be thinking about herself. She might be thinking about somebody she know. You got to see why she had that reaction. You don't know yet.
But okay, but can we also just admit it's really hard for women to publicly say anything negative, because if we talk about I don't know where let me see what I think I closed that tab. I don't know where the poll is. But if we talk about that shits and giggles thing, there's such a reaction. There's such a reaction to a joke that wasn't funny. And it's about like the whole protecting black women thing. Like there's a thing where women, anybody that's seen the whatever, it's not about black women. There's a woman thing. Anybody that's seen the whatever podcast, the women there all have to be 10s, no matter what they look like. Everybody's a 10. And one of them, this one woman got jumped on just because she's like, I'm like a 6. They jumped, no, girl, you're a 10. And they were like,
do you got body dysmorphia?
It's crazy. It's crazy. So there's a thing about anything that could reflect negatively on women, that a group of women, which I would say probably have feminist leanings, you cannot criticize women. It's not something you can do. So like that's a problem. And I think a lot of women have a hard time just sitting in the moment. And it's at 50% of the vote. So shits and giggles is probably going to be what we do on Sunday. If before Otaku or something. Probably do it like noon, 1 o'clock. That way Bree could maybe pop in. But there's a thing. I've seen it across too many channels. I've seen it happen in real life where women were together and they can't criticize each other publicly. There's a social stigma around publicly criticizing women and making them look bad. I don't know what it is. I can't relate to it. There's probably something that's very obvious that I'm overlooking, but I've noticed it in so many realms. I've seen it in so many spaces. So, but yeah, I think that's what she's thinking. How can I formulate my thoughts without saying that women are bad for dominating? You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's the thing. So
yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. So no, she ain't said nothing, but that's kind of that's a move that's been seen before.
Yeah.
The whole,
but I mean,
I don't know.
To be fair, none of the dudes jumped in either. To be fair, none of the dudes jumped up either. But she's just the first one to say, "Let me collect my thoughts," which I think is a fair position. I think in a space like this, as public, you should be able to collect your thoughts for a minute, and that's something actually we should practice more, because people just be spouting some goofy stuff, like not intentionally goofy. They be serious, but they say something stupid seriously.
Yeah,
like
because you gonna
leadership
be in
versus
hell.
pandering. Like leadership versus pandering. That was goofy. Like there's
a generous, benevolent dictator.
That's
oxymoronic.
Borderline illiterate. It's oxymoronic. It's borderline illiterate. But but the intention. You understood the intention behind what he was saying.
No, it's to be stupid. So yeah.
Okay, creature.
I'm a little torn by where I want to go with this. Because it's interesting that we are,
because nobody. But the good thing about this topic, everybody will glean onto the fact that it says something about women, but it's bad about everybody. Women are dominating men, but it's also men are also able to be dominated. We're in a weak position. We're in a weak state. That's not favorable. So everybody, for me, should be able to talk about this openly, because it's bad for both sides. It's not like somebody's getting shitted on. Everybody's suffering right now. Man, nobody wins when the family feuds.
Oh, we're right now in a battle to elect the first female president, and
she's a female. She's a woman.
Kamala Harris's husband, and how his demeanor is. He's like, they've been making a lot of jokes about him putting up the Christmas tree at Christmas time, and decorating the Easter baskets and things like that. Yeah.
Sounds like a dream.
And I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, man, it's interesting. The thought process of that being completely flipped, and I don't know. I don't know. I'm in a weird place right now. I mean, we just had a bunch of Secret Service.
It's soft for a man to put up a Christmas tree.
Bro,
it's not like there's like a whole country called England where the queen was there for like damn near 100 years and had a king consort.
Life.
Like they act like this has never happened in all of humanity. Like
nigga can't decorate the Christmas tree. So you're saying I can't put the star up on the
Easter?
Tree? Dad can't go up on the little ladder and put the star on the tree while the kids and the mama stand down there and smile. Look at Dad. Look what he did. No,
you better not know how to gift wrap, bro.
What you gotta do is come in and punch the Christmas tree.
Yeah. Roundhouse kick it though.
Right.
With Spider-Man pajamas on.
Nah, pajamas are immature. That's
that's too soft, actually.
Yeah.
I just
gotta have a white beater.
Yeah, no, you can't. Nope.
Yeah, you gotta have white beater.
You gotta sleep fully clothed. with your boots, with your boots, right? With your boots tied to your ankles, because real men don't wear Jordans.
You better be out. You better be working outside. It better be muddy bottoms.
Right. Yeah.
Boots, steel toe.
Okay.
Man, dang, can't even put up a Christmas tree without being soft now. Dang, I didn't expect that.
There's agents that
That's why I'm just over here shaking my head. I couldn't even really tell you pause. I was just over here like, I hate y'all.
So do men not put up Christmas trees? Or
I've always put, because see, in my family, it was the dude to put up the tree because we did artificial.
Yeah.
So you had to put it together and assemble it.
Together,
so that was a dude task. The one time we had, when I was young, even the one time we had a real one, because it's like a 6 or 7 foot tree, the men put it up because it was kind of heavy. So it's like the tree was a man thing.
None of us can reach a star, even with a chair. We can't even put the star on top.
How many women can navigate a tree? A fully grown tree.
I'm not touching the tree. Even the artificial one. I'm good.
Yeah. The men always put up the tree, and it's like the decoration was everybody. Everybody decorated because everybody had their own decoration. Like everybody had like something they preferred.
We have special. Like I know for us, we have special ornaments for each person, and we once again we can't reach the top even with a chair. So we just be struggling. We can't eat pickles when he's not here. Look, I don't know what life would be like.
That is
no jalapenos, no pickled jalapenos, just nothing in a jar.
Pickle patriarchy.
That's right. Just putting shit on the second shelf. Just because I know the second shelf is sufficient. It's a third shelf. It's a top shelf. The second shelf is sufficient.
That's luxury living right there.
That's luxury living right there.
Bree can't even see the top.
What's that like? God could be up there for all I know. She be on top of the refrigerator.
It's just the Indian in the cupboard. Trust me.
Oh, I'm gonna watch that. Okay.
It's good shit. It's good shit.
Oh, I'm just in a weird place right now where it just seems like I'm okay with the feminine energy.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Come on, be real with yourself. Don't let them.
I mean, like,
stand on your square.
Like, I heard Candace Owens say
immediately got saved. What?
Oh, stand on your square. Talk to these niggas. Come on, talk to them.
Let's go.
That women don't need to be in certain positions. Women don't need to be Secret Service agents. They don't need to be in law enforcement. They don't need to be president, pretty much. And I'm just like, you know what? I just say let God use whoever he wants to use. I feel like the dynamics have shifted a lot from the traditional 60s family to where we are today.
We need to have more men outings in track stars.
I'm gonna say this.
He said we need to have more men outings in track stars because dude is advocating for women. Now I'm gonna tell you, I gotta have a dude Secret Service. We can have women in a lot of places. We can have women.
You gotta be able to square up.
But I saw that photo with Trump when the women couldn't even really cover him up because they were just small.
Oh yeah,
they were just so much smaller than him. They under
whole
his
head
arm.
Exposed. Whole head just exposed.
That's why he was able to stick his fist out.
Yeah. Get some large. If you're gonna have the women in that for certain jobs, if you're gonna have women, it's got to be size appropriate.
Amazon. Yeah. Amazonian. Yeah, you should have to be a certain height to protect the president. You should have to be his height or close. I don't think that's discriminatory against gender.
At least to be on the detail, to be on his detail, because there are other Secret Service positions, like because they're like Malia and Obama were in the White House and they were children, so somebody smaller could be enough to cover them or carry them.
You should be close in stature to the person you on detail for. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Absolutely.
So I mean, women can still be Secret Service, but the detail they're on should be.
Yeah, because most prison gonna have a first lady or whatever. It's generally gonna be. So I mean, it ain't like it wouldn't be discriminatory against women.
And then that way they can go into the bathroom with them. Like Secret Service ain't gotta be no dude walking into a woman's bathroom clearing it out to check it for the first lady. Like, you know what I'm saying? A couple women, that'd be dope. That makes sense. I don't know why they didn't figure that out. It feels
well, that's why when in the hospital we always talk about we don't want equality.
Still would be unreliable. Because we always talk about have a man do it.
We talk about we don't want equality, we want equity. And equity is where it makes sense for everybody, not just equal.
Yeah.
Because equal don't work.
Fair, not saying.
You want you want it to make sense.
Yeah. You're right.
I'll say this first, like, never to minimize the role of a woman. The first person that Jesus spread the message with was a woman. You know,
I thought you were gonna say spread something else.
Like, I believe women are very powerful influence.
Hey, because why he was there in the first place?
You know what I'm saying? But according to what she was saying in scripture, that's really how I was taught. The same way we study that scripture and break it down to and fro, and how it was looked upon was Eve being in the position to where the husband didn't step up, took matters into her own hands. So that was her natural instinct in that situation, being that Adam didn't say anything. So
what'd you say?
What is he supposed to? She eating fruit. She over there cutting up by herself with Satan. They over there kikiing. What is y'all talking about? Adam was over there minding his own business.
Why have I never heard this? Like, I've heard this a lot. Have y'all heard this? That he basically wasn't handling his responsibility as a man. That's why she
That's kind of like what they think, but they making it sound like I'm like Eve was just over here. She had the rules too. She knew she wasn't supposed to eat. She told Satan she wasn't supposed to eat. She knew what else he was supposed to do. Come football tackle her. Ain't nobody tell her to be over there kikiing with talking snakes.
Should have super
But
kicked
see, we don't know how far away the husband was. In verse 6 and chapter 3, verse 6.
He probably was knowing how y'all niggas be sorry.
After she ate the fruit and did eat and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. It doesn't say after, but it happened after.
She like, this good.
Yeah. And gave also unto her husband, and he did eat. It doesn't say how long it was. It doesn't say he was far away. It didn't say she had to go on a hike. He could have been standing there the whole time. He could have watched.
That's what I was like. He might have been talking to Satan too. Yeah. But what we do know is Eve was over there kikiing with the snake. That's what we do know.
She was.
And she knew not to eat from the tree.
So let me ask you this, Bree. For women, what's the snake now? Because that one lady at the beginning clip said, we're still biting the fruit. What's the snake now? What's the deceiver for y'all?
That's making us not listen to what God said.
That's making y'all lack submission. That's making y'all unstable creatures.
To God.
That's
no.
Because we didn't listen to the rule. We knew.
I got an answer.
Go ahead.
I would say probably the same thing. Too much freedom. Just roaming around. Eve was just out here. Just la.
But the freedom is the freedom. Have freedom then, y'all have freedom now. So what's the snake? What's the deceiver? The freedom and deceiver. Oh. Freedom is just freedom. It's neutral.
So we just frolicking. What's the snake? What be whispering to the women's to say, girl, do that thing you know you ain't supposed to do. Shit, money. I'm gonna say money.
Money. Yeah. Money's also neutral.
No, I'm just saying, but that's like the temptation because it's really about temptation. So if you say like, what's the temptation for women? So
money would be the fruit.
Yeah, or like, it's just how you get it is like different, gonna depend on the realm. But generally, like I think the most tempting thing to the free woman is like money. Okay. Yeah, like that's the most tempting thing. Like so you're just free. Yeah, and so it's like because you be like I can sell some feet, I gotta sell some pussy. Yeah. Slang some, get stuff money, for free.
Money is the knowledge of good and evil. That would be perfect. But I mean, what's the deceiver? Because money doesn't deceive you.
Well, I'm gonna say like the deceiver would depend on
what's told you to get the money. Who told you to get the money? Who told you to pursue money?
Most of our moms or aunts.
So your mom's a serpent. Your mom's a snake. Lois is a snake.
My mom, let's go with that. Sure. I mean, through programming, I feel like it's a lot of reinforcement. But yeah, I feel like money is the main thing. I'm not that you shouldn't get money. So that's why I'm like, I don't know if it's a good one.
There was plenty of fruit to eat. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like money's the fruit.
It was just
there was plenty of fruit to eat. There's plenty of money to
there's
have.
Like a particular way of getting money that we generally know is forbidden.
Exactly.
Like it's not looked upon well to sell your body for money or give your body for money in various ways. Fair. It's generally not. We know that that's not acceptable. So I would say that's the one thing. Getting money through selling of the self, I would say. It's probably that one.
But then your mamas are the snakes. Your mamas are the ones.
No, in that case, I wouldn't say it's the mom because like most of our moms aren't telling us to get it there. They're like, go to college, get a good job. Like it's not that.
Okay.
Well, it would be like societal pressure or just kind of like if you find yourself around certain type of people, they may push you towards it. So that's why I say I don't think there's one. I think it's just if you end up around the wrong crowd or you're on like social media could be one, or you could just get around people like. I remember hanging around a lot of strippers. I mean, they could be like, yeah, it's easy money. I mean, it could be anybody.
Yeah, okay. Now, Yellow, you said you already had an answer. Who's the snake? Not the presentation.
The snake is religion.
Ooh, okay, that's cute. And what are they pushing women towards? What temptation? What's the fruit that they're trying to get from the table?
Whatever they want.
And you think religion's pushing that?
Well, because I'm just saying, if you say, like, give me an example of something, like if you could say a fruit, like I said, it could be different types.
Okay,
but...
so look at it like this, right? The idea of the snake was. The idea of this whole story about Adam and Eve was her being disobedient to her husband, right? Her not listening to the order.
God. Didn't follow God's instruction, yeah.
But he was supposed to keep order. That's the okay, because I can't.
I mean, they were both given instruction by God. I get you. I got you.
Right. But even to what they saying in this video here.
Yeah, because that's what he got in trouble because he took the fruit from her, also knowing he wasn't supposed to partake of it. I think that was more of the issue than like, okay, she was over here kikiing with the snake and she ate the fruit. She knew she wasn't supposed to, but then she gave it to you and you ate it, knowing you ain't supposed to eat it.
Yeah, because she's the companion. So like the person that God put in charge was Adam. So Adam wasn't actively telling her. He wasn't doing overseer roles. He wasn't in his leadership.
Exactly.
He wasn't being what they keep saying on Kendra. What's the word? Not leader, but there's another word they keep saying.
But I always feel like it was just more of like, okay, she fucked up, but then you ate the fruit just
protector and provider. Yeah, he wasn't being a protector and provider.
That's why I was like, I just never got the feeling that the issue was that he let her eat the fruit. I always got the issue that, okay, she fucked up, but then you just, she came over here giving it to you and you just ate it. Like you didn't even stand 10 toes down on like, no, God said it so that she could sin by herself. Like if she would have just fucked up by herself, I would have dealt with her by herself. But then you also ate it and you knew better. So I always felt like that was the issue, not that Adam was supposed to stop her from it. Honestly, I just never got
the Deloney dude.
Yeah, I never got the energy that God was like, you should have stopped her. Like, I just never got that from the story. It was that y'all both knew better.
Yeah. And y'all both got punished.
And you let her take you down with her. And like, you should just let her sin by herself. And then she'll be the only one getting in trouble.
And I'll make you a new one. I'll just make you a new one.
Right. So I think that was more the issue. He have another rib. He probably grew back.
We got plenty of ribs left.
Yeah. So I would say, I know they're saying Adam is Adam's fault, but I don't know where they're getting that from.
Yeah. I mean, he was the one that was given dominion. Like he was top dog.
Right, and that's
stood on business and not ate it.
And that's the idea, right? That's the idea of what it was. So
so if that's the case, okay, so what was your original point that we kind of disputed, kind of took you off of? So Adam was supposed to have done something, stopped her, said something.
Right. He was all this happened because even if it's a case where he ate it afterwards, the catalyst is because he wasn't doing his job.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I want to work from one place. So the idea is that the snake convinced her to eat the apple anyway, because he wasn't doing what he was supposed to do.
No, that's why I kind of want to like correct that. Let me post.
Okay, so he wasn't there to prevent it.
That wasn't what got him in trouble. That's what I'm saying.
But
like I want to establish.
Okay, but Bree.
let me drop it.
But I'm saying.
Are we taking like from the actual story or what they're saying? Which frame are we saying?
This is the thing. I'm not there. To me, there is no actual story.
Well, okay.
So the part of the verse that you dropped is kind of like backing up what Yella's saying.
Well, no, because and that's what all I'm saying is it wasn't that because like he's saying that he wasn't standing on business and stopped her, and I was like that to me that was not the issue. As far as Adam was concerned, he did not stop her, but God didn't have an issue that he did not stop her. He had an issue that he listened to. He let Eve convince him to eat the fruit that he knew he wasn't supposed to eat.
So Bree's just saying you listen to the woman instead of listening to me.
Right. That was his issue. You listen to her instead of listening to me. That was the issue.
Disobedience.
Right.
So Bree's trying to take it away from the dominion.
I know. Yeah.
That's why I was asking, like, are we looking at it from how they're looking at it? Because they're looking at it the way you're looking at it.
The outcome doesn't discount nothing I'm saying, though.
No, I mean, I know the outcome. I'm just trying to establish, like, are we looking at it the way they're saying? Because they're saying it's Adam's fault.
It's how I'm saying it. Remember, I'm not coming from the perspective that people would come from your part. I'm piecing together the story from both sides. And that's why I said in the beginning, that's why I started. I said, I want to start from one place. Is the entire idea is that he was supposed to have dominion over the garden. He was supposed to make sure that she didn't eat it. Yes or no?
No. That's what I'm saying. No. That's why I keep pushing back. No.
I'm not saying
I'm just answering your question. You asked me.
So his responsibility was not to prevent her from eating to prevent her from eating the fruit.
No, because she knew
it wasn't he.
She knew as well. She knew. So no. She told the serpent, I'm not supposed to eat this. She knew.
All right.
I'm just you asking me from the story now. If you want to take it from how they're
right, but I'm saying but Bree, you gotta understand what I'm saying. And I ain't trying to be like that, but just for the understanding. If you weren't here, then I would be taking it from their point of view.
Okay, so we can take it from their point of view. I mean, that's fine.
But we can't though.
I mean, we can. I can change my frame and go from their frame. I have the ability to do that. I'm not ruthless. Like, I'm not gonna keep correcting you. I mean, we can take it from their frame.
Yeah, but you did.
we can.
He said, but you did. You ate the fruit.
I mean, no, I just wanted to
like several times.
Well,
like
no,
several times.
Just because you're telling me you're piecing together.
For real. Like several times, G. Like several times, G. Like several times. Even after I conceded to what you said, like it was.
And I just answered, but I'm just saying because you said you don't know the story and you're trying to put it together. So I just wanted to make sure you had an understanding of the story. But
there's also no significant definite story, so it's all getting pieced together.
All right,
because check it out. Even if you take me out of it, them 6 people sitting at that table right there think that his job was to have dominion over you know what I'm saying? So it's not even about giving me grace.
Christmas tree up, so I mean,
okay, but at the same time, y'all all talking about the same thing. Y'all are all judging the same picture, though.
It's his fault. Let's go. Continue. We can look at it from the frame. Yeah, let's go ahead. We can look at it from that way. It's fine.
I love it. Okay, see, the serpent has beguiled Bree and been in her ear. See, now she is out of order.
Because I can't even look at it how I want to look at it. Fuck how you look at it. Fuck how they look at it. I can't even look at it how I want to look at it. Because I have to.
Oh, you asked the question. I didn't know it was rhetorical. Sorry.
Yeah. All right. Let's go. Let's move on.
We can keep going.
Here now, it's the part of the curse is the woman's going to want to assert authority over the man, but she's going to have to submit to her husband. It's like it's like a fleshly desire, I think, or like an innate desire to want to be in control, feeling like you're smart, you're intelligent, you know how to make these certain moves, which you are smart, which you are intelligent. But I think because of what she did, as opposed to it being a thing where maybe even being a joint thing, or the woman had a kind of a more of a say so, it's like when you had a say so, you chose to sin. So now we're going to choose to make you submit to the husband. But it's the key though, not just any husband. This has to be a man who's submitted to God. This has to be a man that you can trust and confide in and understands that he...
Okay, now that part don't make sense because Adam ate the fruit too. So how is the caveat that he's got to be a man that's submitted to God when both of them violated? I don't know.
He's hearing the voice of God because if you're not a man who's
to the
submitted
story
to
that's
God,
not in there, which is why I try to go back to what the story actually said, because they're adding a lot of shit. If you just listen to them talk about the story, you gonna think there's so much shit in this story that's not in there.
Right. This is where the culture,
like none of that
supersedes the context.
Right.
The culture supersedes, because church culture, we've added a lot of things to it. Like even what Ruthless was correcting me on, like there's a lot of things that don't explicitly say what we've taken it to mean, but the culture has adopted meanings for a lot of things that are not explicitly spelled out. There's a lot of inference. So
which is kind of like why I was pushing. I was just trying to establish what the story actually said.
But ain't it all inference though?
Nah, some stuff is explicitly spelled out. Some stuff is explicit. Okay. Some stuff is interpretive, and it's interwoven. There's no like entire book or entire chapter that's all explicit. Like it all has to be looked at.
So one sentence can be literal, and then the next sentence can be cryptic, allegorical.
Absolutely.
Well, let's just say, like in the story in the Genesis story, the reason I was being specific is because even in literary, if you said this is what God said, he said this. Okay, he said something very specific. In that instance, he said something very specific. He spelled out literally what the issue was, and like these people, they're adding stuff in there that he did not say, instead of just actually what he said. So that's what I'm saying. I'm just listening to, knowing the story and listening to them refer to what happened in the story. I'm like, a lot of this shit is not in here. Like, y'all just added a whole bunch of stuff in here. And that was it. I just wanted to make sure you knew that they were adding stuff in there, because you said you didn't know the story like that. So that's why I was like, if you don't know the story like that, that's cool. Before we move forward, I just want to make sure you know what the story itself actually says. But if we want to go from the viewpoint of what they're saying is true, I'm fine with it. Like, I'm capable of that. I just wanted to establish what the story itself actually said. That was all I was trying to do. Because he added shit in here too. I'm like, they didn't say none of it. Because Adam didn't listen either. So I don't know where he getting it. It got to be a man of God. And what was that? That wasn't even a thing. But okay. This is why I don't fuck with church. So carry on. I just don't. This is why they be doing too much.
Yeah. All right. The woman really has no reason to submit to you.
We gotta have something to submit to.
Yeah. So here's the question.
Next back with Queen Son, what we submitting to? Gotta have something to submit to. I don't know that that's true. Like the story though. Even Adam were facing their own individual, I guess, retribution from God. Right. Like, so one person's obedience is not predicated on the others. Like, they just both happen to be disobedient and both got punished. But that whole thing about you have to have something to submit to, that's that you don't have to submit to something positive. You don't have to submit to something good. People submit to negative people all the time. People submit to cowardly people, evil people. Men and women both submit to things that are unhealthy and ungodly. So that whole, you had to have something to submit to. Everybody's submitting all the time. You're just surrendering your will to something most of your life. So that part always gets me. You got to have something to submit to. You probably still want to submit to somebody. Like the moment these people lay down and have a kid with somebody that they barely knew, you submitted to that person. You submitted your body to them. You submitted your womb to them. Like, let's quit acting like somebody's got to be a person of God for you to submit to them. Because very few people are. Very few people are doing that. Like, so quick.
And like, what does that even mean in this context before they even got kicked out of the garden?
Yeah. Because they were only people of God. They were only
people of God. So who would be a not person of God?
Exactly. Who else could Eve have submitted to except the person that God made her from? So it's like
it was like so just the story, them two picking it in the garden.
Yeah. I don't need none of that part. That part hurts me. The who do you submit to thing? You got to submit to that part.
God made sure that she would submit. What?
How would you know they're godly? Because everybody, like Ruth was saying, we've all sinned and fallen short. Everybody's ungodly because we've all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. So that part.
And godly in this case would just mean created by God. So
yeah, which would be everybody.
So in Genesis, is Adam there just chilling while Eve is presented?
That's what I was about to get into.
I didn't never.
They're chilling. Yeah.
Let's see. It actually doesn't say he's there chilling.
It did not say that. They just got to find a way to make this Adam fault. That's what's bothering me about the whole thing. Like, this very conversation is the problem. Like, to me, y'all just gotta find a way for this to be Adam's fault. What Eve did was Adam's fault. It was not his fault. Like, he wasn't held accountable for Eve.
Yeah, he was held accountable for himself.
He was held accountable for himself, and she was held accountable for herself. Like that. This is the problem.
But I think we've bought into the narrative. That dudes are responsible for like that again, that the leader thing.
How you get that child, that toddler that you got to reel in instead of a grown woman?
Mm-hmm.
Right here.
It's feeling like you're supposed to be responsible for all of her decisions.
Yeah, and so even when she mess up, it's where were you?
Yeah.
Why you didn't stop her? And this is literally from the Genesis. This is the belief of what manhood is. Like, it's problematic. That's why it irritates me so much. It was like, what are y'all talking about?
This other video.
That was not put in his manifesto. They were two autonomous beings who were mates. And they both had free will.
Dang, Kamala Harris is live again. Jesus Christ.
She was just with Oprah that was kicking it at the home.
I want to find this.
But yeah. But this, I'm gonna say this is a little triggering because when she said, "Well, where was Adam?" This what I be talking about. Like, it's triggering for me just because I hear this as the out for like accountability all the time.
Yeah.
You fucking up. Well, why you didn't come save me from myself?
Yeah.
If you don't get your old,
I think the patriarchal remnants, I think they're causing a problem now. Like they're having a conflict with the feminism, which I guess the need for equality for women, the need for women to be accountable for their own behavior. Like we're talking about with Eve right now. I think that's important, but I think it's also stymied because men still feel like we're supposed to that provider, protector, leader, all that stuff. Like women, if men don't need women and women don't need men, like everybody keeps saying, then everybody's responsible for their own decisions. The Bible will back that up based upon everybody getting punished for their own individual behavior. But it reminded me of this clip I saw the other day about chivalry. I'm going to play it real quick because it's short.
Chivalry is dead and feminism killed it. That's what a friend of mine said to me after I told them a story that I'm about to tell you. But first, in regards to the premise that feminism killed chivalry, well, they're not wrong, but they're also not right for the reason that they think they are. Just for a little bit of historical context here, chivalry started out as an 11th and 12th century code of conduct for knights. In fact, the word chivalry derives from a French word for knight, which derives from a word for horse, because knights were horsemen. Now, among those code for knights was how knights should engage with women. Suffice to say, women were not consulted in the creation of these codes for knights. Basically, these were things that men decided were the manly things to do for women, and women were to receive it whether they liked it or not. And to be fair, many women did like it. But as time went on and knights will...
Yeah, many women will take the people pleasing. Many women will take you taking responsibility for their decisions. Of course they will.
Into higher social echelons, and the knighthood itself decreased in number. Chivalry became a code of conduct amongst the elites, and ultimately chivalry trickled down to everyday people in regards to how women should be engaged. Again, women were not consulted in the creation of these codes. And being that the core purpose of feminism is equity for women, yes, it could be fair to say that feminism killed chivalry. But saying that chivalry is dead and feminism killed it is tantamount to saying that Southern hospitality is dead and the civil rights movement killed it. From the vantage point of someone who associates Southern hospitality with black folk being more subservient, under duress. So as women gain more autonomy and agency and equity and the ability to say no thanks, men who benefited from the power disparity of chivalry and women who just enjoyed it. Mourn what they perceive as chivalry crashing and combusting into flames rather than looking forward to a more equitable code of conduct rising from the ashes. And now, the story that I told my friend.
Now, real quick, I'm gonna let him tell the story, but I thought that resonated with this when you were kind of pointing out the fact that we are like kind of co-opting the agency of women. Like, man, God's punishing me for letting the woman, you know, I let her eat the fruit. Man, I fell down. No, that was her responsibility. Like, right. Equity. Like, she's responsible for her own
decision. They were built with, they actually came in. If everything he created was supposed to be good, let's just say, or balanced, I think good is more like balanced, more so than like morally perfect. But like, then they both were autonomous. Like the power dynamic was the curse. So if the power dynamic was the curse, that means there was no power dynamic in their natural state, which means they both were equals. They were both seen as equals by God and treated as equals by God, which is why they both got punished. He wouldn't have punished Eve if it was supposed to be Adam's job to keep her from eating the fruit.
Which goes back to my argument with Ruthless. Listen, if somebody else is in charge of the decisions that you're making, how can you judge them? Like, how do you judge them? It goes to the person in charge. So I'm with that. Yeah, I believe that. They were both autonomous. They were both punished for their decision making, which means they had to have the ability to make the decision for themselves.
Right.
Like, they had to have the choice. Otherwise, it's silly to punish people for something that you made them do, or somebody else was in charge.
Or they couldn't help. If Eve really could not help it, if she was so fragile that she couldn't make a decision on her own, then why would she be punished?
Yeah, at least to the level that she was punished too. She was punished pretty severely. Yeah.
Right.
Give me some. Sorry, I'm rating myself very highly. Give me a second. All right, cool. No, don't do the spinning. You've been doing so good. No, don't do that.
Chivalry is dead. Ooh.
A couple days ago, I was walking up to my gate in the airport, and I saw a sister sitting down, and her water bottle was pouring into her purse. So I walked up to her and waved to get her attention to let her know, hey, your water bottle's pouring into your purse. She looked at me and then looked down, didn't say anything. Now, she did have an earbud, so I couldn't tell if she could hear me or not, but I also didn't want to invade her space. So again, I waved my hand to get her attention, but she wouldn't look up at me. At that point, I turned and walked away. There was another sister sitting a row in front of her, so I said, excuse me. She says, yes. I was trying to get that sister's attention to let her know that her water bottle is pouring into her purse. That sister said, yeah, I saw that. Then she goes, and I'm like, okay. And went on to board my plane. Now, when I told my friends this story, they told me that I should have went over there anyway, waved even bigger or been even louder or tapped her on the shoulder. And I said, ain't no way that I'm making physical contact with a stranger who clearly don't want to be bothered, and explained to them all the ways that their chivalrous advice could have taken a sharp left in a hurry. Because to them, the chivalrous thing to do would have been to override all of this woman's boundaries, to impose my act of kindness without her consent. And that's when they said, chivalry is dead and feminism killed it. If only I had just kept on imposing my will onto her, she would have known that I was trying to do a good thing and accepted it. That's because you see me as a good person, and I'm grateful for that. But you've been getting to know me over time in this medium. That woman in the airport don't know me from Adam. And to me, Adam, it's not just no means no, but the lack of a clearly consensual, informed, enthusiastic yes means No. Ironically, the chivalrous thing to do in this situation was to not be chivalrous. But rumors of the death of chivalry are much overstated. Chivalry is not dead, unfortunately, because we've seen far too many instances of men retaliating against women who didn't respond to their acts of chivalry in a way that those men felt they deserved. No matter how much of a nice guy you think you are, if your niceties can't survive equity between you and the people that you're being nice to, well, then your niceness deserves to die. We out here.
Okay,
Peace. Chivalry is dead and feminine.
I thought so.
Okay. But yeah, that makes sense because chivalry in itself was very patriarchal, like in nature. Yeah.
And I think we need to leave that behind. So some of the modes, I guess what does FD signifier call it? Hegemonic masculinity. Some of the modes of taking on the responsibilities of, and I know y'all women, when I hear women talk, y'all feel like men offload a lot of emotional labor, but I feel like women offload a lot of emotional labor. But it's so ingrained in society that it's not even seen as offloading. It's expected of men to carry certain burdens.
The chivalry remnants.
So I think there's some things there that just need to be modified, but that we're not a lot of times not even aware of. But let's go back in the track stars real quick.
So here's the confusion. This is what we got to get straight, because she was basing her opinion off of one translation of the Bible, and we kind of dug into the other ones. So this is the curse that was given to Eve, right? Curse the serpent, cursed Eve, cursed Adam, right? Well, he said to Eve, he said, to the woman, I will greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception. In pain you shall bring forth children. Your desires shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. Now, some translations say your desire will be to conquer your husband, but he will rule over you. So we went back and we looked at the Greek and we looked at all the, the core words, right? And we tried to break it down. And it appears, I'm trying to remember where we came to. It appears that
you ain't write it down.
Okay, so there's the different translations that are different levels of translation.
Wait a minute.
Like he did.
We went and looked up all the Greek and did all the comparative analysis, and I'm trying to remember the conclusion that we came. Why would you go through all the effort of study and not take a note?
He said he was going to remember. Taker,
that's offensive.
He thought he would remember it.
Oh my God. Why even waste your time studying? Why would you think you could just remember some words you just looked up? I
mean, clearly from what they're saying, that's not their strong suit.
Jeez.
They can't even remember. Once again, I'm just listening to them tell the story, and I'm like, yeah, y'all clearly can't remember what it actually said.
Ooh, man. So he about to. I hope he don't make up something. Let's see.
Definitely.
There's a word by word translations. There's phrase by phrase translations. There's like idea by idea, like the translation. Okay, so
Now, as far as studying the Bible, people, oh my God, anybody that hears this is a very important thing to know. Depending on what Bible version you read, it's important to know this, because when they took stuff from the manuscripts in Aramaic or Greek or Latin,
right,
this part is important to know that there are 4 different ways that stuff got to us in English. And he's getting ready to talk about the 4 different ways that they brought the text over to the way we can read it.
There's the different translations are different levels of translation. There's a word by word translations. There's phrase by phrase translations. There's like idea by idea. Like the Message Bible is like an idea by idea, where they take the whole verse and they kind of translate it into how you would say it today. You know what I mean? Versus it being each word is translated. But even when you translate word for word.
Okay, so he mentioned 3 of them. There's a 4th one, but I can't remember how it is. But I think that's important. I had to learn that there's word for word, which is why sometimes when you have these translations, some words get changed completely because somebody else might have translated with like phrase for phrase, and they want the phrase to relate to you.
Especially with like Greek, like word for word in Greek is like will give you some wild stuff.
Yeah,
that like you really got to do the idea.
Yeah, because it was bad. It's really hard. I guess Old Testament was the hardest for word because a lot of the words were kind of like left out.
Right. And the writing was like pictograph kind of almost.
Yeah.
So it's like you had to have the cultural context. Yeah.
You don't know what it meant in the original Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, right? So that word in the original language may mean a lot of things where our English word just means one thing. So you don't really get the full picture of it, right? So we went back and we looked at, okay, what does the original word mean? And it appears it means more like what this is. Your desire will be for your husband. Like you will desire him, but in response, you will be ruled over. That's what it appears to mean originally. But in some translations, they take it to mean your desire will be to control your husband. And I don't know why they decided to add that. And whenever you look at this, there's notes that say, or it could mean this, or it could mean that.
Real quick, because when you said it like that, you said your desire will be for your husband, but he will rule over you. It almost, when you think about it like that, that would be saying pretty much you love your husband, but he don't love you. It's almost like how that comes across. Mm-hmm. So I think the husband,
nah, that's a reach.
I was about to say how he got that.
What? Why does that mean he don't love you?
I don't think black people be understanding power dynamics for real. Like I think it's invisible. I think it's invisible. I think it's invisible to them.
A lot of times.
Like he tells us love you.
Because I would say power dynamics don't operate on the same level as love. Like it's a different
absolutely
layer.
But I like trying to talk to multiple black people about the power dynamics. It's like, what is it? What? You got to go through the whole thing and they're still like, so why would you do that to somebody you like? Huh? Mm-hmm. The two are not one-to-one related. Mm-hmm. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's weird.
Your wife, like Christ loved the church. Yeah. So we know we're going to love our wives and they're going to love us and respect us. So what I think.
Okay. Wait a minute. So love your wife like Christ loved the church. So he should understand then that you can both love and dominate because Christ is King of Kings. So that's the dominant position. So it's weird that he automatically, that means because one person's dominant in a relationship, that means they don't love. That would mean Jesus doesn't love the church.
I think it's because of black people's relationship with domination. It's only one way, like chattel slave, like slavery.
Yeah, too much trauma tied into dominance.
I think that's like the only association we really have with it. We don't have any other type.
That suits.
I can understand that one definitely. I lean more toward the aspect of the woman wanted to assert authority over the man, because you look at what's going on now in our culture, it's wayward as the mud. You got Beyonce, who's the main proponent of we don't need men, who run the world, girls, and all this kind of stuff. The music that's being put out about men, either we all gangsters or we gay. Either way it go, we die.
So wait a minute. So she got independent women, single ladies.
Yeah, Destiny's Child, I would say, in the 90s, like, was definitely pushing the bills.
Can you pay my bills? Yeah, okay.
They definitely was, for the black community at least.
Dang, I wouldn't call her the main proponent. She's probably the most, I guess, famous, because Beyonce's super famous. But like the messaging, I think
if you take for the black lens, I feel like Destiny's Child, to me, were like the main pushers of it. Yeah, the independent woman thing for black culture, not all. I would say. Yeah, Destiny's Child.
But see, I mean, as far as music, yeah, but in real life, I think in the culture, people were telling girls that you need to go to college. Like, I think the community was telling girls to be independent and don't rely on no man, don't be needing.
I think he was talking about the music, though. He was talking about the music, I think.
Okay, so close enough. Yeah. Because they connect with, that's the reason why she is that big, because she is that influential. The things she sings about in her music, it dictates that. It was a comedian made that joke. He was like, you could tell how women act based on the new Beyonce song that's out.
Dang.
When it was catered to you, everything was cool. Then it was to the left. Now this chick's just breaking up with that nigga for no reason. You know what I'm saying? They ain't like that. They ain't like that one part where she was like, he cheated and she took him back, but they ignored that part because they really do that too. They do that too, but they ain't gonna openly admit to it. So now she's super relatable. Now when she say getting formation, now that's all they saying. It's getting information. It ain't as indirect as her saying it, but the follow-up behind what she says is that important. But I can understand. I wanted to say something. I was muted. Plus, y'all was cooking. The part of where y'all was like, I don't understand where he would get that from. Like, why would he look at that? Because just being dominant in a relationship ain't a bad thing. It's part of a curse. It has to be a bad thing.
Right.
I got you.
So it might be the fact that it might be the fact that that's exactly what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Or that's how it appears to happen to them. That's the perception that women have, is that we love y'all, especially black women. We love y'all, but y'all treat us like shit. No, y'all don't.
Well, then also the problem with that, and why I'll push back on you, because the point you made is good, but the problem with it, with that means that her desiring men would also be part of the curse. That means the woman desiring a man at all would be a bad thing. And the woman was meant to be the companion. So why would you be made to be the companion of somebody that you don't desire?
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm saying you could be right too, because with as unpredictable and unstable as this is, yeah, that could be that too. Yeah. It could be the curse of Eve is having to deal with men for the rest of your life. That could be the case. Because you didn't listen to one in the first place. Now you're going to be forced to listen to this one anyway. That's why the idea of the main thing he didn't do was stop her from eating in the first place is because now instead of listening to the man when he said don't eat it in the first place, now you got to listen to him all the time for the rest of your existence, for the rest of the time that you are on this earth. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying it's his fault, because I don't, like you said, I understand that two people did it at the same time. But if the understanding is that he was the one in charge, then we're going to put you right then. We're going to make you painful. And on top of everything else, we're going to put you in the space that you should have been in the first place.
Yeah, because I do agree with that, because I've always read it and like kind of understood their relationship before that as like they were kind of partners, but not necessarily like bound by marriage or anything. Like for all we know, they could have had an open relationship. Some people said Eve was smashing the snake. Some people said she was smashing the snake. But like, I mean, if they lived in a very pure form or like very like, you know, I do think they could have had times where she was off doing whatever and he was off doing whatever. They didn't have to be joined at the hip. Like, I do feel like they both kind of just existed as free beings. It don't sound like they were smashing before the fall.
You don't think so?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, it doesn't explicitly state it. I'm not saying they did.
No, it doesn't explicitly say it. Yeah, okay.
But it basically, it was of no consequence. Let's just say that. It was inconsequential, if anything. It just for fun.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Probably felt great, but they wouldn't sound like they weren't really super procreating or anything. So they were smashing it. They was doing it because it was great.
Yeah. I would say, Yella, you did bring up a good point. Now that you said that, because that is how I guess kind of a curse would kind of flip things on their head. So like the woman saying your desire shall be to thy husband, it would make sense because again, she listened to the snake instead of to God or to her companion. Like she listened to the outside voice.
Right.
So that whole like that's why not right now they got that whole decentering. Like, why is everybody always talking about men? Every time I have a conversation with a woman, they're talking about the men. Like, why can't we decenter men? Because that's part of the curse.
Yeah.
But then they also resent us because we're out of balance. We will have that. They also crave that he should rule over you, and they crave that. So that could be part of the curse too, because it doesn't make sense a lot of times. It should be more egalitarian relationships are more successful, but I want that dominant provider, protector, blah blah leader.
It was probably more egalitarian in its original form. And then that's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying. Like the power dynamic was the curse because there wasn't one before. In order for the power dynamic to be a curse, that means there wasn't one there. They were egalitarian.
But the desire part. So why would the desire part be the? I mean, like that's what I'm saying. Like, so that means there was no desire before either. But then why is it not good for man to be alone for the work? See, I always assumed it was for his companionship. So if it wasn't for companionship, because there was no desire for the husband,
he probably wanted to
curious
smash.
now.
I kind of always thought that it was. He might have saw the animal smash and he was like, I want to do that too. I just always thought it was that simple. I didn't really think it was all that other stuff. I mean, it wasn't nothing to do. I mean, he seemed like he was handling it fine. He just wanted somebody to smash because he saw the animal smash. I mean, that's kind of just how I thought it was. And so, I mean, it also would mean that she didn't have to be up his ass all the time.
Yeah.
Which means that he come smash and she go off and frolic in the trees and talk to snakes, apparently. I mean, that's what like, where was he? I mean, y'all really think she was just up his asshole all day? Like,
yeah, why not?
The whole garden. Yep. Just be right by Adam the whole day.
Hey. Why not?
I'm sure that they both had stuff to do. And
so did he have control of the garden?
He was given dominion over. I wouldn't say control, but he was like
animals,
the supervisor. He was the manager.
Okay.
But I would say the owner, God, would have been,
supervisor is a great word.
Yeah.
Right. And everything in it, right? Supervisor over everything in it. So why wouldn't Eve? Why wouldn't Eve count? Why wouldn't Eve count?
After the mandate. Let me go back. I'm gonna go back to it. I'm gonna go look that up real quick. There was a specific verse.
Yeah.
Where's the little back arrow? Come on now.
And that's why I think after, like, when he cursed her, you like, okay, now he your supervisor. He's supervising you too.
Right. And my thing is this. I think the curse is because it was ignored. I think that's the thing about it. Like, the curse is supposed to reinforce the thing that you were supposed to be doing in the first place. That's kind of how I'm interpreting. Right?
Yeah, I can see that.
Right.
I just feel like if freedom was taken from her that she had because she obviously could not handle it.
Right. You couldn't handle the freedom of autonomy and balancing autonomy and listening to the rules. The person who's dishing the rules out to you.
Because God gave the rule and she knew the rule. We don't know who told it to her, but at that point she knew it. So whether she got it from God or Adam, we don't know.
Right.
She knew the rule.
Right. It's just like I just started a new job and my manager just said those words to me. We was discussing like the process and I told him I got experience doing this. But I told him like I'll come to you if it's a problem. He was like, yeah, but I also want you to have some autonomy to make decisions on things that if it makes sense, do it. Now that don't mean that I can't supersede what he say. That don't mean I can't go over his. That don't mean I can go over his head and start making the schedules and telling people what to do. That means I have autonomy within the framework that he set up. So even if I know not to eat the fruit, you know what I'm saying? It's still up to him to make sure I don't do it as my supervisor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he was over Eve in that way. Like when he made her, like he had dominion over the animals and like he took care of the garden. Like he had dominion over the animals. It was explicitly stated. At that point, Eve didn't exist. Let's just say in the story, she didn't exist yet. He had dominion over the animals. He was given that by God. That was before Eve. So then once Eve was made, it didn't say he had dominion over her too. And when the story of the tree comes up, she said God told us. So she could mean secondhand, but it sounds like they both knew from God that they weren't supposed to eat from the tree. So that's why I'm like, it seemed more like they had an egalitarian relationship. And I think he did not have dominion over Eve until the curse.
And what it is, and I want to go back like this when I was talking about like inference, chapter 1 is where the dominion word comes into the chat. So chapter 1, they don't call them Adam and Eve. It's a first creation story. And it's like just man and woman. There's no Adam and Eve that says man and woman were created. And it says dude and do that. God said, let us make dude and do that in our image after our likeness and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, fowl of the air, over the cattle, over all the earth, over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So that's where they were given dominion. So then it's inferred that dude and do that in chapter 2 and 3 are Adam and Eve, where this more elaborate creation story is told more alliterative, like more it reads more like a story as opposed to just like an accounting.
More details.
So in this account, so it just like it has dialogue from the people, which is not included in chapter 1. So it feels like, or people infer that this is the same story, just told 2 different ways. So it would details. Be assumed that after Eve was made, or sometime in the time where Adam and Eve were being made, that dominion was given to both of them over everything. So like Bria is saying, they would be co-creators or co-supervisors, or both at the VP level.
Yeah, he didn't have dominion over her, like out the gate. That's why the curse was, girl, you can't handle your freedom, bitch.
Yeah.
Right.
That sucks.
That's why like it really like So that's why I don't know. It's just when I hear them like, where was
he?
That's why I was like, my understanding was never that he had dominion over her from the jump.
But see,
he gave it to both of them. They both had it. God told her it's just as well that you're not supposed to eat. She never said Adam told me that God said. Like, it's in the story.
I mean, I get that part. I get that part. But my thing is this. It can't. So are you saying that they were granted like equal level of dominion?
Yes. If you read the story
expressly,
right?
There's nothing that expressly says what level, how much security clearance the person got. It just
said
says
they
that
both
they
had
were given
dominion.
It doesn't say how much. It doesn't say if it was 50-50. We're assuming.
I mean, yeah, I'm asking because the way that I've kind of heard it, you know what I'm saying, on the majority side is that it was him first. All of the people do that.
Right.
That part ain't really touched upon. But it's like first there was Adam. And then God took his McRib and turned it into you know what I'm saying, a lady person.
Mm-hmm.
But see, I would and this is way outside. I know this ain't even close to like making sense.
All right.
But I would think the reason I think that Adam probably would have been the, like, for lack of a better term, the man, like the one. The reason I view it like it. That's why the curse is to be ruled over by men, being the thing that was supposed to happen, is because if y'all had said it earlier, if she was meant to be equal, he would have made her the same way he made Adam, instead of taking. I look at it like y'all got made from scraps. Really, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got some spare parts. You know how IKEA have like the extra slat or a screw or something like that that go along, right? Because it's like the floaty rib. People break their floaty rib all the time. That little bitty rib down there, that's so insignificant. Like, you can remove that and live the rest of your life perfectly fine. That's the rib they say Janet Jackson removed so she can have them abs like that.
But I think that's why people infer it that way, right?
I mean, because at the same time, it's all inference. You know what I'm saying?
Like, that's what I'm saying. I understand it. Why, like you said, I do agree with you. Like, I think that's why most people, because it's just the rib, it's a spare thing. But like, if you look at it as once Adam lost that part, he wasn't 100% anymore. Like, not in health, but like if he was 100% expression of God, whatever aspect of that he lost to form the feminine. Like, if we say Adam was 100% a mirror of God, then that means the female essence of what everything Eve was, exists within the fullness of God. Okay. And it was just taken out of him to create her. So they were equal. Neither one of them were completely 100% God's image anymore.
Okay, so that's inferring that taking that part of him removed a piece of him.
Yeah, it did. Okay. We don't know like how much, but you know what I'm saying? Like I'm just looking at it as a percentage. If like Adam was the 100% expression of God in the flesh.
I get it, right? Because if it's
some
if
aspect
it's all
of God that just was separated out to create him a mate.
And considering the environment, the story would play out like that. Like, oh, it's part of his essence that came with the rib that developed her, and she became part of him and got some of his powers and all. I get that. It makes sense.
And also the animals were made male and female. So I think Adam wanted a female counterpart. So it also wouldn't have made sense to give him another male, because I don't think whatever Adam was, he might have been a hermaphrodite for all we know. Whatever he was not an expression of the two.
So this is why I asked the question. Was the female water buffalo made from the male water buffalo, or did God just be like two water buffaloes, one male, one female?
I would say it doesn't explicitly say that. Like it doesn't say, he just said that he formed them. But I would say that he made the animals with the idea to procreate. It seemed like they were always made to make more. However, Adam wasn't for whatever reason.
Okay. So
it must be something required DNA wise. I don't know. This is all a guess. Now we in the realm of guessing, but like the animals were made to procreate. The animals were made to procreate from the jump. Adam was not.
I mean, no, but at the same time, if this powerful being is just making a person, okay, I can etch a female out of a rib. He's got the power to make anything out of that rib. He could have made that rib anything.
A washing machine.
Right, into a washing machine, into a clothes folder, into a mop, a floor mopper. You know what I'm saying? That's really what he took that rib and turned it into. But
he just wanted he need all that. Like he just wanted a mate to like the animals had. So I mean, once again,
right? Okay, so this is the thing though. This would be the argument that he would be a male, that he would have just been a male, because if he was both, then he wouldn't see the earth. Like he would see that, but he would have to want it from one way or the other. Like, why was it just determined that he would be the male?
Well, that's why I let me just say, this is all theory, but when you look into spirits or when you listen to Jesus say like angels aren't given in marriage, I don't believe spirits have a gender. Like I think gender is a very flesh specific thing. Like I in all honesty, I would guess he was something like a hermaphrodite, if anything. Like he would have just had I would think he would have been both, like equally androgynous. Because what would be the point of male and female if you're not procreating?
Right. So more to my point, because
he would have just been both.
It's not like it's not. I'm assuming it wasn't like. Okay, so by that idea, it's like God took the rib and just kind of was like, let's see what comes out of this rib. Or did he intentionally make the rib female? Because that's why I use the water buffalo, right? So if he was giving them a mate like that, then he would intentionally give Adam the opposite, so he would be able to have that same feeling of the opposite, right? So why make her intentionally female if not for Adam being just male?
Right. Well, I think if he wanted the mate pair, he saw that the animals had male and female. So I think it's just like if you want a mating pair, then you have to be male and female. Like, let's just say theoretically, it wasn't about mating at all. And he probably could have just got another hermaphrodite dude to chill with. Like, but if you're talking about a mating pair to create. Right. But if you're talking about a mating pair, genetically wise and DNA wise and stuff, I mean, it probably has to be male and female, I would assume. I mean, that's just like a guess based off genetics. But I'm just saying, like, we don't know. But he was looking at the animals and he wanted his own version of what they had. And they were made male and female. So that's probably why. I mean.
And they were smashed.
Right. Like they male and female.
We're assuming.
Animals male and
female. They better have bear. You tell you, they better have bear.
And I kind of want to do that. So now I have to make a male and a female, right? If that's what he wants. If he just wanted to, I just need somebody to chill with. I mean, for all we know, he could have got another whole being.
So, and to Bree's point, it was more than just the rib being took in.
I think it was like the genetic cloning process.
Bible just says rib.
But, just say rib. Adam would have been changed too.
Yeah.
Because if he starts as both, that means he has both.
Yeah, and it said he went to sleep when all this was going down. It's like a surgery. He went to sleep. And then also, we know before they ate, they weren't aware of their own nakedness. So for all we know, did they have genitals? Were they just not aware of it? We don't know, because it seems like there was an awareness that wasn't there before that. So we just don't know. We like if he had or didn't, he wouldn't have noticed anyway.
I don't think it was an unawareness. I think it was more of a insecure feeling about it. Like not an awareness, yeah, but
in
a different type of awareness, yeah. Like I know what you're saying. I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, like either
like he didn't know he didn't have a dingus,
right?
But maybe you know what I'm saying.
Before. Maybe he didn't know before, or maybe he did, or he didn't. He wouldn't have noticed the change, because I guess it would be irrelevant if you don't have a help meet.
Here we go.
I don't know.
So let me jump in real quick. So the Hebrew word
for dingus.
For
the rib. Now I don't read Hebrew, but it says it's also it looks like TS when it's Strong's H6763, right? I can't really make sense of what this is supposed to be, but the actual word is side. So the meaning of the word is side.
Oh, he took his side. That could have been a half.
Just a rib. Yeah, that could have been. Maybe it split Adam in two.
Bam.
Okay.
Like certain, so like there's side, there's rib, there's beam. There's side.
You talking about where you get rib from? Now stop being petty, because the word is synonymous with rib. So don't be like, where you get rib from your
the side of your rib cage.
I hate you.
As in half, sir.
Or one.
A piece.
A sliver.
A side.
No, but that would make more sense. That would probably make more sense, right? But I could see just taking one rib, because that's how y'all end up smaller than us. Like all of the things go into
Adam's
y'all.
Ovaries, right? They took to that man ovaries.
Like no, like think about it. Like think about it like this, right? This is gonna sound real bad, but this is the only way I can put it. So just bear with me, right? Women ain't nothing but smaller men with no dinguses, right? So when you take my floaty rib, the little one down here, like you're not really getting much of the. That's why I said, like, if y'all, God damn, this is gonna suck. I'm just gonna say it. I gotta say it though. Like if the creation of y'all was that important, y'all would have got made at the same way. I wouldn't say the same time. But the same way, in the same, because
y'all were an afterthought.
Right. It was like
an afterthought. I'm agreeing with that. I just
but
don't think
even
that,
in the afterthought, even in the afterthought, you know what I'm saying? Like it still wasn't made the same way. So it was almost like y'all Timu men.
And I mean, I guess that's what I'm saying. Like my kind of understanding of it always was just like he made Adam as a whole, probably androgynous being. He wasn't intending for him to procreate. Adam was watching the male and females mate. He wanted the same thing, but all of that is contained within you. I'm just gonna split you into two. And the females were always smaller. I don't know. That I mean, in animals too, the females are smaller. So I just feel like the blueprint was like, okay, you want a mating pair? I'm going to make you a mating pair now. The woman will be smaller, you will be bigger. Like he turned the whole being into a mating pair. Simple.
What animals is the female smaller than the male?
Female is generally always smaller than the male for most mammals. Like dogs. cat, like my male cat is bigger than a grown female cat. My female German Shepherd was like at least 20 pounds lighter than a male German Shepherd full grown would be. The lions are bigger than the lionesses. Like, what do you mean? Like most of the time in mammals, the female is smaller.
Gorillas about the same size.
The females are generally smaller in stature than the males in mammals. This is not.
Well, you know the fruit fly. Well, you know you take the fruit fly into consideration.
That's a creeping thing. We talking about mammals.
You know. Oh, okay.
We talking about mammals.
What Priscilla got to use the fruit fly?
Well, we talking about mammals. So he turned the being into a mating pair.
Okay. Now I'm with you. I hear.
I mean, I don't know. That just seems to make most sense. What was that word for riblet? For McRib? For dingling? What was the Hebrew word? Dingling?
Hold on, I'm about to bring it up. No,
puss?
It's more interesting than that. It's actually like Selah. It's like, listen to this. Hold up.
I always be saying Selah almost.
6763.
Selah.
Selah.
Yeah. Oh, like Selah, like Selah.
Yes, that's why I thought that was interesting. Yeah. Everybody be saying like Selah to mean like peace or whatever.
But what it means?
Be my peace. Be my peace. Like, oh my God, PEACEPIECE. Oh my God, that's
be
crazy.
A piece of me.
That's crazy.
Side. You see how side is the highest use of the word, right? Side is the most common. You see, rib is only 2 times and side is 19, but we just decided.
Look, y'all don't see me with my cookie.
You see how side is used mostly. Side is first, but y'all just took that 2 times and made it the meaning when it could have been more than likely it meant side.
Yeah. That would make way more sense. Way more material to work with.
But then that makes us not a piece of rib. So I got and that means we also were created under the dominion of Adam, even though it don't say that. And clearly, why would it be a curse if that was already how the fuck it was?
Okay, look at us. Okay. Bible study on a Friday. Let's go.
Come on.
Let's go.
Talk to these niggas. Okay.
Go ahead. So we got to do the shits and giggles on Sunday.
Come on. This is blasphemy, right?
Nah, this is biblical. This is Bible. You can't be blasphemy when you read the Bible.
Are we getting further from God or closer?
Okay, I'm glad you said that because I made a note so I wouldn't forget. Now we got a problem about getting further from God. Now with feminism and women being equal, we're violating God's curse.
Yeah, we are.
So the motherfucker.
We fighting back.
Yeah. So which means our culture is becoming satanic. And
the men's supposed to work till they die.
And we stepping away from work. We quiet quitting. We loud.
We trying to have that soft life. Everybody
so we violating guys. Which man, boy, if somebody was gonna convince me like this might be the end times, this would push me towards it.
Let's go.
See, y'all ought to. I cursed y'all, and y'all are violating my curse, trying to overcome my curse.
No,
that feels like something
we
that
on
God
our Tower of Babel tease. Remember they
built
the tower like we gonna come up there and fuck Yellow with a like that. He would have been with Nimrod and them. He would have been like, we gonna build this tower and fuck God.
What they do?
They built the tower to go fuck up God because they was sick of him.
Oh yeah.
We don't know how high it's got to be.
Yellow would go just to see. Like, I ain't really trying to fuck up God, but I want to see what's up there.
I think he'd be for it.
Yeah,
he's for the entertainment phase. He'd be like, yeah, let's go get that nigga.
I think Yellow's with the exploration.
He definitely would have been on the vibes. Yeah. He would have been over there with Nimrod and them. Yeah, let's go fuck him up.
His history rectum me. His history rectum me. Yeah, that's the word.
Let's go. Words. Come on.
Matter of fact, I was about to do that earlier. We were talking about the man coming from the woman. And I was like, see, the X means unknown. And why, when you answer the question why, you were finding the reason. See, so the woman,
come on,
she's
my brother.
The unknown unknown. And see, the unknown is the epitome of ignorance. That's confusion when you have the unknown. But see, men, when they have the unknown, the X chromosome, they bring the Y, they bring the reason. See what I'm saying? So the man brings reason. That's why they say women are emotional, men are logical. That's at a chromosomal level. Because see, women are emotional. Unknown, that's confusion. Women are confused. That's why they're unstable creatures. But men, when we meet confusion, when we see that X, that unknown, we find reason. We establish the why.
But you can't know God. So we stay unknown. So the woman is God. To get to know him. Yes, sir.
I can't stand. Don't be stealing my Don't be stealing my You took my
Yeah, you can never know God. You can never grasp the breadth, the width, the depth of God.
I mean, I done grasp a few.
I've kind of started to get a good feel of the depth.
Yeah, I grasp.
There's a limit there. Yeah.
I'm saying I didn't grab some depths. I done felt some depths.
The depths of the unknown.
Definitely
felt some depths of some unknowns. Right. But no, I do want to go back to, and this is probably going way back to that. But
let's go.
I gotta go pick a pizza up.
All right.
I'll be back though. I mean, it's right around there. So if y'all wanna brother man. No, this is interesting though. Like I wanna.
Yeah. I like this.
So let me. I gotta go get the pizza because nobody loves me and I'm a slave because of God's curse.
Yeah, man.
Just like the curse of the billy goat. Sox didn't win for 100 years. Y'all fucked up. But no, since she leaving, I'm gonna just double back on something. You had asked who was the snake.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Real quick before you go, you go ahead because you'll forget.
No, I remember. Go ahead.
Nope.
I remember this long, nigga. That was like an hour ago. You think I forgot? I'm about to bring it back up, nigga. I know exactly what I'm about to say. Go ahead.
All right. Because you brought it up. The music. It's the music. Because you said when you talked about the women, the music is influential, and they follow with the music saying what they thinking, and they thinking what the music's saying. The music, which is why all the dudes keep talking about everybody twerking. They're getting the twerking from the music. So the music's the snake.
Yeah. I'm okay with that though.
Go ahead. What's up?
So I said God. And I said God for a reason. God is the snake. To them. Wow. For them.
Okay. Yeah, you said religion the first time. So is religion or God?
I'll say God. I guess to just all encompass all of it. Because like I said, it's all adjacent to said deity. So whether I don't really do religion, but I'm spiritual. I'm a open, double-ended, quadruple-minded being ascended to the gap, but it always seemed to come back to God and Jesus. So
okay.
You know what I'm saying? The tether. That's the fucking word I've been looking for this whole time. The tether just gets longer.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I say that due to like the idea we seen in that clip that I sent you. Like they use the idea of God as their backup plan for everything. Like he gonna swoop in and save everything. Like the worst type of woman believe in God. Like the worst type of woman.
Cardi B.
Like the all of them. Even if they ain't the worst type of woman. All of them.
Kendra G.
All of them. They don't not all them chicks on there, no matter how they act, got a relationship with God. On Kendra G, all of them.
Yeah.
7 baby mamas, 7 baby daddies, all of them. 150.
So you saying that to mean like what's the value of it?
No, it's the one that's telling them everything is okay, you good, you could do whatever you want. It's not gonna have no effect on the world, girl. You can live your life. You could do all this. They put all of that on. They put all of that on their spirituality, on the ancestors, God, some type of God deity type form figure. They put all of that on there.
How is Bree gonna ask, is my phone tripping?
So I guess she's trying to see if she can get the chat in. We good. We see.
Yeah. Maybe Snake was the human conscious talking to himself inside his head. Maybe it was a test. A start to be self-sufficient. Maybe it was God. Now the God thing is interesting only because Yella shared me a video with a lady saying God told her to divorce her husband. Now that sounds like being beguiled to eat the fruit. You know, that feels like,
see what I'm saying?
Being beguiled.
How many times have you heard that? That's not the first time you hear it. Just not the first time you heard it. That's just the newest, dumbest way you've heard it.
Yeah, cause I'm like most of like what you're talking about. When a lot of them say they have a relationship with God, they're not following any of the values or principles. So it's hard for me to be like they got beguiled to follow. They got beguiled into following God because they're not following God. They're following themselves and using God's name, which for me is different. But I can still follow the thought. That still makes some sense.
But see, to them, and that's where I said my stance at. You can't say they ain't because
the fruit thing, fruit inspector.
Well, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. As far as as far as the fruit. Now, I'm not saying that's God's doing, but what I'm saying is that the idea of him being so loving and forgiving and protective on how this is how he spoke of.
Yeah,
love,
it's like that dude in the first video. He's
right.
like the dude in the first video that's made this fake ecosystem. Yeah,
right.
He's made the fake ecosystem where they don't even know how bad the situation really is, and that they can't afford another kid.
Right.
God's at the end of his bandwidth.
Or the snake, or he the snake.
That's funny.
And we the fruit as men. Because we getting devoured by this shit.
Yeah. Okay, preacher.
I'm just saying. We are second rate people on this planet. Even the most powerful ones are. No, Bree. No. Damn. You talking about depraved. Girl, like
I don't know. Would make the desire part make a little bit more sense as far as the curse. You gonna quit running off with that rose?
No, the desire is this. They still want a man. All of that shit talking they do, all these, I'm gonna say it, I don't care if church stream or not. All these bitches that talk shit still want a man. Them hoes still there on Kendra G because they want a man. They just sitting there talking shit about all the ones they don't want. If they get the one they want, they act right. They fucking do what they supposed to do. So it's not that's why it's the desire. But guess what? That man you desire gonna rule your ass because he knows you want him. All that shit you was talking, all that I'm a big dog, all that shit old girl was talking. It's a nigga right now. No, she ain't shit. because he had her motherfucking neck bent sideways and had her knee touching her forehead one motherfucking day, and she been fucked up whatever since. She check up on him, call, bring him food, all the shit these bitches talk about they won't do. She do that shit for him. Man. And guess what? He probably dog her ass the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why. Now, if you find a nigga that actually treat you right, he got a 50-50 chance of being considered a people pleaser.
Weak.
Soft.
Yeah, he put up the Christmas tree with you and the kids.
Right. You get a nigga that put up a Christmas tree with you instead of the nigga that calls you Christmas the day after Christmas.
Man, that's crazy.
You want the nigga that'll call you the day after Christmas because he got the resources and the dick and the influence that he rule your ass with. The whole time you desire him, you desire to control him, you desire to make him change, make him stop fucking. I just wish he would stop fucking these other bitches. I just wish he would spend more time with me. I wish you would give me more attention. I wish you validated my feelings. I wish you would. All these fucking reasons that women have came up with that they want men to honor their feelings and understandings. Meanwhile, you keep picking a nigga that's gonna rule your ass because you want the nigga that you desire instead of getting a nigga that desire you. Because guess what? You get a nigga that desire you, you think it's time to step all over him because you get to view him as a people pleaser instead of him just desiring you and actually wanting to give you the thing that you want.
See, that might be part of the problem. So it might go back. This might go back to your very first point about needing that middle ground, because the man desiring her is what led to both of them falling, because she ate the fruit and he ate it with her instead of standing up for God. So maybe it's like neither the desire being so overwhelming for her that he caves to people please, nor should it be her desire is so much for him that he can rule over her. Again, going back to that collaborative, egalitarian, that equal stance.
Right.
Mm-hmm. That's a financial domination.
Which is what women want. I want to provide her, protect her. He got to make $1 billion. What you know?
That's the curse.
Right? What you think you gonna get?
Okay. I like it. You cooking? I like it. Let's go. All right. See, that's why we got to get you in the Bible, man. We got to see you. You know what you would have been if you had spent those formative years in the church and you knew these scriptures, and you would have been able to snuff out the BS and then come up with these theories and put together some of these principles and reformat. Man, see, that's what I'm gonna have to do. We're gonna have to. This is what I'm gonna do. Yo. I'm going to start getting some Bible stories that people struggle with, like this one, and I'm going to bring them like this, in like layman's terms, and then you go and set up you going to figure out what's beneath it that we missing. I like that.
Cool.
Because I haven't ever. Now maybe I'm in the wrong circles, but I've never heard anybody bring up how this curse was. Now maybe Bree has. And I didn't hear it because she's a woman. Kind of like yesterday with Ruthless when I hadn't heard. So maybe I can't hear women. And maybe that's part of the curse. Maybe I can't hear what they say. Oh my God. But yeah, I've never heard anybody break that down. The curse as I've never heard that. Yeah. I like this. I said, your family be doing it. See, I would enjoy that so much, man. Because it's like, I've been in church so many years and haven't heard stuff like this. Man, get out of here. Oh, man. Because they don't really spend time breaking down the curse in church. I like it though. I like it. While we're on the road, I'm gonna play a little bit more podcast.
You got Beyonce, who's the main proponent of "We don't need men who run the world, girls," and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, it did, because y'all carrying on. Yeah, we got to a little something. We came to a little something. I definitely see the curse different though.
Your ass.
And here's the problem though. If we are if we're either playing into the curse or violating the curse, like that's problematic. Like none of the stuff we're doing is in order. Like to this day, 1,000 years later, we're still either doing the curse, doing the fall, like either replicating the fall, replicating the curse, or trying to break the curse.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. I love it. Yell is live abended. Very advanced understanding. I have another context because of institutionalism. Man.
The music that's being put out about men, either we all gangsters or we gay. Either way it go, we dying.
Dang. That's all we got.
And we're not here.
Either way it go, we dying.
Either way it go, we dying. You know what I'm saying? We're not thriving either way. Whether you gay or you in prison, you out of there. You know what I'm saying? so now it's like, okay, so for the wholesome man of God, you know what I'm saying? For the wholesome man of God who's supposed to be the pillar in the household, who's supposed to be the leader, spiritual leader of the household, who's supposed to be able to be that solid male foundation for your children and things of that nature.
Yeah, right, Bree. That homophobia come up in weird places. You dead because you gay? Like, come on, man. Stop it.
Sure. It's like they're trying to eliminate that. So I think when I look at it this way, I'm looking at it like, okay, she wants to be the head of the situation because last time Adam didn't step up and do what he had to do. It's a lot of men who are not stepping up doing what they have to do. So naturally, a woman feels like it's fight or flight. If my family's going to survive, if I'm going to thrive, I have to step up and take this head. I hear women say it all the time. I was in a situation where I felt like I had to be the head, and that shouldn't be the case.
Yeah.
So what makes her feel that way, though? Either the guy's not stepping up, or it's also this desire she has naturally on the inside to want to be the head. Mm-hmm. But what's going to make a woman of God respect you? If you come with just you, she can get tired of you. I don't care how good you look, how good you cook, whatever you can do in the bedroom, eventually, that's going to get old. The only thing she's going to respect continuously is a man who's submitted to God. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where that comes.
I have a clip from Yella that says otherwise. God will tell her to leave. God will tell her to divorce.
Real talk. Real talk, bud.
This dude tripping. Only a man that submitted to God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, Bree, come on. Like they be capping so hard, but it's crazy. I have so much evidence. Man, listen. So much evidence of men that were submitted to God and seemed like, I mean, really seemed like good dudes. Even from the women's own mouths, they seemed like good dudes, good God-fearing dudes, and they still weren't happy. So cut that out.
That's what old girl said in the clip.
Man.
We didn't even have that. We didn't even argue. We was like best friends. And then after 15 years, we had one disagreement, and God told me that's not your husband. So I listened.
From the sweat of his brow. Yeah. He got to break his back.
Man. That's why it don't sound. It sound real like rigid at first. Was
it
like,
don't
you want to dominate the man, but he got control.
Facts.
It's not as rigid as it comes across. Is if this man is truly submitted to God, then you should be submitted.
But here's a question:
but you see how, depending on how you see that verse, you can have totally different interpretation of it.
Yeah, but I think the question goes: but what if the man is submitted and she still don't want to submit?
Thank you. Thank you. There you go. Like, let's quit acting like people make their decision. Like the story of Adam and Eve proves that one person doesn't make the decision based on the other person.
Right.
They don't make their decision based on God.
Right.
They make their decision based on what's important for them at that moment. She listened to the snake. He listened to her. But it could have went the other way around. It could have went the other way around easily. They could have both listened to the snake. He could have listened to the snake, and then she could have followed suit. We've seen it play out a million different ways, man. People are going to do what they want, regardless of the partner, regardless of God, because people are people.
But I think the question goes, but what if the man is submitted and she still don't want to submit?
She got to check us.
Then she not submitted to God.
Yeah.
Right. She got to be submitted to God. He submitted to God, and y'all submit to each other because it does say that later in Scripture.
I didn't agree. I just podcast.
In his proper.
Yeah. But we done seen everybody. How do you know somebody submitted to God? Because everybody will say that, and then they'll still do the God told me to leave my husband, and they left my husband because I believe I'm submitted to God.
Because that's it, right? That's the proof. It's the proof being the proof.
Yeah, it's so crazy. And that's the worst thing in the world is the proof being the proof.
It's the proof being the proof.
That's the worst thing. And that's why when I was talking about the stuff being the faith versus proof, being a kind of oxymoronic, like the whole even relationship, because this whole other person has a totally different intention and you really don't know what they're on from day to day other than what they say. You can't be inside their head. It's all faith. It's all faith. Like almost everything we do is faith. Because I've seen so many people where they're talking about, I thought somebody was my friend and they came out and they were working against me. They said they was jealous. Like you've been friends with this person for years and they're trying to sabotage you. But you operating in the belief that this was your friend are getting sabotaged the entire way. Because if there's another person, they could be on any type of time and you don't necessarily know it. You got to judge them. What's coming out of this? What are they actually performing? What are they actually doing? And even that you got to question because they could be doing it to like the people pleasing. They can still be doing it with bad intention. So it's crazy, man. There is like this is like the God question. There is no right answer. There is no right answer, man.
No, yeah, I definitely be right there in the sense that I definitely got a better understanding of what you meant by that. Hearing it from the opposite way, like hearing it from like for real, like hearing it from like hearing it from the perspective of giving definitive proof, right? Giving proof where there is no proof is the same way of looking for proof when none can be provided, right? So it's like this irrational way of approaching something that requires the utmost highest level of faith, right? So it would be irresponsible for me to ask for super stupid hard ass evidence, just the same as you giving definitive evidence. I know this is the way. I know this is the case because I know better. And this that. Well, look, because then I'm gonna get mad. Because if you telling me I can't ask no questions, but this nigga can tell me what the truth is, I'm gonna get mad. I'm gonna get real mad. That's probably why I kind of popped off a little bit yesterday. I ain't go fully there, because like I said, this ain't really my battle. But just on the personal level, how my morals set up, you sure ain't finna tell me that I can't ask for proof. And then I gotta sit up and hear this dude give me all the proof, submit all the proof as if we were just supposed to be like, because you know, scripture say up down, left right, A B select start, and we were just supposed to be like yeah, that's what it say. Yeah, that's that. I ain't feeling it. I ain't feeling it, B.
Yeah, man, because it's crazy. But that was fun though. Oh my god.
Maybe he was snake talking.
Oh god, but I love seeing people that are kind of stuck in that circular thought pattern and not being able to see it. Oh my god. It is so crazy. Because it's like you said it perfectly. You was like, it's a thin line between where you are and like a straitjacket. Oh my god. Because if a Christian, like somebody saying, I like what me and Greg talked after the end of the stream. He was like, your position, I have to admit that my position as a Christian is much more like illogical. It's much crazier than yours. Like most people, the natural thing should be your position, because mine is so. It's like it's out there. It's a dude that was born of a virgin and was crucified and came back from the dead. That should be understood to be impossible, and that people that believe it are believing it purely on faith. Because how could we prove that? How could you know that? You could just have faith in, which is what Jesus asked for. So to say that you know beyond faith, which is what Jesus said you needed, is insane.
Got his ass yesterday. I was clapping. Come on, Yellow. Using our own argument to get these snakes off this motherfucking plane, bitch.
Oh, shoot. Man, good times. Good times. Let me see. I'm here playing in just a second. Sorry, got my hands full. Pause.
Hey.
Stop
for order. So, like, it's funny because me and my sister
just
had a Bible study talking about this.
What kind of pizza you get?
Pepperoni, New York style something from. We got some wings and cheese sticks.
Okay. Pizza.
The pizza.
Sound good.
And I just, like you said, okay, let me get my thoughts all together. Like you was all over the place.
Get your thoughts, girl.
Like I remember like talking to God before, and he just was saying like, there's not enough of us that are truly seeking out my revealed word for them and for their lives. Okay. So like in this situation, God told Adam, don't eat the fruit. So like we easily can be like, oh yeah, well, she dominated him. Adam had a choice. You were it said you were next to her. She passed you the fruit. She didn't force you. So like even though she's having this conversation, well, really y'all are being beguiled. We like to emphasize that Eve is the one being beguiled. Y'all are being beguiled because you had a direct understanding with God of what you were supposed to do. So this is really your passivity.
I'm so annoyed.
Go ahead, Bree. Cook.
It did not say that.
The truth of the faith. You can't give me both.
She wasn't beguiled because she didn't get the rule directly from God. She was beguiled because Satan turned her around about what you will positively die meant. That's where she was beguiled, not because she didn't know the rule, because she didn't hear it from God. Where they be getting this from? Where are they getting this from? That is not what she was beguiled because he said you can't eat of the tree or you will die. Well, what does that mean? Basically, the snake was like, you sure about that? I mean, because will you actually die? But did you die? Like that was the beguiling, not that she didn't know. She did not. It's not that she didn't know the rule because she didn't hear it from God. It does not say that.
Yeah, because she admitted it to the serpent, but she didn't get it.
But she knew the rule.
So
the serpent was like, so when they say die,
does that mean today or eventually? And she was like, you right, because he didn't say.
He sure didn't say.
Because a day, really 1,000 years. I mean, so like, is it 1,000 years for you or just like today? And
yeah,
he wasn't wrong because they didn't die immediately.
Makes sense.
They lived 4,000 years. They lived 4,000 years and then they died. So it was one day for God, not for them.
Yeah, that needing more context just before making a bad decision.
Yep.
Makes sense now. Yep.
He got her on the context. That was how she was beguiled. It wasn't about the rule because Adam told her the rule and not God. First of all, it didn't say that. It said God told them. And she said God said.
Let me fix that, Brie. God told Adam. And then after God told Adam in verse 17, then God decided to make him help me. Chapter 2.
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm just saying they can't say that Adam was the one who told her the rule because in 3 when she's talking about it, she said that God said don't eat from the tree. So we don't know how she got the rule. That's all I'm saying. Like she said God.
But she knows it. That's all that matters. She knows it.
She knows it, and she said God said it. So she understood it was God's rule.
Right.
Correct. So she had all the information. She had the same information Adam had. So this whole she didn't know from God, so that's why it's more Adam's fault. That is, once again, what?
Yeah, they're trying to pass out blame in the situation where both people fucked up.
Right. And they think that the beguiling was that about the rule because God didn't tell her directly. And that is not what got her tripped up. She was tricked. Ugh. Fucking hate church. Sorry. I just be so tired of them.
Literally, because if he was standing on what God said, you standing on business, you would have been like, "Look, slap that fruit out her hand, or don't eat it."
Domestic violence. Y'all hear that? Y'all hear that? Domestic violence.
He should have been standing on business. Girl, shut up.
Slap that fruit out of her head.
Yeah, but that do sound like
Adam's fault.
But that do sound like the social requirement of men in relationships now. Like we're supposed to, like you said, we supposed to always be running around with the mat for you to fall on it.
Mm-hmm. I need a man that can control me.
Yeah.
That can handle me. I don't need no weak man talking about it. I don't need no man to be intimidated. You got to be strong enough to rein me in. I'm like, come on, man.
And when you eat your ass into the wall.
But if they believe this is what happened, then this is framing all of their gender dynamics. Then I'm like, y'all
that the man is supposed to make my decisions.
He's supposed to. You can have all the rules. You can have the same brain. You can be his equal and his partner. But when you over there kikiing with the serpent, he's supposed to stop you. And once again, you never get to be accountable for your own mess. Eve ain't nobody told you to be over there kikiing with the serpent.
Dang.
That's why your ass in trouble now.
The church is
the snake. Because somehow this all Adam's fault, and they don't even say that.
Dang. Y'all done turned my whole life around.
I said we were not supposed to do this because like you were saying, he told Adam that before Eve was even in the picture.
Right.
So the word was for Adam. And then if your husband is leading or whoever you about to marry, he has the word.
What's crazy is his initial reaction was, "You gave me this woman."
The woman you gave me, Lord. The woman you gave me.
The woman whom you gave to be with me, she gave me the tree and I ate. It's like he blamed her immediately.
But God said Eve was deceived, but Adam sinned. That's what scripture says too.
Good.
So
let me see. Let me see. Man said the woman now gave me. What is it thou has done?
See, okay, blah, blah, blah. That both confirms what Bree said, and both ways in a sense, right? Because fuck, what did she just say? I'm trying to remember what she just said before I lose it. Fuck.
Who this lady here on the?
She was saying that God
told
Adam.
Right, Adam was. The woman was deceived. The woman was deceived.
But he sinned. She's
Adam sinned.
But he sinned. Yeah.
Right. I don't see that in here.
Yeah, that's not.
So
I don't see that in the scripture.
So one, that's playing into the bias of how you see how that's how the world works today. Like a man and woman can do the same devious ass fucking thing. Like people making
He's abusive.
Women. Hold on, no, like people making the. Like Bree said, when you do human trafficking and shit, I bet you it's a woman working 9 times out of 10 working with her. But guess what? Diddy gonna get looked at as a monster. That woman gonna get looked at as just another victim.
Deceived by Diddy.
Yeah. Right, another person deceived by the man who was running the thing.
She didn't sin, she just deceived.
Right. Yep. He's the sinner. She was just deceived.
Yep. That's kind of how the culture is right now.
She put the Eve in deceived.
But then it can't be the truth because if, like Bree said, she didn't, she wasn't told. She was told as well not to eat the fruit. She knew not to eat the fruit.
Mm-hmm. And she knew the rule in its entirety,
right?
As it was spoken. So
even if she did hear from Adam, guess what? We ain't talking about something that was quoted from the Bible. If she heard it from Adam, it was probably exactly how it was said.
Right. Because she quoted it exactly how it was said in chapter 2.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
She said it the same way.
Right. So they both sinned equally.
Right. Which is why they were both punished.
Mm-hmm. Which is why yesterday when Goof Troop Magoo was talking about, because all sins is the same. Apparently not.
Right. If all sin was the same, why he didn't even punish them the same?
He ain't even punish them the same. Right. Because if they was all the same, they would all get the same. If they're all the same, they would all get the same punishment.
I disagree.
If all crime was the same, all crime would get the same punishment. That's why you rarely see anybody. That's why you rarely see anybody get life for shoplifting or probation for a triple homicide. I
understand your point. Let me offer you a different perspective. From the scriptural perspective of God, it's not that when we say that language, we're using very vague, loose language. So there needs to be nuance understood there. So to God, every sin is sin. All of it's a blemish, no matter how deep it is. A lie or a murder. It's all sin. It's all a blemish. Just like you brought up crime. Whether it's a misdemeanor or it's a felony, it's all crime. So that's what I'm saying. God still classified, because he said, thou shalt not commit adultery. So he knew there were different types, but they were all sin. So when people saying all sin is sin, they're saying all crime is crime. It's actually saying nothing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's one of the things we shouldn't say, because it's actually saying nothing. Because it just leads to the confusion that you like. So when God says all crime is punishable by death, stealing, lying, rape, murder, adultery, all of it's punishable by death. Doesn't matter how low level the crime is, all of it's punishable by death. So that's what I want to just give that different perspective on it. All of it's punishable by death, no matter how low level it is. It's still a crime, and I'm still eliminating you for it.
Okay.
Yeah, eventually.
Me the tree.
So what?
Right. I mean,
I said, eventually. Eventually, everybody dies because we're in a sinful state, right? So, in that case, the wage of sin is death. Yes, everybody, in fact, does die one day. So, and we're all born into a sinful state. That's yeah. But even amongst that, he still divvy out punishment specific to sin. That's all I kind of was adding, because they did, in fact, die, which was the punishment for sin. But then they also got a punishment that was catered to each of them as well. So, like you said, there's just that, not disagreeing with you or anything, but just like that delineation of this sin is different than that sin. They are different, and he knows they're different, and he can actually punish you before death for a sin you commit in the way he sees fit. And, so sometimes it's kind of people sit on that moot point, which I think is moot to say the wage of sin is death, because if we're born in a sinful state, we all die. Yes, that is. Yeah. Now, but there's,
there's no point in bringing up, because that's why I added but the gift of God is eternal life yesterday, because there is no point in saying the wages of sin is death, unless you're going to bring in the caveat or the exception of but Jesus allows you life eternal. That's the only point of bringing up the wages of sin is death, because everybody's going to die. Like you said, so unless you're going to bring in how you can escape that, why bring it up?
That's what I'd be saying.
There's no value to it.
Okay. Right. There's no
in the way that, specifically the way that it was brought up yesterday. It can be brought up in a way that's useful, but not that way. I just tell you, the way to sin is death. Well, everybody's going to die.
Everybody's going to die. So
everybody getting paid. Everybody's getting paid this week. Got direct deposit.
It's like he blamed her immediately.
But God said Eve was deceived, but Adam sinned. That's what scripture says too.
Where does the scripture okay, not in Genesis. Okay. I think she's talking in the New Testament. Somebody says that I think somebody says that in the New Testament. But I'm not going to count that because it's that's somebody giving commentary somewhere else in the Bible.
Because you're the leader.
Yeah. But I think the thing too is that even like for years hearing that, I always thought like she ate and came to him and gave it to him, but I didn't know that he was there.
Yeah. They was dragging us. They was dragging us.
Passed it over here.
Yeah, 1 Timothy.
No, I thought he was like.
So that's 1 Timothy 2:14 looks like.
But even they say he was there chilling, watching the whole thing go down and ate some too. I mean, I
Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in transgression. Well, being deceived, she was in okay. But she
transgression is sin. How do we get she didn't sin? Do you see how they just left that out?
Yeah, wait a minute.
Transgression is sin. So why are we saying she didn't sin?
These people.
What are we reading?
What? We are going to die? Unfortunately. The wages of sin is death, man.
Maybe
your
not.
direct deposit is set up.
Maybe not.
Nah. You die.
Maybe not.
Nah, you die. I can't prove that you're going to die. I mean, I ain't got no proof. I'm just saying that.
But if you get eternal life, do you die?
Yeah, you still do.
Yep.
So once again, I
I'm
don't do
sick of this shit.
And then also, I'd be like, is that really what he talking about? Because you still gonna die.
That's
what
are we
even talking about?
Are
we sure we know what death means in the context? Because we all still die. Even if you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord, you gonna die.
Come on, man.
Are we sure we know what they talking about? Because it don't make sense.
Okay, come on. Yellow, there's a way out. You can become a prophet of God. You can become a prophet of God. Then
you'll die painfully, probably.
Because one of them was taken up into heaven in a whirlwind. So he
was sick of this shit, and he went and whined about it.
He got just taken away. So God just took him without him dying.
He said, "Get me out of here. It's ghetto." He was so sick of her. He was so tired. He was like, "I'm tired of this shit. Please come get me." And God, in fact, came and got him.
I just said that shit. I just said
he was so tired of these people. Like, he could not take it anymore.
This is exhausting.
Elijah would agree.
I've done this with y'all for 5 days.
He said, I'm tired. I got to fight the women. But Elijah, he was so tired because he had to fight the woman. He had to fight Jezebel. He's the only prophet that got so tired of it. And God was like, you know what? Come on up here. Yeah. And he was fighting. He was fighting Jezebel. None of the other prophts.
He was the only one that ever came back like, see, you know I can't fucking win. Why you got me there fighting this motherfucker?
Ain't she cursed? She's supposed to be doing this. What am I really fighting for?
You know I can't beat him.
That's basically what happened. I'm tired.
I got a level 9 over me. You see she a level 35.
Oh God, move along.
I feel like God really feel bad for him. Like, you know what? Come on. Just let me come get him. Let me come get him. My bad. Let me come get you. He came and got him. He got to go home early.
He got picked up.
He did in the chariot. He literally got picked up.
He got to go get some McDonald's. He went to take him to get some McDonald's.
Let me send the
whirlwind.
He sent the car for
chariot and horses of fire.
He got the chariot.
God pulled up on him. Like,
God pulled up on him.
Don't get my kid.
Come on, bro. I know
y'all ain't gonna be doing my kid like this. I'll take him out of here.
He told him he was gonna leave too. He was telling everybody, "I'm out of here." He was like, "I'm finna go."
Yeah, you had a rough day at school, little buddy.
Nah, I love that scripture though, because I think he the one who went to the mountains and he was like crying about it, and he was like, he was looking for God, and God wasn't in the thunder, and he wasn't in this, and he wasn't in that, and he had that whole moment, and they say the Spirit of God was with him while he was whining and complaining, and then after that, he came and picked him up.
I searched all over.
Yeah, I'm tired of this bitch.
Couldn't find nobody.
So why you put it in power just for me to fight her? Damn. Ain't you God? Damn.
Yeah,
You take these niggas
out. This RPG is way too hard.
Basically. But Jezebel was something else. Like, I mean, I don't blame him.
Yeah.
She was a modern woman. She was a modern woman before the modern women.
Man.
She had all the power. Ahab wasn't doing shit.
And she an underboss too. I hate when they put, like I said,
she had that buff too.
Yeah, man.
She was out of control.
The developers was tripping.
You know, it's like when you almost kill the boss and then they get that buff and they get that overshield.
Yes, I hate that. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's just
second frame. The second phase.
That's what happened to Yella.
Oh my
god. It took forever for Yella to beat the boss, right? I promise you. But then that loading screen, the dude got back up and said something and got more powerful. Man, we fell out, man. Because it took him forever to beat dude. I mean, he died so many times.
That's Jezebel, okay?
So many times.
Now you see why Elijah was trying to get up out of here.
Got up, his arm got long. He like grew a tentacle. His sword got bigger. And he was faster. And we was just like, no way.
See, Bree.
Get me out of here.
Bree, I don't play them games like that right now. Since then, I've like watched, like I started really like watching like video game videos and shit where they be talking about the games and all that. Second phase is common in those type of games, right? When you beat a boss, they usually go down and then turn into something different because Life of P had that same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, oh, okay, this is a mechanism of these type of games.
Yeah, you always got to save your stuff for that overshield.
But the first time, and not having that knowledge,
man,
bro, when he came back again, I paused, I just sat there, I dissociated for about a good 2 minutes.
That's why I don't play the walking simulators, because they had you all that shit, and then they gonna make sure.
This is like hour 6 of 8.
Yeah.
They be having them cheap moves that cover the whole stage. You be like, I can't dodge this shit.
Oh my god. God. You got to parry.
The dodge and the parry. The dodge and the parry.
You got to parry. You got to parry an arm that's coming across the screen.
Like 25 feet.
Cheating ass shit. I know. That's why I don't play them games. They trick.
It was insane.
But yeah, IG said this the kind of Bible study he could. This how me and my family study the Bible for real. We be carrying on. We be saying all kind of crazy stuff.
Stats at the same time. Yeah, I can't stand. I can't. You know, video games they be cheating. Oh man.
I guess we can listen to them keep on misinterpreting the fucking Bible to justify their goofy behavior.
But just again, anybody that might be listening to this or listen to this later, that scripture is in the Bible, but it's in 2 Timothy. And this is a point again. This is a personal point of contention that I have with Christians.
Niggling.
They like to use. There's a Bible verse that they like to use to validate the Bible. Like again, the Bible validating the Bible, but they like the Bible is divinely inspired. Let me see.
And you can't add to or take away. I'm gonna try that. If I ever go to school and have to write a paper, I'm gonna use my paper as the reference for my paper.
Yes. Okay. So, Yella, you'll appreciate this part. So 2 Timothy 3:16. All scripture. Let me pull up that show.
Come on, look at our heathen Bible study.
We need the glass shatter for every time you quote a verse. That's 3:16. And we just need the glass.
That's all the best verses in the Bible. I actually did it one time. I just went through and read all the 3:16 verses.
You know what? They do have some good ones.
For no reason. Because I feel like they always eat. I don't know what it is. It's a thing.
It's like the episode 5 in the
it's like episode 9 of Game of Thrones is always better than 10.
See?
All right, go ahead, bro. My bad. 16. Now you good. I was actually looking for the glass shatter because I have it somewhere, but I don't know where it is. I was about to add it to the StreamYard. So, all scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness, that the man of God may be perfect, thoroughly furnished unto all good works. Now, this is in 2 Timothy 3:16 and 17, and this is in the New Testament. Do you know what the problem with using this scripture is, Yella?
No.
Because it's in the New Testament, it can only be talking about the Old Testament. It cannot be talking about the Bible because it's in the Bible.
Right.
Right, because it didn't exist. It literally didn't exist.
Yes. There was no New Testament for this to be referencing. So everybody uses this everybody uses this to say that the Bible is inspired by God. But that's not what this is saying. Because it's part of the Bible. So it's talking about the scriptures that was existed when this was written, which would have been the Old Testament, like Bree said, the Torah. Which always kills me when they do that.
Goof troop.
The Bible is the divinely inspired word of God. No. The Bible's not the divinely inspired word of God.
What is the Bible?
Every part. So basically, part 2 tells you that part 1 is real. The sequel,
yes.
Confirms. I mean, that's kind of the whole idea. Like the sequel was supposed to confirm the prequel. I mean, the original.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But they take it to mean that both parts. Well, part 2 is
basically
part
like
1 and part 2 are
it's basically like a remake. Like the part 2 was just like a remake of part 1 in more modern terms at the time.
Where they retcon stuff. Part 2 is
because it's like because also like the Israelites and Hebrews, they were all dispersed because they was fucking up, so they was already like spread out. So the culture wasn't even like culturing no more. They were like they were in different conditions. So like a lot of the Old Testament stuff they couldn't even do even if they wanted to. So it's just like, and then they couldn't understand the principles beyond a rule. So he had to make a remake. Be like, okay, this is what it would look like now. Yeah. That's basically
so then they
what
made,
the Testament was.
Yeah. So
that's
then
what
they
Jesus
made John
was.
Wick.
Right.
John Wick as Jesus. And he came back and killed all the sins. But then he got excommunicado.
Yeah.
And then, you know, all that
hated it. The original was better. Basically. I mean, that's basically.
Nah, really. Yeah. I mean, for real. Because matter of fact, it's even oh my god. Okay, so I'm sorry. It's a little bit even worse than that because the first 4 chapters of the New Testament is like you said, the remake.
Yeah,
but then the rest of it is like commentary about the remake.
Exactly.
So it's like the after show. Like so, everything after the first 4 chapters is like after show.
This is basically like a podcast, Mike. About
I'm finna say it's like DVD commentary. I want to get like real millennial with it. It's like DVD commentary.
Yeah.
Oh. Remember how movies used to come in the 2 disc?
Yeah, the second one had a director commentary and stuff.
Right,
like that.
one had the
It was director commentary, and like that's really what it was. Because like the first thing that everybody's like, the original was better. Like basically, the Jews didn't like the remake.
Yeah, they didn't like the remake at all. We will not accept that as canon.
The remake is too soft. We know.
So
they never did that.
So if the modern So if it was in modern times, the Jews would be tweeting "Go woke" or "Go woke, go bro."
Yeah, they didn't like the wokeness. They literally, they hated him.
Okay.
Not my hashtag. Not my Messiah.
Not my Messiah. Actually, that's what happened because some people say Barabbas' name actually was Jesus too. But he went by that Barabbas or whatever, and they picked him as their leader because they thought he embodied more of what they wanted their savior to be like. So that's why they chose to kill. Yeah, that's why they chose to kill Jesus because he was too woke and soft, and he probably put up Christmas trees.
Yep.
I mean, it would be his birthday. Of course, he put up Christmas trees. Of course, he decorated his house for his birthday party. He
literally was too soft for them. That's why they killed him. He literally was too soft. Like, that's canon.
That's crazy.
Hey, man. Okay. I ain't gonna go into that. I'm about to go into another side trip. So, Bree, what were you telling me about the Asherah the other day? What was the problem? Wasn't that a female god?
Asherah, yeah, like the queen. Well, in Jeremiah, because Anaya had Inya posted it, and he was talking about the queen of heaven in Jeremiah, and most people accept that at the time to be like Astarte, I think, and her mom is Asherah, who basically is. So it's like, is it her son was it Tammuz? I don't know. They be all cross referencing. I'm not sure, but basically, he smashed her. Did you talk about when I was talking about that?
Yeah.
Like her son smashed her? Yeah, he was the original motherfucker, basically. Yeah. So, they be chill. They be kicking it in the Bible. So, yeah, they hated her. Jeremiah hated the Queen of Heaven. He hated the female goddess. Because it was goddess worship before. Everybody was on that. And then, the more male-dominant deity came along eventually and got rid of all that.
I was trying to find something real quick because
he'll be back
with the tree, the decorating the tree.
Oh,
okay, cool. Decorating the tree has something to do with like the astral poles and trees too.
Yeah, a lot of that's funny. Why I was talking about the maypole and stuff because it's like Isis, Asherah, like it depending on who it is. But that's why I was talking about churches doing a maypole. It sends to me. It's hilarious to me. But yeah, so a lot of the Isis, Astarte, like you'll see a lot of that in the Bible. I mean, you won't see. I mean, you might not notice it, but a lot of times they were fighting against that stuff. And a lot of the stuff Jesus was doing when he was on earth was actually to prove his, I guess, basically, supposedly like deification over those guys. Like a lot of random stuff he did, places he just stood at where he did his transfigurations, they say. Like some people believe it's because some people say, okay, it's because they borrowed this story from the other cultures. Then some people say it was because the people of that time really believed in these sacred places. So he was going there to prove that he was actually sovereign. Yeah, I'm that bitch. Yeah. So there's a lot of places he went to and did things randomly. And like, if you don't have that context, it would just seem very random. And it would seem like it don't have no point.
Yeah, that makes sense. He was trying to complete like the Amazing Race or something. Like go to all these 12 places.
Don't take a picture at Mount Hermon. Pow. The peace sign. Pow. Do a transfiguration. Basically, that's what he was doing. He was doing a lot of like, I'm that bitch. Basically, it's pretty much what I'm that bitch tour.
Jit. I like it. All right, let's see what the next point is, and we get ready to get out of here. It's been almost 4 hours.
Yeah.
Doing something, he came up and she was like, "Here, eat this." I didn't know he was like just watching the snake just talk to his wife.
That's
crazy. Are you gonna sit there and let somebody finish your wife?
No.
That, or even if he did walk up at some part of the conversation, you already
there the whole time. Yeah.
Exactly, you already aware of what's going on and what God told you.
Yeah, it says she also gave to her husband with her, and he ate. So he was with her.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I don't know if he was like listen to his iPod or something.
So what's okay? So let's ask the gentleman here. So do you feel like Adam is an alpha male or beta
that really came up?
Wow,
that really came up. Wow.
If Adam's not an alpha, then God doesn't want men to be alphas.
Jesus,
have we accepted that though? If we really gonna go down this path, if we gonna say Adam wasn't how you gonna say it? At this point, you have to say nothing really Adam was doing in his essence in this moment would have been not of God, right? If this is how he was made before the curse, this is how God made him to be. So if he was chilling and letting his very much so capable partner have a conversation, then that was how he was made to be.
Which, based on what we've like gone back and read a little bit of, there was nothing to suggest that she was like an underling that had to follow him around. They both, based on like chapter 1, they both would have had dominion. And even going back into chapter 2, like she seemed to be okay having conversation with the snake. Like she didn't defer or become demure and like speak to Adam. Yeah. So it seems like she was capable and competent. Even the fact that God punished her seems like she had her own autonomy and agency. So it's weird to make him a beta because she was like equal to him as far as being able to.
Because why would he be alarmed by her having a conversation?
Right, dose. He's a beta now.
He's the only man, and he's a beta. And why wouldn't she be able to have a conversation with it if talking beings was around and they was just kicking and kicking it? Why would he be? Don't talk to my woman, like. But come on, guys. So that would mean men being more chilled and laid back and egalitarian would be actually closer to the perfection of God, not further.
Oh my God! See, I didn't listen to this full thing because I saw the first one. Okay, this will probably be good. I must listen to like first 5-7 minutes. But they call Adam beta.
I need to hear it. Let me hear a little bit. I gotta see where they go with it. I'm sorry, you can't just leave.
Yeah, maybe they might course correct. You're right. Let's give them benefit of the doubt.
They ain't fixing nothing. Nobody said wrong yet, but maybe they'll do this one because
this will be the one. This will be the one. But it was funny. It was a good little hot line. Yeah, you know.
Adam was a sucker, man.
Look, Adam was a sucker.
This is why I say you're a sucker. If I'm sitting here with my woman and I see somebody crafty coming along, I see a snake walking up to my wife.
Which is where we get the dumb God. But anyway, let's go.
That mean God
and
is
telling her
some
things against what God told us to do. And I'm just sitting there. First of all, if my wife talking to somebody like that and we in close proximity, I'm finna see what's going on. Like, it should be nothing that you telling her that you can't tell me. And that's the sign of a predator. Like, if you would.
It's also the sign of a predator that your wife can't have a conversation with anybody without you being present. Like, God,
in the garden when it's just us. Imagine being insecure when you literally was just made in the image of God yesterday.
And this is a place that God provided for you. If you are insecure in God's garden,
that was good.
My God.
You can't even be good in good
with your wife.
Man.
You can't even be good in good. He can't relax in the Garden of Eden. That was literally good by God.
He's beta. He's beta and a cuck. He's a beta cuck. Beta male cuck.
Not you relaxing.
Oh, you missed it. You didn't hear the beta part when you dipped off?
No. Oh. I caught it in the replay. I was watching the stream.
Man can't even relax in the Garden of Eden of God.
Man, listen.
How dare you relax?
Adam is an alpha male or beta male?
Sucker.
He's the only male, you dumb shit.
Yeah,
talking about is he an alpha male? He's the only male, you dumb ass.
He is the one.
Dude.
He is literally him.
Yeah, I am him.
He is him.
That dude. He is that dude.
He is that dude. He is him.
There are no other dudes.
His only competition is animals and talking snakes, apparently.
Oh God.
I'm waiting to hear these doofuses answer reasons, like seriously.
He had the same hope I had, unfortunately.
Nah, that dude called him a sucker. And he
to see what's going on. Like, it should be nothing that you telling her that you can't tell me. And that's the sign of a predator. Like, if you with your wife somewhere and somebody trying to convince you to do something, and they come talk to your family to do something, they come talk to your wife before they come talk to you as the head of the household, you're not gonna feel offended by that?
Yeah, for sure.
It's a
garden. By God, it's God's garden, not just a garden.
That is perfect.
This is God's garden.
They're not even outside yet. They ain't even got kicked out yet. They in the garden. For all they know, everything is good right now. Nothing has happened. Why are they scared and insecure? Why can't Adam relax? If you can't relax in the perfect garden of God, then take me out of here. Like, what the?
You can't. Because God was a daggone predator too. Because he gonna put fruit that you can't eat in the middle of the garden, and a snake that's gonna tell you to eat it. Like, it was a trap. It was a honey trap.
It was a test to see if you was goofy and you failed. You was goofy. That's what it was.
But God made him goofy.
Yeah.
Ain't fair to God judge you after
I honestly think it was like one of those like stupid, like little, like a temper. We always talk about temperament tests.
Mm-hmm.
I think to actually be able to wield the knowledge of good and evil, like actually sufficiently, you have to be able to submit to authority, and that's all it was a test to. Like, I think it was just like, oh, will you listen to the rule? No. If not, then you probably can't wield this without a lot of rules in place. I think eventually they would have been able to eat it. But you know, if you can't listen to the rule, then I'm just gonna have to. I now you can have this knowledge, but I'm gonna have to put some stuff in, some checks and balances in place. And that's what the curse kind of was: the checks and balances that need to be in place.
That sucks.
Yeah.
God made a beta male and a hyena.
And it didn't say nothing. Then he went and ate the apple.
Well, let's give him some bail and say he didn't hear the conversation.
Well, I'm trying to put myself
next to
in the situation.
We don't know. We don't know how far. Maybe he was like with is like, you know, you with over there. I can see you.
I'm trying to put myself in the situation of Adam, where there's no competition, so your mind might not be going there, right?
See, okay, it's no
like,
competition.
I mean, like, there's no reason.
Prison professors and sidewalk surfers. Because what is this what the church really? This is wow. Okay, I just want to hear the rest. I just want to hear at least them finish this. I just got to see
this segment.
This guy seemed like he's trying to bring in some. There's nobody else there, guys. He seemed like he's trying to ground them.
Yeah, so give me a quick second. I'm gonna hit play and all right, cool.
I'm trying to put myself in the situation of Adam, where there's no competition, so your mind might not be going there, right?
Competition.
Like when I say competition, I mean like there's no reason for you to be, you know, on the offense.
Good. All he knew
on
was
the defense.
good.
The defense.
I mean, it's
right?
not another dude that told her it was a
No. It's just like, I mean, he could be over there like he could have been over there whittling sticks. Like it's probably pretty boring, you know, just being in the Garden of Eden.
He was not bored. He was in paradise with
you
God.
You an apprentice of God in the Garden of Eden.
I don't know.
Get bored, bro.
I'm saying like he's probably off like doing something like some kind of weird activity. Like you know what I'm saying, like
I come to you.
Not out being a weirdo.
I see a timeshare about all things or whatever, and I see you and your wife at the store. Your wife is right here. You right here doing whatever, might buying a pair of shoes, whatever. If I walk up to your wife, are you going to be aware that I'm talking to your wife?
Say that again.
No.
How you gonna see anything if he the only nigga alive? If him and his wife is the only two people alive on the planet shoe shopping, how the fuck, first of all, how's their shoe store? But second of all, how you not gonna see his wife to be able to go up and say nothing because you don't exist?
They decided she his wife and everything. They acting like Satan pulled up on her like a nigga at the gas station. Like, Jesus Christ.
Man. I mean, I think the words in the scriptures, they did use husband and wife in there. So I mean, the husband and wife part that could be.
I mean, but what does that fucking even mean when it's literally no
when there's only two people?
Yeah. It doesn't mean monogamy.
Great question. I mean, doesn't it? That's forced monogamy.
That's what I was like. Is it really monogamy though? If it's the only option, it's just nothing.
Yes.
It's just the state of being.
It is. No, it is.
But it's the state of being.
I'm pretty sure some of them pigs was looking real enticing at some point.
That's what we said. We was like, we know Ant-Man. Come on.
That's probably why he asked for. He's like, I can't keep doing this, man.
That's what he said.
Right.
That's what Lois was like. Y'all crazy. Y'all
it's the smell.
Right. They thinking he was just struggling. He ain't had nothing going on. He was like, hey, look.
He said he brought all the animals to him, and he said,
yeah, the animals' name.
Hidden, right? Yeah. I'm gonna name her Geraldine. That's Keisha.
Come here, Keisha.
Not the animals.
That ain't gonna work.
That's Mama Cher.
That's Mama Cher right there. I'm gonna put that dick in you.
The animals grunting.
You know I'm gonna put that dick in you. That's Mama Cher. Okay. Barbara. Nah, we just gonna name them based off the sound they make when I put it in them.
Oh, that's what we got. Move. Oh my God! So what if no intrusive thought?
Yeah.
Intrusive thought in 3.
We don't know what the original names was for the animals. We don't know.
The intrusive thought in 3, 2, 1. What if that animal will? What if like the dog goes move? What if that's like porn and we don't know it, right? Like,
wow. Drugs are bad, okay?
For like the animal humpers, I'm just saying, like, what if it's like a, you know what I'm saying? Like,
no, we don't know the original names of the animals. Honestly, they could have just been the sounds they make when he does it. Maybe he thought that was the way to name him. He might not have known no better.
The cow goes moo. Oh yeah.
This with them and they make some sounds and that's how they telling me their name.
That's my Michelle.
This is my Michelle. That's my Michelle. He was growling. Some primal about growling.
Yeah. That nigga went back.
So that nigga went back to the garden.
I think.
Adam. Tapped in. He was locked in. The man's most perfected form.
I can't stand y'all, man. Let me see if this argument goes.
Your wife is right here. Yeah. You're right there. Say you're watering the plant, doing whatever you're doing.
Naming animals.
Yeah. If a random being, a person walks up to your wife and start talking to him, your sense is gonna be like, somebody talk. You're gonna know somebody.
You're gonna be like,
don't you trust your wife? Don't you trust your wife?
Of course, you idiot. You're gonna be like, where the fuck did this other human come from?
Nah, because the spirits and stuff was kicking it in the garden. So they making it sound like it would be weird. First of all, when Satan, when he shows up or the serpent shows up, he had a reputation.
Right.
They knew he was smart and sneaky. So he be around. And then they said God was walking in the cool of the day. So I mean, they were the only humans in the garden. But I feel like the spirits was just kicking it. It was kind of like an experiment where all the beings can just come down and kick it in the body for a little bit and experience time and go home. Like, I think that's what the garden kind of feel like. I mean, this is I just feel like the club for timeless beings. Like, hey, we get a body, we get to go down here and kick it a little bit. Stuff, touch stuff, just be talking and shit. Like, this is cool because we don't have bodies. Like, that was the whole thing. They go to the garden like the club. Like, and so it would be all kind of different beings chilling in the garden. That's why Adam didn't need to reproduce. He was just a worker. Like, he was just a server. He was just the bartender.
Yeah. Hey, what's your name? This shot? What's this shot? Cal.
Exactly. Like, if you read other texts and stuff, you know, I mean, it just feels like, and that's why the angels, they was able to come into body, and then they got disbarred from it because they was wilding. Like that's the whole thing. They like to get in the bodies and do stuff because like they like to get in the bodies and do hedonistic stuff because that's the whole point. To have a body, to experience material, which is something they don't typically experience. That's the point. I think that makes more sense to me. We weren't the focus of the garden experiment. So I think it was normal for these beings to just be kicking it in the garden, honestly. So it wouldn't have been weird. And clearly it was not weird. They did not respond like it was weird. So clearly it wasn't weird. Did. Right. The beings manifested. The Elohim that made the things in their likeness was kicking it in the garden. So
was the snake or the serpent.
Right.
And she didn't take there was no reaction recorded for her and the talking snake.
And then you even know that some of the animals, I mean, that's the whole side thing. But when the ark was made and some animals were picked as clean animals and not, it's related to the Elohim that made the different beings in their image. So only certain ones were considered clean based off the issues of the fallen, if that makes any sense. Because it's almost like they have a right to the vessels in which they created in their image. So it was like a power move to wipe everything out, except the ones he wanted to keep.
You know what? What if this was like I'm gonna bring some stupid to this, but when I made that fake profile on Discord,
right,
it was really complicated because the pages weren't working for whatever reason, and they had I am not a robot test. And you call it the temperament test. What if this was are you a robot? This was can you follow, and like you said, can you click here?
Right.
Which things don't match. What if this was I am not a robot test, and because they weren't you said, they weren't elevated enough to think on for themselves, they were able to be talked into it like a bot. They got kicked out of the garden because they were bots. We don't let bots in here.
Yeah, get out here. You're a
higher
bot.
level beings.
You can't be kicking it with the Elohim.
Yeah.
Right.
I gave you dominion. I let you run the program for a while. I gave you a companion. Everything you needed to be a higher order being, but you're still a bot. So, yeah, you
get out. Go kick it in the bot land. The land of your people. Only the land animals was dirty. Nah, the sea was kind of out of this. You talk about the land, what happens? That's like other texts. But when the angels came down, they was kicking it on the land with the people, and they was doing all kind of mixing and weird shit. So you had to clean it out. And also, you can't come down and you can't embody anymore. But also, if they were made in your image, I'm gonna just go ahead and delete those, so you can't embody in those. But that's one like other text. It was messy.
But at the same time, though, when I see something,
it was super messy.
Yeah.
Suspect, like a snake talking to my wife, or I see a dude who looks slick, like he a hustler, like he might try to finesse my wife. I'm at least ease a little bit closer, I won't point at you,
But I get the concept of what Ryan is saying. If we're living in an atmosphere where sin is not present,
you've never seen sin.
So you don't have the alert in your mind. Oh, let me go be a protector, because sin is not present. There's no evil. There's no present danger.
You don't even know what evil is.
But that's good. Adam wasn't a protector to anything. He was just a guardian of the atmosphere that he was around.
We need the words, dictionaries. He wasn't a protector. He was a guardian.
He wasn't a protector, I would say that. Or guard. He had dominion over there. He was the worker. He was the bartender. He wasn't protect from what? Wasn't nothing to be protected from.
There was no guard from.
Right.
Yeah, there was no. Yeah, so guardian is just a synonymous with protector.
Apparently it was.
No, that's why there's more proof that she was considered a whole capable ass being. She could talk to this thing.
Wait,
and she
are you saying there's nothing to protect her from?
She was not in danger.
Nope.
Then why was the snake effective?
Why was the snake effective? She was deceived, but that's not the same as being in danger. She was not in danger. She was not in danger. He didn't force the fruit down her throat.
Yeah.
She wasn't in danger. She exercised free will.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. She exercised free will. She was not in danger. Adam wasn't in danger. Okay. She wasn't in danger. Nobody was in danger.
I ain't saying danger, but you said it wasn't nothing to worry about.
He was just subtle. He was.
Well, yeah, but not being disobedient is something to worry about, but that's an internal thing.
God left room for them to be disobedient. So once again, I still don't consider them in danger. If he left room for it, then it means they had whatever they needed to be capable of handling.
Mm-hmm.
He gave him free will. If he didn't want this to happen at all, that's why I'm keep saying this obviously was not. It was not a big deal. Whatever Adam was made to do, he was like the bartender, I think, at the club, and it probably was just yeah, I'll give him free will. What's the worst that could happen? It just feels like they weren't in danger though. I don't want that to be considered danger. They had the rules and they were capable of having these conversations and nobody was alarmed. So I don't see them as being in danger. He wasn't a protector. He didn't have to. He was chilling.
So he may have not known how to be a protector of his wife. If you get what I'm saying.
If God
he was just
don't eat of this tree.
That should be number one. You shouldn't even don't even go near that tree. Don't even.
But just like the lady said in the video, we say we wouldn't be Eve.
Yeah, you don't know what you would have done.
You been Adam.
Yeah, I've been Adam.
You ain't Adam today, but you've been Adam. Adam messed up one time and he was booted.
And it's the same though. That's what I'm saying. And he was.
They both were
God didn't
booted.
say, "Oh, Adam, you just messed up one time. Let me let you stay in the garden."
Was it a sense of danger because he knew it was wrong because God told him?
No. I mean, they both knew not to eat from the tree. So that being said, they were capable of coming to the conclusion that no matter what this serpent said, we're not supposed to eat. So he could say whatever he wants. If the conclusion is eat, then you're supposed to know not to eat. That's not danger. Like, you had what you needed to make the decision that you should have made. Like,
and the only way I would say we could throw danger in is because part of the law was that you shall surely die if you eat it. So, like, if anything, the fruit was dangerous.
And they knew that. They was willing to fuck around and find out. So they were just willing to find out.
So I mean, if we want to call it danger, it's because they were supposed to die. But what does that mean? Because they didn't die that day or anytime soon.
I'll say he wasn't 100% even lying. They did not die in that moment.
Yeah, they didn't die in that moment. They didn't die that day.
They didn't die the next day.
They went on, had kids, got old.
They died eventually. I think that was the point.
Yeah.
But what's timing? Bad time estimate. You absolutely will die. But your timeless being, you didn't say when. You didn't say in 1,000 years. So, I mean, that's what's like. Was he really lying?
And here's where I get into my going back to my dumb God argument. They were already going to die because at the end of chapter 3, it says, "Now let's kick them out before they eat from the tree of eternal life."
Yeah.
So they were already going to die, and God had to prevent them from eating from the eternal life.
Right. Which seems to me like he always, if he gave them free will, which he did, he already had a fail-safe in place for if they decided to do some shit he didn't want them to do. Because he could have just made them to live forever, right? But he didn't. He made them that they need that re-up. They need that sensu bean every so many years, which was a fail-safe. So it's not, okay, I'll give them free will, but just in case they fuck up, here's my fail-safe. They got to eat from this tree to stay alive. They fuck up. They get kicked out. Can't eat from the tree. They die. I mean, he already had a
so I can take it like that.
Yeah,
so I can take it like that. So they shall surely die doesn't mean it was going to kill them of a danger. Is that he's going to remove their access to the tree of life.
Right.
So that means you're not going to be able to live forever if you do this because you're going to be out of the garden where the tree of life is. So I could reformat the way I've been thinking about that. So I thought, that's stupid. Why would you tell them they're going to surely die if they were already going to die? Because they would have had to die. They have a tree of life.
He's like, I'm going to make sure of it now. Yeah. Get your ass out. That's basically, I'm going to make sure you die if you eat it.
Yeah.
And he
did.
Sensu
beans for you. Yeah,
no sensu beans for you. And then I put a guardian in front of the garden.
Yep. A real guardian. A real
guardian with swords. Because that's what people who guard have weapons.
An alpha male.
What are we talking about?
An alpha male. Because Adam was baby.
Adam's such a protector with no swords, no weapons. Who is he?
He immediately created the alpha male.
Meet the alpha.
Oh, shoot. He's supposed to protect Eve. They walking around butt naked. Bucky naked.
Butt booty.
He's supposed to protect. He's supposed
from
to
talking
protect
to a
Eve.
snake.
From all
Imagine
the
being
stuff.
insecure in the Garden of Eden. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Imagine looking over your shoulder and only good. Get out. Just go be outside.
It's like if I saw my wife talking to a snake, I'm gonna roll up. Women talk to animals all the time. Go, hey, look at the puppy. Hey, what you talk? We talking to that puppy for?
This is theoretically supposed to be 100%.
So you and that snake, huh?
What you was over there talking to that snake about?
His girl can't talk to nobody or nothing. Can't pet nobody's dog.
Jesus.
Talking to that dog for.
He jealous because he was over there smashing his Michelle. He was smashing his Michelle. He insecure now because he be smashing the animals. Now he projected on Eve and she's smashing the animals.
He said.
This is crazy. This what the church people really. This how they sent the snake.
Oh,
boy.
No.
I see why they be struggling.
Man.
I see why
this is wild, man.
This is why they struggle. To hear people project insecurity into the literal Garden of Eden is crazy to me.
And call him beta. Call him beta.
This is pre the fall. This is biblically
the perfected work of God.
This is the perfected work of God, and you insecure?
He's a sucker. He's a sucker. He's a beta.
Imagine being the first of your kind and you insecure.
He's soft.
It wasn't even some nigga. It was a snake.
Look, she came back over there with the fruit. Like, what's wrong with you? Nothing.
Adam was decorating Christmas trees.
At least try some.
Decorating Christmas trees.
Right.
Well, look.
He was wearing soft fabrics.
Make you feel better.
Nah, the serpent definitely called Adam soft. Look at him. He don't even care what you over here doing, girl.
Yeah.
If that was my woman, if you was mine,
yeah.
I would never let you be over here talking to no snake like me. I ain't saying. I'm just must have been an anaconda. Probably were walking. They said they took away his legs. Yeah. That nigga probably was standing up.
Yeah.
I ain't never seen no snake stand up.
He probably, you know what he used to do? You know what? The other day, one of y'all shared 95 South or 85. Well, I don't know, whatever it's called. Y'all shared something, and there was a sex bird on. I don't know if y'all remember that, like a while back. The thumbnail had a woman holding up that big fleshy pillow vagina. Mm-hmm. I finally watched that. What if on his legs the snake would just like get rigid and become that little straddling tool?
Oh my God! I'm telling you, I think she fucked that snake. I ain't gonna hold you.
They were smashed.
I think she fucked the snake. Something happened. Something freaky happened. I don't know what to the extent freakiness could have been, but and it might be Adam's fault. If he was out here smashing the animals was like, we can smash y'all too.
Yeah,
it might have been his fault. I'm just saying. Why would she have to only desire her husband? Why throw that in there if that wasn't the way it was?
Oh man, he walked over there and just seen like the tail end of the snake sticking out.
He found the kingdom of heaven.
She going crazy, and the serpent just in there wiggling his ass off. And
she said, "Adam, come get you some, man." He's like, "I didn't even know it came equipped for that."
Hey,
I've been sticking it in the booty the whole time. I didn't even know it was
there.
Yeah. Come get some of this. Man. Come get some of this.
I can't stand. Yeah, he got that. He got that prostate. He got that prostate. Was it manipulation?
He couldn't do nothing with the snake. Yeah, he said, "Yeah, I got one. You got one." It don't seem like we're supposed to put a piece together. I'm saying he might have been doing it like the animals. They be bent over, so he probably thought that was the only way. I thought that was the only way to do it.
You got that prostate stimulated. That snake was just in there wiggling too.
I think he might not even know Dinah had use until then. Because why she ain't never had no kids?
Until they was out the garden. Yep.
He finally found something to put in that little pocket of your jeans. You know, that little pocket.
Yeah, it is.
He was like, I can put something in there.
Exactly. Okay. That's what I feel like. He was like, I've been doing the other one. I was doing what the animals do. I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
He probably was doing like the animals. And he didn't know.
Man, that's too funny.
That's why she ain't had no kids.
You probably tried with the snake before he asked for you. It didn't work out. He wanted it.
This is crazy.
That's what I think.
It is crazy. But it is funny where they took it. Like some of the stuff they came up with, that is like you right, Bree, it does think to like the quality of thinking of like I would say like the average Christian. Like I'm not sure like but they have a podcast, so they think about this stuff and talk about this stuff quite a bit.
But they can't think about it beyond what somebody who was a pastor told them it said. And the only reason I know how that works is because I was raised Jehovah's Witness, and they tell you exactly what the Bible says the whole time. And then when I read it for myself, like it was Lord of the Rings, I started picking up stuff like, oh, it didn't say that.
Yeah.
Like I just thought I knew what it was finna say. It did not say that. I said, so where it say that it? And then I started reading it just like a story, and I was like, it don't say half of the stuff people be putting in there.
It don't. And there's a bunch of good stuff that they skip. There's
They skip all the good stuff. That's why I was so mad. That's why I was like, this book, the Book of Judges, was crazy.
Man, wild.
Crazy. I was like, why they don't never animate this book? Exactly. Yeah. Come on. Did you see what I'm saying? I thoroughly believe she did something with this.
Yeah. And I swear Black people need to read the book of Nehemiah. Like anybody that's like a civic activist.
Yeah.
That want to try to rebuild the community, Nehemiah is the book for them.
That is.
But I never hear anybody talk about Nehemiah.
I just like all the carnage and Judges. They was killing. They were murking people. Like,
yeah, there was a lot. There was a lot. Yeah. Man. Let's see if they wrap this up.
Yeah.
That one time ruined it for everybody. So
there was no
this
law.
Is the right tree they ate from, because if they would have ate from the other tree, it would have been immortal. Like nobody would have died.
Why are we by this tree?
Yeah.
If this is the tree he said don't eat from, and I got a whole
set up a
orchard,
fence around it.
I got a whole orchard full of trees. I'm naming animals. I'm chilling. Why am I even by this tree?
But I do think that.
But I'm thinking so. I think they're about to take it somewhere else. But they must have had access to the tree of life because they could only not eat from the.
Yeah, they had access to it. Yeah, we don't know how much time had actually passed, and that's why when people say the earth has only existed for this amount, I was like, we don't know how long they was chilling, eating from the tree of life before the fall. We don't actually know that.
Yeah. We don't.
And the fact that he gave them access to it, I think that he always had intended that maybe they would be able to eat from it at some point.
Mm-hmm. Probably would, but dang, that's funny.
Or if you wanted it, if you wanted the knowledge of good and evil, then. But it's kind of like one of those things where, like those puzzle games, where like the answer is kind of in the name.
Dang, like, hold up.
It's kind of like, well, you got to go. What do you mean?
Well, how could you have the knowledge of good and evil if no evil existed yet?
Exactly. So the answer was always in the name. If you want to know about evil, you can't do it here, bitch. Bye. That's why I was like, I don't really think it was like this huge, like people kind of really like, I don't know. I just feel like the answer was in the name. It's only good here. You can't learn about it here. So you got to go.
So that was just like taking the pill in the Matrix.
Yeah.
It didn't actually do anything. It just symbolized your choice.
It wasn't like this thing that God was really trying to like 100% keep him for. I think the realm of evil, like here where we existed in some capacity. And like, but it's like, well, you can stay here where it's only good. But if you want to know about the knowledge of good and evil, then you can go.
I know it said their eyes were open. See, I'd have to do some deep study.
Like, if you want to know about evil, you can't do it here. I have to send you to the place where time exists and, evil exists. But there's a limit to time. Obviously, thank you, because I don't want to exist with evil forever. So please don't make me live forever.
Because they knew they were they immediately knew they were naked. So the fruit did something.
Knowledge of good and evil, right? Their eyes were open and they actually noticed that they had genitals.
So because evil already existed. So you're saying evil already existed?
Yeah, just not there.
So evil existed before sin. Because that's original sin. I'll say the church has labeled it.
They labeled that original sin, but I think sin is okay. Not to sound like his dark materials or go off on the side quest, but I think sin is just like inherently the sexual, reproductive kind of something related to that is in its very nature sinful. Because I don't necessarily think sin is necessarily like you're bad because you did that. Like it's. I don't feel that way about sin. I don't know. Nobody can ever say what sin is really, right? Like,
okay.
And we're all born into sin.
Mm-hmm.
And the wage for sin is death. So, like, if flesh suits, the ones we're in, having male and female to reproduce and create other people, like, and kind of play God in that way, and like have that power to create others and mold them and form the world to your image. That's like kind of a God project in a way. So like that in itself is something that you have to experience outside of God, like outside of goodness all the time. Like to have the full capacity to do right and wrong, to create and destroy. That is, in essence, you will be like gods, right? Like that is the God experience. Only existing in good in a controlled environment isn't a fully autonomous state of being, right? It's like the incubator. So if you want to have the experience and be like a god, you have to have both the power to create and destroy. And so the sinful state is like the reproduction and creating other people to then build up or destroy or make the world in your image or destroy it, right? Like, so that to me is the sinful state that we're born into. And then because we all live and we all die, you're from the time you're born, we know that you will die. So is sin really something you do? Or is it something you're born into? Because it can't be both. That's what I'm like, if the wage of sin is death and we all die and we're all born into sin, then sin is a state of being. It's not a thing you do.
Okay.
So that's why, like, and then why would that be important? Then there must be somewhere where it doesn't exist. And so the garden is where it did not exist. So that's what, to me, sin is not a thing you do. It's a state of being. So.
Okay.
And the knowledge of good and evil is being like a god.
Yeah.
And we live like gods. Like, we kind of do.
Yeah.
Because Adam and Eve weren't doing that. Like, they weren't having kids and building and destroying and murdering and or choosing to take a life or let it live. Like, they weren't doing that. Yeah. So that's not part of the good experience. That's part of the good and evil experience. So yeah, I think the sexual reproductive something about that is the sinful part of the sinful nature. So yeah. This is what I think.
No, I like it. I like it.
Yeah. So this whole idea of don't be sinful. So we don't know we're sinning because we don't know what sin is. I mean, nobody can ever tell me exactly what it is.
Yeah, I mean, because scripturally, you're right. Because if we're born in sin, like there's no not sinning. Like we're born into it. Like it's like a fish in water. You're in water.
Right.
So whatever you like, if you're swimming in water, you're swimming.
In water.
You're sinning. Yeah, you're gonna die in water. You know, because
right.
I mean, so I don't know. It's just I get what you're saying. Like you're born into sin, so you're stuck there. There's no never not sinning.
And why do they say the wage for sin? Because that's a payment.
Yes.
Right? That's not a punishment.
Yes.
So it's like pay to play. Pay to play. That's all it's saying. You got to pay to play. If you want to do this, you're going to die. Because you can't do it forever. Because evil. So like that's how I just kind of always understood it. Like why would they say the wage for sin is death? That's stupid because the wage is good.
Okay.
Or the payment. That's like a payment.
Yeah, the payment.
Transaction.
So the payment for, I'm gonna call it X. We're gonna call it X. We'll take the word sin out. Sin has automatic association. So the wage for this thing, and take away death, is mortality. So the wage for this state, the wage for this existence is mortality.
Right.
So the only way to exist in this state is to accept mortality.
Right.
And we're born into this existence. So we're born into mortality.
We're born into mortality.
But on a spiritual, so what that is more of a alchemical. That's more of like a mathematical equation, as opposed to the way we kind of transmute it. It's more of an equation. Like, well, this existence has the cost of mortality.
Right.
So if you find yourself in this existence, just know there's mortality.
there's mortality.
It's like that phrase isn't saying what the way we take it in, as if there's like a grand edict, but there's no way to escape that, because even like they say, the only way out of that is eternal life. That's after the death here. Your natural death is part of this existence. Your natural death, your physical death, but your spiritual death is what people negotiate here.
Exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Way, the cost, or as part of the God experience, you can spill blood. You can kill people.
Yeah.
Like you shouldn't, but you can. Like you can spill blood when you're here. You can screw people over. You can exploit them. Yeah. You can. That's why when they say, "Oh, well, sin is sin," it's like, no, because if you murder a bunch of people, like Yella's saying, "Oh, you gonna pay for that shit on the back end." Yeah. Like, because sin is a state of being, but like what you do in that state of being is like the works kind of thing. But Christ can, like, it's a transaction thing. I don't know the easiest way to explain it. Like sacrificing, spilling blood, blah, 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 all that stuff, the payments for this amount of influence or power, like all of that stuff exists across all like religions and ritual things. Like, so while we're all born into sin, that's why I hate when people lean on it. Because like, boy, you had that when you came out your mama's womb. So you using that to fall back on being a terrible person.
Right.
That shit is not gonna pan out for you on the backside.
Right.
Because you was always gonna die from the day you was born.
So always gonna have a physical death. So okay, so let's say then there's two types of sin then. Like, so there's the sin. So I would say then there's the physical sin that we're born into, and then there's the spiritual sin. And the spiritual sin would be what Jesus died to prevent. The spiritual death. And that spiritual death is separation from God.
Yeah. The second death. Because he referenced the second one. So they ain't talking about this one, because that's just the cost of playing the game.
Yeah.
You got to turn that light off, because they're going to keep on coming in. But yeah, so that's what I always feel like it's moot, because it's just like, if you're here, you got to, that's just kind of, it's like a game. It's like an experience. It's like the Oculus glasses for angels, spirits. Yeah. Like, okay, I want to play that. Okay, well, if you play, you're going to have a lifespan. You're going to experience time. You're going to have limitations of a body. You'll be able to procreate, play a little God experiment. You can have some kids.
The batteries are going to run out.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. You can be
batteries are going to run out.
Yeah, you could be completely evil. You could be completely good. It's down there. So yeah, that's why I be telling people, like, the existence of evil is part of it. Like, that's the whole point. Like, you can do as much evil as you want. You gonna pay for it on some, but not. Yeah, you can do that. You can be the full expression.
There are rules within the game in Oculus. The game that you're playing has its own set of rules,
right?
That don't apply to the rules out when you take the headset off.
Right, like Solo Leveling. I don't know if you watched it, but remember he had he had his existence, and then Solo Leveling had his own currency system and everything that he could go outside of. He said we're screwed. So the price of birth is death and by ways of sinning. No, sinning is just birth. Like, we should just say birth is sin. Like, being born, you're born into it. It's a state of being. Like motherhood. Like, it's just a state of being. It's not a thing you do. It's a state of being.
Because that's why it doesn't matter how much of what you do that God can kill. You can still be forgiven by accepting Jesus. Which, again, is part of my contention. It's not the individual act. That's why, I mean, they've got their weight inside the system, inside the game.
Right.
They have their independent weights and repercussions. Like, each action in the game has its own weights and repercussions, good or bad. But once you take the thing off, how you played the game, you're being judged on that by the people who made the game. And when you take the rift off, well, would you get to stay with the game makers, or do you go outside? And outside is kind of bad. And I think that's the thing. Because the game makers depend on how you play the game. If you play the game by the way they would like you to play it, it's like Willy Wonka.
Like this light on, they're going to keep coming in.
Like Willy Wonka and Squid Games. Like, if you play the game in a way that they deem acceptable, they'll bring you into,
Yeah, exactly. Just like that. And that's why I was like, but you can reap what you sow. Mm-hmm. So a lot of that afterlife stuff is important, but like, because of the rules of the game, because you're doing the God experience, you also can just reap what you sow, which is like majority. actually of what people are experiencing. Majority of what people are experiencing here is just them literally reaping what they're sowing. Because you're doing the God experience, which means you're autonomous. You have full faculties to make decisions, and you can suffer the consequences of your own decisions. Just like Eve. Like, that's the point. So a lot of what people are experiencing is simply just their own creation. That's why it feels like he's very hands off. Because I feel like if you're like, oh, I'm gonna have the God experience, okay, have at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna stop you. You could be 100% evil up in this bitch. Like, till you done, I ain't got nothing to say about it.
And that's where I'll be sitting back, because it's like Bree will tell you that, like, and I can see that being more of what it is, like the guy that really just sit back and don't do shit but watch. But then it's people who claim that God intervenes all the time.
Right. They like to believe it because then they want to be the Eve who, like, she didn't know any better.
Right.
So she had to be protected and saved.
With the way I kind of interpret when people say that, like the way I interpret their reality, the way I see it a different way. What they're saying is they think God's intervening. And for me, it's more like the way me and you watch science stuff, Yella. Like, there are physics that maybe they don't recognize that are part of the game system. They're game mechanics, and they're interacting with game mechanics, not knowing how the buttons work. And so they'll press something, and something happens, and they like what happens.
I jumped.
Right. Yeah. I jumped.
So they're like, oh, God did that. But like, well, God's present because he made the mechanics, but he's not lifting you off the ground.
It's just coded that if you walk by this rock, you're gonna jump. You didn't actually.
So is it the same way? Is it the same way when people say God blessed them with a new car?
No, you got a new car.
But in reality, right. But in reality, you put in 80 hours a week for like the last 6 months.
You reaped what you sowed.
So,
or got you planted in a decent enough state.
Yeah, in a positive way. You reaped what you sowed. Yeah. Like, but then, like, the purpose of the deities, like the outside deities, if you were to accept it, that's more about, which my understanding, that's more about the spiritual debt, because there are, like, to me, there are outside forces that can affect influence, but it's not like the possession thing that a lot of people think is not completely that way. That's why I was saying, like, it's not like you just tap out and something else is compelling you beyond like yourself, but it's like that debt you do rack up a debt though. That's why you get a wage. Like, you rack up a debt while you're here. You better hope your wage can cover it. Because when you start talking about other systems with other spirits who aren't as like, oh, a grace, blah, blah, blah. You gotta give to get. It's very transactional. So I'm just saying, like, some of that.
Explain that again. I mean, because when I hear it, that sounds like contradictory to what you said earlier about the wage is just like this existence. So repeat that again.
Yeah, like the wage, like it's always like if you read the Old Testament, everything's very transactional. Like, this costs this. Like, when you start talking about if you do this sin, that, like what Yella's saying, like, all sin is not the same. Right. Even if you read in the Old Testament, this sin costs this sin costs that. You got to pay this many for this. That's the system. So we all know, or it wasn't even a sin, but we all know that all transgressions are not seen the same by him, and they're not weighted the same by him. So
on
earth, yeah. So that should tell you that the cost of playing the game, there's constantly a tally. There's cost for things. There's like when you go to the shop, you want some new gear.
There's an in-game currency cost. Yes,
there is an in-game currency. Yes, and what some of the people, like what people struggle with, some of the people who know that how to exploit it, they're like, I'll pay somebody else. I'll get somebody. I'll exploit somebody for some power and influence. I'll pay it. They don't care. They pay it. So like there is an actual and then you start talking about people who, like, whether you believe the gods are real or not, I mean, it's kind of irrelevant. It's more about power and influence. So, I mean, you can not believe they're external beings. You can believe that you're all of them. But the whole idea is power influence, which is why that's what the woman chases after. And that's what the man works for, because it's about power influence and the wage and the cost of a human life or blood and all that stuff. That's why when you start getting into those other people stuff, it'd be dark. But there is a in-game currency, and that is, I don't know if it's like, I wouldn't say it's blood, but the life force or the sweat of a person's brow almost, or just like that energy, that potential energy. That's the currency, I would say. So there are ways like you can steal other people's potential. You can use other people's energy to get rich. Like that is the currency. Yeah. So I mean, that's the temptation too. Do I want to exploit people to get it? You can do it. God ain't gonna stop you.
No.
He's not gonna stop you.
Part of the game again. It's part of the game. All allowed in the game.
Yeah. Like Diddy is completely allowed in the game. Like he's not breaking the rules. I know people don't like that, but he's not breaking the rules. He's living up the potential.
Yeah.
So you got to pay for whatever cost you, the sacrifices you made for it. But at the same time, you are supposed to try to live up to your potential, because that's the point of the fucking game.
Yeah.
So, that's what I think the whole lukewarm thing is about. You didn't do nothing. You just sat here. You stayed in the village you started in. You didn't even go out and level up. You didn't do no cave. You didn't go no dungeons. You didn't fight nobody. You didn't do nothing. You just stayed in the first village they drop you in when you cut the game on. That's whack. You don't get nothing for that.
Hey, boo, whatever.
Yeah, you could have just not. I'm sorry. You could have just not. You could have just not played the game.
Man,
what you play the game to stay in the same village for?
We ain't get a choice. So I'm thinking. I'm gonna fight for there's 3 paths. I'm gonna say there's 3 game makers. Like the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Like there's a Trinity. Like there's people who potentiated, maximized to the good. They played that path.
Yeah.
Like the light path. And there's a God entity for that.
Right.
Then there's a people that played the negative path. There's a God entity for that. We call them Satan, devil, Lucifer, and people go to that domain if that's the path they chose. But I'm gonna say that there's a neutral, and there's gonna be like a purgatory type. There's gonna be like a third.
It's the middle neutral
that we don't identify.
Maybe you just come back. It's probably the Earth vibes. Spiritually speaking, they say Earth is a neutralizer, which is true. If good and evil exist and equal, then it's a neutral thing. So maybe that's where reincarnation comes from. You just walk the middle path, you'll just come back. I don't know. That's just a guess. I don't believe that, but maybe possibly the middle path is if the middle path is neutrality, then it makes sense that if there was somewhere you went after you played the game, then if you stay neutral, maybe you just come back.
Maybe because you played it neutral, your energy doesn't come back at all. Like your energy gets recycled into the game.
Yeah,
like you just get this.
You just
disintegrated into the game
of Earth. Yeah. The game is Earth, so like you just stay of Earth. Yeah. Whether that's come back or you can live it again. I don't think you would live it again if you wouldn't come back. Yeah, like, but some people believe in reincarnation, so I'm like, maybe you would just be reincarnated, which I don't really want to do that. So I'd rather try to go to one side or the other. Let me skew myself so I don't have to go. I don't want to try to come back. I don't want to do it again. I'm good. So I mean, I don't know. That's just what I like to think of it as. But clearly that's not how the church interprets it. So I know they got a whole different understanding of it. But yeah.
Cool. All right, y'all. We've been up here carrying on for a minute.
That was our Bible study. That was fun.
Yeah, that was cool. I definitely got a different understanding of some things. Like I believe that, especially like that curse part, which I never studied the curse. I never cared about the curse. Like I never even thought about how it was conceptualized and constructed. Like, because that does give clues. Like God had an intention there, and it looks pretty evident. But I like it. I like that y'all brought my attention to that. So that was dope. But tomorrow, C3 Ultimate Wrestling, DJ Dose in the building. He'll be there. The sounds of C3. Then we got this man here who is Yella. He is Yella, the voice of C3 Wrestling. And he'll be on premises. I'll be manning the boards from right here in Ohio. And changing camera angles. Maybe
I'm gonna say y'all getting some camera work and stuff going. It's different every time.
Okay. It's a little different every time. So we're gonna see we's gonna see. What we really need is we need a classics camera. Whatever camera, we need somehow to be able to get that into StreamYard. Whatever camera he's using, we need to be able to get that in StreamYard. But maybe one day. But yeah, that's tomorrow, y'all. And then Sunday we'll come back with the shits and giggles reaction.
Is that them two guys?
The two guys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know what the controversy is? Have you heard about it?
Yeah, I saw the clip of the guy.
Okay.
They went on somebody else's podcast. They goofy. They got set up.
What's that dude's name again? I forgot.
Andrew Schultz.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. To me,
I ain't seen nothing.
Oh Lord.
You ain't seen nothing? Oh yeah.
I ain't seen or heard nothing.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be
And
great.
he came out and said they goofy. They feel for it.
Yeah. What they're getting in trouble for, you're gonna think, that was nothing. But everything around it is hilarious. Everything around the joke is hilarious. The joke was stupid. It wasn't even that inflammatory. It wasn't funny, but it's like everything around the joke is hilarious. Oh my gosh, I can't wait. Because I'm like, man, the stuff that's going on, I mean, the apology, oh my God. And the reaction to the apology.
I didn't see the apology. I did not see the apology.
Oh my God. I got the apology. I got the pivot talking about it. I got another reaction from somebody else talking about, oh man, black women feeling duped by these two.
Yeah, they should be counseled.
I can't wait. I guess I heard their audience is largely black women.
Yeah, that's kind of where you goofy. You mess up.
It's weird. That's weird. Why would there? I don't know why their audience will be mostly black women.
I don't know.
Like as far as with an expectation of them.
You talking about shits and gigs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they ain't American black men.
No.
And they're not Christian. Like they're not like church coded. Yeah, they're not church coded. So that's why I don't get it. We'll see. We're gonna go into some stuff. That'll be Sunday, y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm getting ready to hit up out. Peace.